Welcome, everyone, to day 7 of the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. I am your host, Chef AJ. It's hard to believe we've been together for a week now, and I'm so happy you're still here. Or if you're just joining us, I'm so happy you are here. Today, we'll talk about how you can crush your cravings and food addiction with 5 fabulous speakers that know quite a bit about this topic. We'll start the day with Dr. Nicole Avena on the science of food addiction and how our brains respond to processed foods. Then we'll have Dr. Eric Walsh talking about whether or not moderation actually works or does it backfire. Then we'll have Dr. Vera Tarman, who is an expert on food addiction, talking about the 3 levels of food addiction and how to reverse the progression. Followed by Dr. Linda Carney, everything you need to know about nuts, coffee, alcohol, and your weight. And Jamie Morgan Reno is a very inspiring success story. Lessons from the front, how a food addict lost 250 pounds. Our first speaker is Dr. Nicole Avena, who will talk about the science of food addiction and how our brains respond to processed food. Dr. Avena did a very popular TED Talk called How Sugar Affects Your Brain. It's on YouTube. It has over 10 million views, and I really recommend you watch it. It's absolutely fabulous. She is a research neuroscientist and expert in the field of nutrition, diet, and addiction, with a special focus on nutrition during early life and pregnancy. Her research achievements have been honored by awards from several groups, including the New York Academy of Sciences, the American Psychological Association, and the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, Dr. Nicole Avena. Hi, Dr. Avena, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. I'm really excited to talk with you.
Well, I love this subject, and you are such an expert on food addiction. You make the research so applicable and so relatable, and I really appreciate your work.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time now. Back when I first started, food addiction was really something that people were not really talking about in the medical community, but I like to think that we've been able to make a lot of advancement in that.
Right. And some people still aren't talking about it in that they don't even believe it's real. But those of us that have had it and those of us like you that work with people that suffer from it know that it really is. So I really appreciate you bringing this research to the forefront. And as an expert on food addiction, do you think there is some correlation with food addiction and the current obesity epidemic?
Oh, absolutely. That's how I actually got interested in this topic. Let me pull up a couple of slides just to kind of walk us through some of this, because there's really an interesting story behind this. So basically, when I first started doing research on this topic, I was a grad student at Princeton, and I was interested in the obesity epidemic. And it seemed really curious to me and to my advisor why so many people were struggling to lose weight, despite the fact that there was all these public health concerns and all these warnings about how dangerous it is to be overweight or obese. And we started to toy with this idea, well, maybe it's not something that's wrong with the people who are overweight or obese. Maybe it's something wrong with the foods that they're eating. And we started toying with this idea that maybe some of the foods that are in our modern food environment are designed to just taste so delicious that they actually end up becoming something very different. And could there be something that is related to the ingredients or the way that they're developed that could be leading people to become dependent on them? And so, we know that our food acquisition has changed over time. We've gone from hunters and gatherers to now people who can buy highly processed foods in stores, and we can store them in our homes. And we can even order food from our phone. You don't even need to leave the house. And that's a very different type of atmosphere than what was happening from our ancestors, who used to have to, chase an animal for miles and miles if they were hunting, or find a berry bush and maybe walk through the forest for, hours or days until they found one. So we used to have to work really hard to get our food, and it was very delicious and rewarding when we got it. But that's changed a bit. And now we have this food environment where it's much easier to acquire foods. And I think that this can be part of the situation that we're seeing now with obesity and overeating. Also, if you look at the types of foods that we eat, they tend to be foods that are highly processed. And so they contain lots of added sugars and sweeteners. And this is something that we've seen in our research can contribute to this addiction-like change in the brain that we've been observing. And so to go back to your original question about, is it related to obesity? I think there's been so much research that's come out over the past several years that does point to the fact that we can develop an addiction to these highly palatable foods, highly processed foods, particularly those that contain a lot of added sugar. And then also, I'll just go on a little bit to share a little bit more about that until you get to the next question you have for me. Portion sizes. I think that's an important point of this. We know that portion sizes have gone up dramatically over time. And so if we take a look at the CDC data, this is data that shows what the typical fast food type of meal looked like back in the 1950s compared to what it looks like, now and maybe in the future. You can see that the average size of not only the sandwiches, but also the drinks have gone up in size. And as a result of that, so have the calories. And so our calorie needs have not gone up over time. We need the same amount of calories, if not fewer, than our ancestors did. Because if you think about it, we're leading much more sedentary lives. We are not necessarily, working in the fields or having to, walk miles to get to work or to school or to things that our ancestors had to do. But yet we're consuming a lot more calories. And portion sizes plays a big role in this, because we do know that the amount of food that is put in front of someone is going to dictate how much they eat. So if you give a plate of food to someone, and there's been plenty of studies that have been done on this, if you look at plated restaurants or meals that are given at plated restaurants, people are more likely to eat less when the food is given them on a plate than they are if they go to a buffet type restaurant where there's unlimited portion sizes available. And so it does play a big role. I do want to point out, though, I think that obesity is an endpoint and it has multiple contributing factors. So I often talk about how, we're not really going to find a cure for obesity because there's multiple causes. And I think food addiction could be one of those. We also know that there's other things like sedentary lifestyle that we touched on, and genetic vulnerability, just the fact that more and more people are obese and they're having babies. And so more and more babies are going to be born with that genetic predisposition to potentially become obese. Now, that doesn't mean that they're destined to become obese. It just means that they're at greater risk. And if you take a look at our food environment, we have this genetic and environmental crosshairs, if you will, that basically makes it very difficult for someone who has that genetic vulnerability to not become overweight or obese in the modern food environment that we're in, that is so full of processed foods and other types of foods that, encourage people to overeat. Also, I talked about food accessibility. There's also been some interesting social norms about food that I think have changed over time. It's really one of those things where it's socially acceptable to eat food wherever you go. You can have a sandwich on the subway. If you bring, donuts into work, people think you're great. If you, show up at someone's house with a cake, it's almost expected when you go to someone's home, if you're visiting them, to show up with some sort of calories, whether or not it's, food or wine or something. And so our social norms have changed in the way that we're basically eating all day, every day. And it seems that that has been something that can contribute to passive calorie consumption. People find that they congregate around food, and we always have. That's how humans have evolved. But it seems to have come at a cost in many cases now, because we're finding that so many people are struggling with overeating, and social situations is certainly one of those cases where people find it difficult to sometimes navigate their way through things. So if you go to, a party and people say, oh, hey, have a piece of cake, it's Susie's birthday, you look like the bad guy if you say, no, I don't want any cake. And so these are things that, could be difficult for some people to manage, but there are ways in which we can mitigate them, and some strategies that we could talk about in a bit for helping people to overcome those types of social situations. And then, stress and endocrine factors are important. I don't really think we can go into those right now because there's just such a vast amount of research on them, but we are high stress people. I think especially the past 2 years, most people have been increasing their stress levels significantly for various reasons. And that can have an impact on obesity, and that can contribute to overeating, and in many cases, eating as a way to self-soothe or to self-medicate. And then we touched on the increases in portion sizes, and then also genetic disorders like Prader-Willi syndrome. They can sometimes have and often have a side effect of obesity. So the point here is that there are a variety of reasons why people can become overweight or obese, but I do think that food addiction is one of the factors that can contribute to it. And then I'll walk through the rest of a couple slides I have here, and then we can maybe have some questions and just a discussion about these things. So one of the things that I think is really interesting, and I think a lot of people struggle with, is how do you know what foods are good to eat and what foods aren't good to eat? Now, what I often say to people in this situation is there aren't good foods and bad foods. I don't think it's a safe or a good idea to categorize foods that way. But I do think we need to come up with a strategy on how do we identify what a food is versus what junk food is, because I think that they're two different things. One of the things that I often hear from people when they kind of give me a little bit of pushback about the whole idea of food being addictive is that, well, we need food to survive. So how are you supposed to go on, give up food? You can't. It just doesn't make any sense. And my answer to them is, yes, we need food to survive, but we don't need highly processed junk food to survive. And so let me give you a couple of examples about what I mean. I think this comes down to the fact that our definition of food needs to change. These foods that are highly processed foods that are created in laboratories, in my opinion, aren't the same thing as actual food. And so here you can see this is a nutrition facts label. I'm sure everyone's familiar with these. They're on all the food products you'll see in the grocery store, and they provide us with very important information about the calorie content, about how much fat, carbohydrates, sugars, added sugars, protein. We have information about some important vitamins. And this is also an important way for us to understand what the product is. What are the ingredients? And so if you look down at the bottom of these, you typically will see a list of ingredients. And so if you take a look at this label, you can see that this is very obviously whole baby carrots, frozen and unprepared. Okay, so no surprise there. But let's look at another label from another, quote unquote food and see if it's so easy to figure out what it is. Now, here you see, again, we have all this information. We know that there's 60 calories in one pouch of whatever this is, and there's fat, and there's, carbohydrates. There's some nutrients, vitamins in it. And when we take a look at the ingredients list to decide whether or not we should eat this thing, it becomes a little bit harder to figure it out, because you can see that there's a whole bunch of words here that the average person doesn't necessarily know what it means. And so this is basically a bunch of ingredients that have been put together to create this particular food product. And so you can see there are some good things in here, right? So this food is fortified with vitamin B, which is great because it's sometimes the case that we don't get all of our vitamins and the nutrients that we need that occur naturally in food. So it's great that some foods are fortified, which means that the food companies add extra vitamins to them. That's a good thing. But it also contains some things that maybe aren't so great, like corn syrup or, modified cornstarch, salt, dextrose. There's also some other things in here that really have no purpose of being in here other than to make the food appear a certain way or to allow it to survive on a shelf for a certain amount of time. So things like red 40 lake, that's a colorant that's used to dye a food a certain color, is one example. Also yellow 5 lake, yellow 5 blue 1. So you can see here, there's a lot of things that are put into this particular product that aren't exactly in there for a health perspective or for a nutrition perspective. They're in there for other reasons. So to unveil what this particular product is, it is Mini Crisp Pop-Tarts. And so the big difference here, as you can see, is that this is a highly processed food. This is very different, in my opinion, from carrots, right? Because there's no Mini Crisp Pop-Tart tree out there. You can't go, plant these in your garden and enjoy them. These are a man-made synthetic product that's being marketed as a food to people. And because it's in the grocery store, people just assume that you're supposed to eat it and it's safe. And this is where I have a problem, because we see that these foods are very different from natural, healthy foods like vegetables, fruits, and other things. So what we see too here is that, many of these ingredients that I was describing to you are put into this product to make it smell a certain way, so that when you open up the wrapper or the pouch, it's going to retain its shape. It's going to melt a certain way in your mouth. The mouthfeel associated with foods is very important in our perception of whether or not we like them or not. And so there's a lot of effort that goes into this. Food scientists are hired by these companies to develop these products to make sure they're optimized to taste as good as they can. And often that means that a lot of added sugar gets put into these, because in order to make sure that the product is going to be able to stay on the shelf for 6 months or a year or whatever it is, sometimes they have to add preservatives and ingredients that taste awful, but they add sugar to mask the taste of those ingredients. And so it becomes this whole, slippery slope of creating this product that will retain its shape and stay beautiful in the pouch and melt a certain way in your mouth. And then, having to add sugar to make it still retain its taste and to taste really good so that people will continue to like it. So the big thing about these foods, I think, is that they're considered in this category of ultra processed foods. And this is a term that's been put out in the scientific community. And I'm really glad. And a lot of people are now starting to understand this and look at this as a whole other category of food. And ultra processed foods are essentially foods that have ingredients or formulations of several different ingredients that are not used in culinary preparations. So they're not necessarily used to enhance flavors like we sometimes would add salt to a recipe or certain oils to a recipe. These are things like flavors, colors, sweeteners, or emulsifiers or other things that are basically used to imitate our sensory qualities. And so they're put in there to make it taste a certain way, to make it melt a certain way, to make it smell a certain way. And they're also used to disguise some of these undesirable qualities of the final product that are resulting from, adding in all these chemicals together. So my take on this is that if we can really work to minimize the consumption of ultra processed food, we would find that there would be a lot less obesity. And there's been some excellent studies that have come out of NIH and other places that have shown that it is the processing of the food that is responsible for people overeating. We've shown in our laboratory that highly processed foods are more likely to be identified as addictive, and people find that they have a more difficult time restraining their intake. And there's even been some clinical studies conducted at NIH where when you control for the amount of calories and the nutrients in people who are consuming foods, those that are consuming ultra processed foods are more likely to gain weight and more likely to want to overeat. And so again, it does make a difference. And these types of foods are becoming really rampant in our food environment. If you think about it, when you go in the grocery store, you hopefully enter into the fresh food section and fruits and vegetables, but the majority of the real estate of the grocery store is shelf stable products. And many of these are these highly ultra processed foods. So I think that the fact that these become so popular and have kind of taken over our food environment is the fact that we experience different types of hunger. And there's two different types of hunger. And I don't necessarily think people fully grasp this. So I think it's important to talk about it. And so typically when we talk about hunger, we think about, the kids that are on the left, right? These are kids that have a feeling of discomfort or weakness that's caused by a lack of food. They need to eat because they need calories and nutrients. So that's where the need comes. Now, if you look at the kids on the right, this is another type of hunger that seems to exist in our society pretty frequently these days. And so this is hedonic hunger. This is a type of hunger that has nothing to do with calorie need or nutrient need or vitamin needs. This is all about the pleasure. This is all about the pleasant sensations that come from eating something. And so we all probably can relate to this, where you go to a restaurant, you might have a lovely meal, you have more than enough calories, you're completely full, but the server comes over and says, "Oh, would you like dessert?" And you might say, "Well, yeah, you know what? I could go for some dessert. Yes, I'm hungry for dessert." And so you're not hungry because you need the calories. You're hungry because it's going to taste good. And that's what is driving you to eat it. And so the pleasant sensations that are associated with the food can actually get people to eat more than the nutrition that's associated with the food. And so I think this is where we are. We're fighting this battle of the fact that, fortunately, thanks to the fact that we are, a developed nation and we've advanced in our technology, we don't have a situation where people are struggling with the kind of hunger in most cases that we see on the left. But we do have a situation where people are still hungry for the pleasure. And that's the kids on the right. And that's why I think we see so much overeating and so many people struggling to regulate their intake, because they're eating not because the calories are needed, they're eating for the pleasant sensations. And I don't know if you can get satiated off of pleasure. I think there's never enough. The sky's the limit. You can get more and more pleasure. We're never going to say, "Oh, I've had enough pleasure." Whereas with calories, yes, we can say that. But the pleasure part of it seems to be overriding our body's signal to stop eating, and the fact that we've had enough of the calories that we need. And again, I think, it comes down to what I've referred to often as the diet myth. We have this whole idea in our culture that, if you want to go on a diet, you can lose weight and maybe bring your cholesterol down, bring your blood pressure down, or whatever your health goal might be, that it's this time frame that if you do something temporarily to get healthy, then you can go back to your kind of old ways once you reach your milestone. Or you maybe tell yourself, "Okay, I'm going to get to this point and then I'll keep my good health habits." But when people sometimes get there, they kind of slack and start to go back to their old ways. And so there's this whole idea that if it's something you do temporarily and you'll lose weight. But I think we need to shift the mindset and talk more about the fact that, if you're on a diet, then that means you can go off of a diet. So I don't really like to refer to it even as a diet. I think diets fail, and my book, Why Diets Fail, talks all about this, because basically people are setting themselves up for failure when they think they're going to temporarily go on a diet. You need to change your life and focus on a new way of eating that is going to be from here on out if you want to be successful and want to have a healthy diet and have a healthy body and have a healthy mind. And so I think that that is important. I also think there's another part to this, why diets fail, is also because people are addicted to sugar and they sometimes don't even realize it. Sometimes they do realize it and they just don't know what to do about it. And they feel like they can't get help and they feel like their doctor doesn't take them seriously. Sometimes they don't even realize they're addicted to it because they've been consuming it their whole life. And so many products contain it that they just continue to eat it. And their health problems continue to emerge and they're not able to maintain a healthy body weight. So just to summarize the research, and then I'd love to talk about questions you have and have a discussion about this because I could talk about this for weeks. This is a summary taken from a colleague's paper from a few years back. We have criteria that we use to diagnose people as having an addiction to drugs and alcohol. Okay. These are special criteria that are developed by the American Psychiatric Association, and they are put in a book called the DSM. This is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And so this is the book that psychologists and psychiatrists and mental health practitioners refer to when they want to see what criteria needs to be met when someone's diagnosed as having a drug and alcohol problem or substance use disorder. And you can see the criteria are listed on the left: tolerance, withdrawal, using more than intended, trying to cut back, but not being able to, missing important activities due to use, persistent behavior in spite of the fact that you know it's causing you harm or causing consequences. And what you can see is that all of these criteria have been met when the substance of abuse is sugar or food. And so this has been shown not only in animal model studies, but also in clinical studies in humans as well. And so I think that when we really start to think about this from a psychiatric perspective, if these sugar-rich, highly processed foods can produce the same types of behaviors and meet the same criteria as drugs and alcohol, how can we expect people to just walk away? I mean, if you think about it, drugs are illegal for a reason, right? Because we know that they can harm people. You go to jail if you bring drugs to work. But, like I said earlier, you go to work and you show up with a big tray of donuts and people think you're great. And so I think we need to shift the mindset around this and start to really think about how food can have an impact on our brains and how it can have an impact on our behavior and how this is being harmful, not only to ourselves, but to those around us and others. And that's all I have for the slides.
Oh my God. I have taken 4 pages of notes. And one of the things you said that I put a big star on was you can never get satiated from the pleasure. 2 of the authors of a book called The Pleasure Trap, Dr. Lyle and Dr. Goldhammer, each are experts on this summit. And that is so true.
It is. And I think that's, it's partly, I think, I kind of find that there's a few different ways in which this applies. So I find that many people will say that they overeat because the food tastes good, but then when they think about it, they want to feel good. And that's the way that they can do it, right? So they might not have the means to feel good through exercise or have, the ability yet to feel good through exercise. And they might be maybe anxious or a little depressed, and eating can temporarily fix that. It can make people feel better and people self-soothe. This is why, the old adage of, the pediatrician giving the little kid a lollipop after they get a vaccine, that's true because the lollipop's going to make them feel better. And so I think that, people are using food in that way. People are using food to self-medicate, and also just because it tastes good and it makes them feel good. So why stop?
Yeah. Well, it's one thing about the processed food industry. At least I'll say they tell the truth, because even their slogans basically tell us we're going to be addicted. Once you pop, you just can't stop. Bet you can't eat just one. It's almost like they've been warning us.
It is. And, that's the thing. And one of the things I've been working a lot on lately to try to help educate people about is you have to be very mindful with the marketing strategies that these food companies are using. There is a lot in the psychology of that and the psychology strategies that are used to market these foods to make people think that they're healthy. Just because something says it's all natural or contains natural ingredients. I mean, the Pop-Tarts contain natural ingredients. It doesn't mean that, it's healthy for you. It just means that it might contain one or more ingredients that could potentially come from nature. And so we need to be mindful, just because something says it's gluten-free or it's non-GMO, that's great, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily good for you to eat. So you really need to be savvy when looking at those labels and be very critical of them. And what I tell people is, you're putting this in your body. You're ingesting this thing. So you should know what's in it. Don't just blindly eat things because it's in the grocery store and just trust that the food industry has your best interests and your health in mind, because they don't. They are not there to be your doctor. They're there to make products, to sell, to make money, to make their business thrive. And so it's up to us to take care of our bodies. And it's up to us to educate each other about these issues and be aware of the fact that many of these food companies are marketing things that are unhealthy, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah. Well, thanks for shedding a light on this. You showed in that slide that sugar meets the criterion for an addiction according to the DSM. So I would classify it, at least for people that struggle with it, as a drug of abuse. Yet many people don't believe in food addiction or sugar addiction, both lay people and healthcare professionals.
It's true. And, when I first started doing this research, it was almost 20 years ago. And I remember writing some grants and presenting this topic at some of our earlier data at scientific academic conferences. And people thought it was a joke. And these were our colleagues, being honest. And they were like, oh, what is this? Something out of a woman's magazine? This is really not science. This is, kind of silly. And we stuck with it. And we were really the first lab to study this from an empirical standpoint. And some of the inspiration that I got to study this was coming from people who had personally struggled with a food addiction or sugar addiction in particular, and had written books on the topic. Books for people to learn about, how they could potentially relate so that they could help other people. And that really inspired us to continue to do the research, because that's what we needed to move this forward. It had to move away from being something that, people were writing books about and, people were kind of talking about in women's magazines, to being something that has a scientific basis, because that's how we make advancements. And so we stuck with it. And I'm really happy that over the years, I've published on this topic alone over 100 scientific peer-reviewed publications on studies looking at whether or not food can be addictive. And now I think this is something that there's still some resistance on in the medical and the scientific community, but a lot more people are on board with this idea. And as more and more research has come out supporting the idea that food can be addictive, it's becoming more and more difficult to argue. And I think the next step is to really get the medical community on board with recognizing this as an actual condition. And I'm hoping that maybe at the next iteration of the DSM, when they revise it again, we'll find food will eventually make it into the criteria as an addictive disorder. We saw some progress in the last iteration because gambling is now considered an addictive disorder. And so we're moving away from it being just drugs and alcohol to now processes or things beyond just drugs and alcohol. So I think that's setting the stage for at some point finding ultra processed foods on that list.
Well, I think the part of the problem is that we've from the beginning called processed food food. And in my opinion, it isn't food. And that's, I think, where the confusion lies, because you really can't be addicted to food or eating. Like I always say, nobody goes to Arugula anonymous. I've never seen people have a problem, with broccoli sprouts, for example. But the fact that we've called it food for so long, I think that's why people argue, about food addiction. Maybe it just needs a different name.
It does need a different name. And, for many, many years, people have said to me, oh, you shouldn't call it food addiction. You should call it something else because it's not all food. And, my answer is, why should I change the name? You change the name. We should change the name of how we define food. I think that would be much easier for people and better for people if they could have some sort of labeling system to help people understand, whether or not this is a food or not. In my opinion, if you have to synthesize it in a laboratory like that to make Pop-Tarts as an example, it shouldn't be considered a food. And I think that, it'd be one thing if there were a handful of products like this, but when it's the majority of our food supply, then that becomes a problem. And it's finding, I find that every year it seems to get worse and worse and worse in terms of the processed foods, because now it's not only just foods like, shelf stable things, but now we're finding that many of our beverages are highly processed beverages. So it's not just, milk anymore. Now it's, oat milk that's sweetened with, 5 other things. And, that can lead people to have this false sense of thinking, oh, it's oat milk. It must be healthy for me because dairy supposedly is bad for me. But then, what ends up happening is that people don't necessarily look on the label and see that, oh, wow, that oat milk that you're consuming, you might as well have just had a bowl of ice cream because it's got so much sugar in it. So I think that that's, where we're starting to see is that many of these products are just loaded with added sugar, and people just have this false perception that they're healthy when in many cases they're really not.
Absolutely. And I'm somebody who's been vegan for almost 45 years, but just because it's vegan doesn't mean it's healthy. Twizzlers, Pringles, Oreos, these are all vegan. They're all highly ultra processed.
Exactly. And I think that's where, people struggle, because people think, okay, if it falls into this category of what is perceived as being a healthy style of eating, like you just said with vegan, there's so many health benefits to being vegan, but if you're vegan because you eat Doritos all day long, then no, that's not what they meant when they said it's healthy to be a vegan. So I think that part of it, we need to help to educate people about more so that they're aware of healthier choices that they can make.
If we took all of the processed and ultra processed food out of the supermarket, we'd be left basically with the produce section and maybe the bulk bin with some grains and beans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at the real estate of the layout of the store, I mean, the majority of it these days is just aisles and aisles of shelves. And, it's becoming something where we're becoming so overly reliant on it that I think about like little kids. I have little kids at home, and one of the things that I really try to do with my daughters is to teach them how to cook. I love to cook. I'm a recipe developer. I've developed all the recipes for my books. And I like it because it's like a science experiment. It's like, putting together ingredients and figuring out what combinations work best and creating something healthy. But I really think many people don't value the joy of cooking and don't think they have enough time. And I understand, I'm a working mom too, and I get it. It's hard to make the time, but it's important because you're teaching a skill set to somebody that they're not learning in school. I'm old enough to be where we had home ec when I was in school, and there's no home ec being taught anymore. And so I think it's good to teach your kids how to cook. And it also enables people to not become so reliant on the processed foods. Because I think part of the problem is if you don't know how to cook or how to put ingredients together in your kitchen, you're going to be like, oh, I better just heat up this frozen pizza because I need something to eat. I don't know what to do with these vegetables and these other grains and things that I have on hand. And so I think that that's something we need to get back to, is really teaching people the basics and helping people to be able to create their own foods at home.
Yeah. I once heard from one of the experts on the summit that people that ate the most fruits and vegetables had the healthiest body weight and BMI. And I'm wondering if the opposite is true, that people that eat the most processed foods, because whenever I go to the supermarket, I always look at the basket before the person, and I can almost always guess their weight by what's in the basket. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. I agree. I think that, one of the other issues that we see with all these highly processed foods is they don't often contain a lot of fiber. And we know eating lots of fruits and vegetables helps people to have high fiber diet, which is important to metabolize our food and to make sure that we're staying healthy. And it helps with weight control too. And, I find the same thing when I go to the grocery store. I think the healthiest people are the people who have just a couple of items in their grocery baskets. The people who are pushing a giant cart filled to the brim, those are the people that are only going once every couple of weeks to the grocery store and they're stocking up, which to me is not a great idea, because if you're eating a healthy diet, you can't stock up on fresh vegetables. I mean, and frozen vegetables, yes, obviously you could stock up on those, but I think that if you want to be eating in a way that is going to be healthy and is going to get you less reliant on the high sugar diet and the highly processed foods, you have to be just shopping like once a week and grabbing the items you need for that week, because otherwise the stuff's not going to last.
I'm wondering, I mean, I really am not a fan of the processed food industry, but hypothetically, if they were willing to make food healthier, would people even eat it? Because, when I've read Michael Moss's books and they've taken out, like, say, the salt and Cheez-Its, people don't like it.
Yeah. So I think about this a lot, and we've actually, done some studies looking at this. And you're right that it's these highly processed foods, they taste so good. And, how are we going to maybe transition away from having these foods be so delicious tasting and maybe have them be a little less delicious tasting, right? And are people going to accept them? And I think that, we're really in a tough spot with that because we need the food industry. I don't think we could survive without them because there's so many people out there. And I don't know if, the way that we've given up on our farms, I don't know if there's enough farms to support us all. And so we do need the food industry. And I think that we can work with them to make the foods less highly processed and make them healthier. But you're right. It comes at the cost of people not thinking they taste as delicious and then not wanting to buy them. And so I think it almost has to be a generational change. And I think that if we started off our little ones, our babies, on a diet that was not so reliant on these processed foods, if we could work with food companies, and this is something that I do, I have done a lot of writing lately about, feeding babies healthy diets and little kids healthy diets, eating a healthy diet during pregnancy. I've written a couple books on this topic. And my one book, What to Feed Your Baby and Toddler, goes over the importance of really trying to minimize exposure to processed foods in our little ones. Because, if you have these kids that are raised on chicken nuggets and macaroni and cheese, then they're not going to be willing to have, squash as the colorant in their macaroni set that they're eating. And they're going to expect it to be very salty. They're going to expect all the added sugars in their foods. And so from a psychological standpoint, it is difficult. It's actually a phenomenon called negative contrast. And basically, if you have something like, let's just say I said to you, hey, Chef AJ, I really want to give you a gift. Here's a new handbag, and it's like a $5,000 designer handbag. You would say, oh my gosh, Dr. Vina, that's so nice of you. But if then I said, actually, I want to give you a gift, Chef AJ, here's like a used purse that I found in my basement that I don't want anymore. You might be like, oh, well, that's not really that nice. Even though it's a nice gesture, just compared to the $5,000 purse I was offering you a few minutes ago, it's going to seem like not that great. So the same thing happens with our taste perceptions and food. When you eat something that's really delicious, and then you follow it up with something that's maybe nice, but not as delicious or not as sweet, you have this negative perception of it. And so it's just this comparison that we naturally make when we think about things. And it happens all the time with food. So that's why I think it could be a challenge to, get people to make this like abrupt shift. And unless there's a crisis, I think that's when we're going to see it. And I don't know if one of the problems I think we have is that it's kind of like smoking cigarettes. You don't drop dead from lighting up a cigarette and putting it in your mouth. You drop dead from heart disease that you develop for years of smoking cigarettes. And so it's a cumulative negative effect on your health. And the same thing happens with food. You don't, bite into a hamburger and then, suddenly you have diabetes or heart disease. No, it's over the years of time where you were abusing your body by not feeding it the right foods that you then develop these chronic health conditions that are very difficult to reverse once they're put into place. And so I think that that's where we have the issue is that, people don't necessarily feel like we're in a crisis or that there's an immediate need to change the way in which we structure our diets or the way we eat. They're waiting for the crisis moment to happen. And we shouldn't be doing that. We should be working to prevent the crises from ever happening.
Right. I love that you said that. It wasn't that one Coke Slurpee I had that when I was 7 years old that got me to 200 pounds with the beginning of colon cancer. It was the fact that I was having it every day for breakfast and a Dr. Pepper every day for lunch and all the other crap that I was having for the first 43 years of my life.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. And, I think that some people have the wake-up call. They'll have their moment. And I've worked with people over the years who just suddenly like, today's the day. I don't want to live like this anymore. I want to know what it feels like to live in a different body, to live a different life. And, some people get there at different time points than others. Some people never get there. And so I think that's really the challenge that we all have is helping people at various different stages of this. There's people who are in denial that they even, have a problem. They need to control their food intake. There's people who are so willing to do whatever it takes. They just don't have the tools. They don't have the resources, or they don't know what to do. And so I think that's where we have to work together as a community to help people.
Well, this idea of people not knowing they have a problem, that comes down to that social aspect you talked about at the beginning. Yeah, one of the experts on the summit, Dr. Frank Sabatino, talks about how food addiction is the only addiction you can just do in public, in front of everybody. You can't, and it's fine because everybody, ultra processed food is socially acceptable, readily available, easily affordable. And, you talk about like bringing donuts to the soccer game. That's fine if people want to have community, but what if they brought like a crudité tray instead,
Right. It's true. And I think that, it's funny because I was that mom when my older daughter, I'll never forget, when she was in kindergarten, it was her birthday and she wanted to bring in cupcakes to school because that's what all the other parents did, is they gave cupcakes at the school for their daughter's or son's birthday. And I said, you know what, Stell, we're going to do something a little bit different. And I made up little individual goodie bags with little toys and little tiny, goodie bag type treat things, nothing edible. It was only little toys. And she said, oh, I'm nervous that these aren't going to go over well and the kids are going to be disappointed they didn't get a cupcake. And wouldn't you know it, those kids loved it. And it was like the greatest thing. They were so happy to have something different. And I got so many calls and texts and emails from other parents in the class saying, thank you so much for changing it and making it so that we don't have to bring in cupcakes. So I really think it needs to just be that one person who's going to be different and think outside the box and say, you know what, we can still make this fun for the kids, but it doesn't have to be, sending the message that you celebrate fun things with unhealthy food. Because I think that's a big problem too, is that we've paired happiness and celebration with eating unhealthy food. I mean, think about it, like, birthday cake is a perfect example. Like, why does it have to be cake? Like, why do you put a candle in a cake? I mean, I get it. It's a tradition, but that tradition started a long, long time ago when we didn't have 60% of the population overweight or obese. And when it was a birthday treat, meaning maybe this was the first time you've had cake in 6 months. Now we're having cake every single day. So it's changed its meaning. And I think that, we need to change along with it. And I think that it really just is going to take, people to really just say, you know what, I'm doing it differently. And, that's just how it's going to be.
Oh, thank you for doing that. What drives me crazy are these smash cakes that they give these 1-year-old. The kid, you could do mashed cauliflower, mashed potatoes. The kid wouldn't care.
Exactly. And, I get it. People want to have these traditions. They want to celebrate things, and you can do them, but just do it a little bit differently. And I think that, people appreciate that. I know I do when I go to events or go to parties and people are doing something a little bit different. I always think like, oh, wow, that's so cool that they thought about me a little bit more, meaning like their guests or the people they invited, in that I want to make this a little bit healthier for you, a little bit better for you. And I'm putting in that extra effort to do so. And so I really think that, that resonates with people. It makes people feel like they're cared about.
Also, the thing is obesity and type 2 diabetes are no longer an adult problem anymore.
Exactly. I mean, they're a lifelong problem. I mean, when you have kids in 3rd grade getting type 2 diabetes, that's a problem. I mean, this is something that, I remember when I was younger, I had a friend who had type 1 diabetes, and it was referred to as juvenile diabetes. That's what the nurse in the school said. Oh, she's got, juvenile diabetes. That was kind of, everyone knew in case she had a crisis so we could help her. And now we no longer refer to type 1 diabetes as juvenile diabetes because there's juveniles that get type 2 diabetes. And so, we have this distinction now where, we're seeing so many young people getting diseases and conditions that used to be only seen in older people. And so my concern is, what are those young people's lives going to look like when they're in their 40s and 50s, if they already have all these health concerns and health complications? And I think we're starting to see this, the tip of the iceberg here with this, because we've seen this past year was the first year that the life expectancy actually went down. And, I think we need to consider the fact that our lifestyle is really creating a situation where many of us are not doing things to promote longevity, to promote living a healthy life for a long time. And I think that that's going to be something that we're going to continue to battle.
Yeah, we have to change what we're eating.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a bit more than changing what we're eating. I think it's just reevaluating how we view food. My, take on it is that it's like the thing that you put in your body. Like I think when, you really start to think about it and think about, how you really are putting these things into your body to feed your organs, to feed your brain, to like nourish yourself, that should be our priority, is to only put the best and the most important and the ones that are going to be the healthiest. And, I think that we've kind of just been lured into the convenience and the pleasure and the things that I talked about earlier. And that's kind of overtaken the rational, thing of just saying, well, it's your body. You need to take care of it and only feed it the healthiest things.
Right. Well, if there's a hereditary or genetic component to sugar craving or food addiction, what can one do about it? Because you're kind of screwed at the beginning.
Right. Well, yeah, I see your point. I think that we have to look at it like if you have a genetic component to being addicted, just like people who have alcoholism that runs in their family, doesn't necessarily mean you're bound to become an alcoholic, but it means that you have this extra piece of information. You're at greater risk for developing it just due to the way your genetic code is set up. And so you need to be mindful of that and be aware. And I think the same thing happens for people who have this genetic predisposition to overeat or who have obesity in their families. It doesn't mean that you are destined to, but it does mean that you are at greater risk. So you need to take extra precaution. And I think we're all at risk. I mean, we're at the point where the percentage of our population that has obesity and overweight has, made it such that we're all essentially at risk. And even forget about the genetics, just the environment alone. I mean, we have the nature part and then we have the nurture part, the nature being our genetics, the nurture being our environment. Our food environment is not nurturing. If anything, it's not a good thing. And so we need to really have this uphill battle against both the genetic component and also the fact that we're in an environment that promotes overeating and promotes eating these highly processed foods.
Is there a way to predict if a child is on their way to becoming a food addict, and how can we help that child?
That's a great question. So there have been some scales that have been developed to test food addiction in humans. There was one that was developed that we've worked with over the years called the Yale Food Addiction Scale. And there's a child version of it that's been administered and studied. And there's some publications using that. And I think that that's certainly one way to look at it. Another way is to talk with pediatricians. I think we really need to get pediatricians more involved with, looking at nutrition. And by no fault of their own, I mean, there's so much you need to learn in medical school. Nutrition is a very small component of what doctors are taught. The good doctors are the ones that go above and beyond and maybe, take extra courses or get extra certification in nutrition because they know it's so important to making sure their patients are healthy. But the average doctor really doesn't really know a lot about nutrition unless they're self-taught. And that's just because of the way in which our medical systems are developed. I mean, I teach in the medical school at Mount Sinai, and, I give one lecture on nutrition to second years, and that might be the only thing they ever hear about nutrition unless they go on after medical school and get extra training. And so I think it's important that we help to educate pediatricians because they are the point of where we can make a difference. They can recognize things and stop it in their tracks and help parents to get their child eating healthier and to really be a resource to parents so that they can improve the nutrition of a child. And I think, again, I have little kids at home. One thing I can say as a parent is that when you take your kid to the doctor, they weigh them, but they don't run routine blood work on little kids. And so unless you specifically ask for it, you're not going to know if your kid's blood sugar is elevated. You're not going to know if your kid's cholesterol levels are elevated. So again, just because your child looks lean and they might appear to be healthy, that's on the outside. You don't know what's happening on the inside. And this happens a lot with little kids where, they might be storing the fat inside their cells in their body and in their bloodstream. And that's not good because that means that they're going to have high cholesterol levels as little kids. We don't want that. And so I think it's important to, have an open conversation with pediatricians and to make them see and have parents, tell their pediatricians that they want to have a nutrition analysis done. They want to know if their kid is getting, if they have high blood pressure, if they have all these things that are typically done when an adult goes and gets their annual physical. They don't always do all those things for kids.
Right. Are there ramifications of feeding children highly processed, ultra processed food or sugar at various stages of their lives in terms of setting them up for food addiction or future obesity?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really, one of the things I talk about in my book, got it right here. What to feed your baby and toddler. This book, I was inspired to write it because I had written another book called What to Eat When You're Pregnant. That was all about what you should eat during pregnancy, because there's been such a focus on avoiding certain foods during pregnancy and really not capitalizing on the importance of good nutrition during pregnancy and what foods are healthy for a baby. And so the follow-up to that was to write What to Feed Your Baby and Toddler, because we know that the first 1,000 days of life are critical in terms of development. There's been a lot of talk about this, and that goes from conception through age 2. And nutrition during this critical window can have a long-term impact on cognitive functioning, on immune system health, and it can also have an impact on food preferences later in life. And so one of the biggest challenges I think we see these days is that so many parents are not really sure what to feed their baby when the baby's first born. They, the pediatricians will say, oh yeah, drink fruits and vegetables and greens. And what ends up happening is the vegetables fall off the list. Right. And so you give your baby apples and it tastes good. Pears. It tastes good. Then you try to give your baby broccoli and they make a face. And then parents say, oh, they didn't like it. Let me not give that to them ever again. And that's the biggest mistake you could make, because they're supposed to make a face like that. That's what happens when you taste something that isn't sweet. There's these genetic facial responses that, humans have, that other animals have, rats even have them, where we make this kind of face of like, oh, it doesn't taste that great. Doesn't mean they don't like it. It's just their facial reactivity. And so many parents think that means the baby doesn't like it and they don't ever try that food again. And so what ends up happening is you get into this situation where babies are essentially eating fruits and oatmeal. And that's really not good, right? We don't have any vegetables. And so what ends up happening is you're training their palates to only like stuff that's sweetened. If you go into the baby food aisle of the grocery store, you'll be hard pressed to find a commercially available baby food that doesn't have a fruit in it. They're all sweetened. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with fruit. I think it's great. But the problem is we're training babies from a very early age to only like things that are masked with sweetness. And then think about what happens. Then they go to elementary school and they want to have, pancakes with syrup on them. And then they want to have, sugar added to their cereal. And then it becomes this sort of ongoing thing throughout their life where they are attracted to sweetness, and it just gets worse and worse over time. And so my advice to parents is really to focus in those early years when you're focusing on getting your babies and toddlers off to a good start with nutrition, focus on the vegetables, try it a variety of times. There's been lots of research studies that have shown that you need to do between 8 to 10 exposures to a taste in order to get a baby to accept it. And I think that that's important and is really the key to getting kids to have a more diverse palate.
And adults, I could just hug you for that, Dr. Ravina. I really so appreciate your emphasis on vegetables, because it's hard to get grown-ups to eat them too. Most adults I know eat sweet breakfast, oatmeal and fruit. And it's not that it's unhealthy, but where are they getting their vegetables? And I've always promoted eating vegetables early in the day at every meal, half your plate, even for breakfast. And people go, well, I don't like them. Well, that's because everything you eat is sweet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you said that, because I have made it one of my health goals to have a little salad at every meal. And just to make sure I'm getting, extra fiber and extra nutrients. And I find that it's even breakfast, like you should have cut up some lettuce and have it. Like, why not? It doesn't have to always be bacon and eggs and, the typical breakfast fare. And it's so true. I think that, getting people to understand, and I have this conversation with my kids all the time, you don't have to like it. If it's good for, I don't like paying the mortgage, but I like living in the house, so I'm going to do it. And so it's the same thing with food. Not all food is going to taste over the top delicious, because those foods that do taste over the top delicious aren't actually foods. Those are these ultra processed concoctions that are labeled as food in the grocery store. And so that's why we have to get away from this idea like, oh, I don't like the taste. Okay, well, do you like the fact that if you eat this, it's going to mean that you're, blood pressure is going to be a little lower. Your cholesterol level might get lower. It's going to make you healthier. So I think people need to get away from that immediate pleasure response and start to think about the long-term impact of what they're eating. And I get it. I know it's a difficult connection for a lot of people to make, but I think we really need to start making it. Otherwise, we're doomed.
Well, if people weren't eating so much sweet food and hedonic food, roasted Brussels sprouts would taste delicious.
They would. And I've worked with people who work really hard to cut sugar out of their diet. And then they'll come to me and they'll say, do you know what? You couldn't even pay me to eat a piece of chocolate right now because it's so aversive. It's too sweet. And they'll say, I never, ever thought I'd come to that point in my life where I thought something tasted too sweet. And the same with things like fruits. Like I've had people come to me and say, oh, now I get it why strawberries are sweet. Like I never tasted them as actually tasting sweet because I was so used to tasting all these other things that were like loaded with added sugar that I couldn't even detect the sweetness in a strawberry. And so when you do change your diet, you really are kind of reborn into this whole new food world where the foods taste so different. And a lot of people really get enjoyment out of that. And it becomes, the new pleasure that we get from food. That's a healthier one to have.
Right. That we're supposed to have, that we're meant to have.
Exactly. That is the one that we're meant to have. We're meant to find fruits to be delicious and sweet and pleasurable. And, that is really, I think, where we have to try to get back to. But we've just gotten so far away from that because we've just become, so unfortunately dependent on all these highly processed foods.
Right. Is there a safe level of sugar consumption or ultra processed food consumption, especially for somebody that's already severely addicted or overweight?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And it's tough to answer because I think that, there's different degrees of being addicted and dependent on these foods. And I think, for some people, they are at a point where they know, just like somebody who might be an alcoholic would say, I can't drink alcohol because I can't control myself if I do. So I just completely avoid it. And then they'll have their list of foods that they just don't eat. And so they don't eat snack treats. They don't eat, bread or whatever it might be. They have their list of things that they avoid and things that they allow themselves to eat. But I think other people kind of fall into more of a harm reduction approach. And I think that those people who can abstain from the foods, if that works for them, that's great. And I'm really proud of them and happy for them. But for some people, when they try to do that and then they have a slip up or, they have a bad day and they eat a couple cookies, then they get this guilt and they put all this blame on themselves. And so for some people, that abstinence approach, I don't know if it really works. So what I would recommend in those cases is that people try a harm reduction approach. And that's something that's used with treatment of alcoholism in some cases where, okay, we're going to try to get it so that you're just doing less harm to yourself. So it might mean that, okay, instead of cutting all of the processed food out of your diet, all the sugar out of your diet, let's just cut out the sugar sweetened beverages. Let's start there. And so taking a step-by-step approach and really just trying to minimize the harm. If you stop drinking sugar sweetened beverages and can continue that for the rest of your life, then you're on the right path. That's a good step to be taking, especially if, you're somebody who's drinking, like you were saying, you used to drink a lot of Dr. Pepper and some of these other beverages can contain tons of added sugar. And especially some of these more modern ones now, oh my gosh, it's not only just, the added sugar, but they have caffeine in them. I mean, a lot of these energy drinks too are on the market can really just be awful. But if you could start to just reduce the harm by making one change that you can stick to, that you can do, and it not be overwhelming, then that's a great thing. And then once you've mastered that, and I've had people say, you know what? Yeah, I gave up sugar sweetened beverages. I stopped putting sugar in my coffee. I realized I don't need it. And I'm feeling good about that. And I'm glad I made that change. Let's make another change. What could the next change be? Maybe it's going to be, let's start with breakfast. What do you eat for breakfast? How can we make that healthier? How can we get the sugar? How do we get you off of cereal and oatmeal as the sole source of your breakfast? And so I think that these types of strategies can differ depending on the individual. What's going to work for one person might not work for everybody. So I think we do need to keep an open mind and be warm and supportive to all people, no matter where they are in the journey, and just really just focus on helping them to move along the path.
Right. Yeah, abstinence works, but not if you can't do it.
Perfect. Yes, that's exactly it.
Right. I always tell people, do the least restrictive diet that you can do that will give you the results you seek.
Exactly. And I think that's, at the end of the day, you're living in your body, right? You need to do this. You're the one who has to do it. Anybody can tell you what to do, but that doesn't mean you can do it. And so you need to be the one who's driving the car and decide what you realistically can and can't do. And I think, that strategy of having it be personalized is so important, especially because everybody's unique. We're all coming from different backgrounds. We all have different challenges. And, this one size fits all approach is not always the best way to go.
Right. That's why it's important for everyone to know themselves. Exactly.
And to be accepting of that and to understand that's, part of the journey is if you're struggling with losing weight, or if you're struggling with, getting your health goals in place, as a human, we tend to turn to the people around us and look and say, oh, well, how come my neighbor doesn't have this problem? How come my friend, it was so easy for her, to lose weight? And you have to remember that everybody's unique. We all have our genetic and environmental makeup that's unique to us. And so you can't really compare yourselves to others. What works well for somebody is not necessarily going to work well for you. So that's why you have to really try things and do what's best for you.
Okay. Does sugar affect the brain differently of, say, a child to an adult, or an overweight person to somebody that's not overweight?
Absolutely. And so there's been lots of studies that have looked at the brains of kids that are eating sugar. And one of the things that's so interesting about children is they live in very different sensory worlds than adults do. And so the threshold for something tasting pleasurable in terms of sweetness is much higher for kids than it is for adults. And so this is why kids are drawn to those sugary cereals, and because that is actually the optimal level of sweetness for them in terms of the way their mind processes it. And one of the things that we see, especially happening too with people who struggle with being overweight or obese, is that their brains are different. Their brains have been changed by overeating these high sugar foods for many, many years in some cases, where, they're not going to perceive something sweet in the same way as somebody who might be not eating a lot of high sugar foods. We actually did a whole bunch of studies on this in our laboratory rats. And we saw that, those animals that were overweight, they acted very differently and their brains looked very different compared to animals that were eating a healthy diet. And so the same thing's been shown in humans. And it is something that, we need to keep in mind that, when you tell somebody who's overweight or obese to just not eat something that's not healthy for them, it's more difficult for them than it is for somebody who's not struggling with being overweight or obese. And so I think it's important that we recognize the challenge that comes. And it's not a challenge because they're having a moral failing or they just don't have the willpower. It's because the food has changed their brain and made it more difficult. And so I think that's important for people who are struggling to lose weight, is to understand it's not your fault. It's the food's fault. And so we have to just reevaluate your relationship with the food and get you out of this. And I often say it's kind of like a bad boyfriend that you should break up with, but you don't because you like him and he's, there's parts of him that are okay. It's like that. You need to think about whether or not it's time to break up with some of these foods that you're eating, because they're doing more harm than good at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I know a lot of people that they say they don't eat sugar because they don't eat white sugar, or maybe they don't eat brown sugar, but they eat agave or maple syrup or honey, or, a molasses or coconut sugar, or they'll put stevia in everything they eat, or erythritol or xylitol, or there's new ones now, monk fruit or lohan or aspartame. But at the end of the day, isn't sugar sugar?
At the end of the day, I think it's the sweetness that's driving the addiction. And, we've shown this in our research studies. And I think at least 3 times a week, I have a reporter writing an article, contact me asking what's the best sweetener, what's the, what kind of sugar or alternative sweetener is the best one to use, the healthiest one. And my answer is often the same. It's that, some of these artificial sweeteners or alternative sweeteners, they can be okay if you're looking to cut back on calories because you're getting 0 calories, or if you have, like allulose is a sweetener that doesn't affect the blood sugar in a way that other types of sweeteners do. So if you have diabetes, then that might be a sweetener that would, be beneficial to you in some respect. But if you're addicted to these sugars, if you're addicted to the sweet taste, if your problem is that you are compelled to overeat these sugar-rich foods, substituting it with agave or, coconut sugar or whatever, it's not really going to solve the problem. It's going to essentially be a Band-Aid. And, if you're really trying to get to the root of your problem, which is to break this addiction to sugar and have that happen in your brain, then you need to really just minimize the sweetness in your diet. I will say the one caveat to that, because people will then often say, well, what about fruit? Fruit does not count. Fruit, in my opinion, is not a sugar in the sense that, yes, fruits contain sugar, but they also contain fiber and they also contain other nutrients. And it's developed in a way by nature that our body can process it and break it down. So I don't consider fruit as being something that should be off limits for people who are looking to cut back on sugar. If anything, it should be the sweet treat, right? It's going to be the thing, if you're having that sugar craving, grab a pear. That's going to be something that can help you when you're trying to cut out the processed sugar.
Right. Well, just like your client or patient that said once they neuroadapted, chocolate was just unthinkable. Once you stop eating sugar, fruit sometimes is almost too sweet.
It is. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think, if you can get to that point, and I think it's just a matter of doing it long enough so you can get to that point. It's a marathon. It's not going to happen overnight. And I think that's the thing that people have to realize and come to accept, that, just like, I wouldn't go out and try to run a marathon tomorrow without having the time to build up to 26.2 miles. It's the same thing with changing your diet. It can't always happen overnight. And sometimes you have to take a stepwise approach and make these small changes that can have big time effects later on.
Right. But don't these 0-calorie sweeteners like stevia, erythritol, and aspartame, which I'm told by other doctors are horrible for our microbiome, don't they kind of trick the system?
You mean the brain system?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what ends up happening is that they're going to still release dopamine. They're going to still release all these neurochemicals and pleasure systems. So you're still going to have that addiction-like cycle happening where, you're getting that hedonic appeal from the food, and it does trick the system. And I think that's really the goal, is to make it so that there is no system to trick, right? Make it so that we can get to the point where, you're not compelled to overeat these sugar-rich foods. Because if you're going to just try to, say, oh, well, if I just substitute, erythritol for all my sugar, then I'll be sugar free. And you need to be mindful, because a lot of products that are on the market now are say they're sugar free, but it doesn't mean they're sweetener free. And so you need to be looking at the labels and understanding what these other sweeteners are if you're trying to cut all the sweetness out of your diet, or if your goal is to cut down on the sweetness.
Or maybe try to find sweetness from life.
Yes. I think that's the best way to find it.
Oh, gosh, I just really enjoy talking to you so much. Dr. Avina, what's the real truth about weight loss?
Well, you know what? I think you're going to have, from the people on your summit, multiple truths. And I think that's the real truth, is that there are so many truths in terms of weight loss. It's a journey. It's going to be different than everyone. But for me, my real truth is that it comes down to your relationship with food. If you can have a healthy relationship with food, then you're going to have a healthy life and you're going to be happier. And I think that the sooner people can realize that and be able to make those small changes to get to that point, then the happier and the healthier they're going to feel.
Right. And a healthy relationship with food hopefully includes eating vegetables.
Yes. Like I said, I have them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Avina.
Thank you.
I've had the privilege of interviewing Dr. Avina several times and discussing her books, and she's really one of my favorite people in the space of food addiction, because even though she has never suffered with it or weight, she completely gets it from a scientific aspect. And here are my key takeaways from her fabulous presentation. Dr. Avina highlighted the groundbreaking notion of food addiction and its probable link to the obesity epidemic. Processed foods addictiveness, particularly those with sugar, significantly contribute to the issue. Portion sizes have remarkably increased over time, exacerbating the obesity problem despite our unchanged caloric needs. Multiple factors contribute to obesity, including genetic predisposition, sedentary lifestyle, and modern food accessibility. Social norms around constant eating and food-centric gatherings influence passive calorie consumption and overeating. And stress acts as a crucial factor in overeating barriers and the development of obesity. Dr. Avina stresses the importance of discerning between real food and highly processed junk food to manage food addiction and obesity. Nutrition labels provide vital information, but challenges remain in identifying healthful options among highly processed products. Understanding food composition through labels can empower better dietary choices, contrasting whole foods with engineered foods like Pop-Tarts. Ultra-processed foods are man-made, significantly different from natural foods and widespread in grocery stores. Remember how Dr. Hans Diehl earlier in the week said that you want to eat food made from a plant, not manufactured in a plant? Food scientists develop products with added sugar and preservatives to enhance shelf life and taste. I forgot what it said, the longer the shelf life, the shorter your life. The term ultra-processed foods refers to items with artificial colors, flavors, sweeteners, and emulsifiers that aren't used in traditional cooking. Minimizing the consumption of ultra-processed foods could reduce obesity, as these foods are associating with overeating and addiction. There's a distinction between physical hunger and hedonistic hunger, the latter driven by pleasure, not nutritional needs. Pleasant food sensations can lead to overeating, overshadowing the body's nutritional needs. Diets often fail because they are seen as temporary rather than lifelong changes to eating habits. Sugar addiction is real. Everybody on today's summit would believe that, I'm sure you'll see, with many unaware of its effects on health and difficulty in cutting down its consumption. Food behaviors and addiction to sugar can meet the criteria for substance use disorder. Ultra-processed foods impact our brain and behavior, posing risks not just individually, but collectively. Awareness of processed food marketing strategies is essential. Natural labels do not equate to health. Being savvy about food labels is crucial, as gluten-free or non-GMO doesn't automatically mean healthy. Understanding what you're consuming is essential, since the food industry aims to profit, not prioritize your health. Sugar addiction is recognized in the scientific research, reflecting its impact on health despite skepticism. There's a growing consensus that food can be addictive, with hope that future medical guidelines will acknowledge it. Processed foods should not be considered food due to their addictive and unhealthy nature. Ultra-processed food, even vegan ones, can be misleading and unhealthy. The majority of the supermarket's layout is devoted to processed foods, which underscores the importance of cooking at home and teaching it to the younger generations. Regular consumption of fruits and vegetables correlate with healthier body weight and BMI. A high-fiber diet from fruits and vegetables aid in weight management. Frequent fresh food shopping is recommended over stocking up to avoid reliance on processed food. The processed food industry faces challenges in making healthier products that consumers would still find appealing. A generational shift in diets, starting with babies and toddlers, might help in reducing dependence on processed foods. Contrast affects our personal perception of taste, making healthier options less appealing after consuming highly hyperpalatable food. Continuous poor eating habits lead to chronic health conditions over time, not instantly over one bad meal. Perceived lack of immediate crisis reduces urgency in dietary change, emphasizing the importance of preventative actions. Social acceptability of unhealthy eating hinders the recognition of food-related health problems. Changing traditional celebrations to promote healthier alternatives can challenge cultural norms tied to healthy eating. Early intervention and education about healthier lifestyle choices are crucial to prevent chronic diseases in younger generations. Understanding the role of genetics in food addiction highlights the need for awareness and personalized strategies to mitigate risks. The environment and societal norms significantly influence eating habits, indicating a collective responsibility for healthier food choices. Tools like the Yale Food Addiction Scale for children and educating pediatricians on nutrition are vital steps in addressing food addiction from a young age. Pediatricians play a crucial role in identifying and addressing elevated blood sugar and cholesterol levels in children, which might not be obvious from their appearance. Routine nutritional analysis for children can uncover health issues early. Feeding children highly processed and ultra-processed foods can set them up for future food addictions, obesity, and a preference for sweet tastes. The early years are critical for developing a child's palate, especially for vegetables, to prevent a lifelong preference for sweets. Persistence is key. It often takes multiple exposures for a child to accept a new food, especially vegetables. And adults also struggle with food choices, emphasizing the importance of integrating vegetables at every meal, regardless of the time of day. That's where vegetables for breakfast, it comes in so handy. Tackling food addiction and unhealthy eating habits may require different strategies, from complete abstinence to gradual reduction of harmful foods. So whether or not you can do moderation or need abstinence, you have to know yourself. Harm reduction strategies can be effective, starting with eliminating the most damaging items like sugar-sweetened beverages. I know I used to drink a lot of Coke Slurpees and Dr. Pepper, so I get it if those are your addictions. Personalization of dietary strategies is essential, since what works for one may not work for another individual. The least restrictive diet that still achieves health goals is often the most sustainable approach. And those of you that know me and have been following me for a while know that since day one, I've always said, do the least restrictive diet that you can do that will get you the results you seek. You need to be the one driving your health journey. No one else will. Understanding what works for you given your unique background and challenges. Know yourself and accept that what works for others may not work for you due to your unique genetic makeup and your environment. Sugar affects the brains of children and adults differently, with those overweights having altered perceptions of sweetness due to high sugar diets over time. Sugar's impact is not just about willpower. It changes the brain, making it harder for those affected to avoid it. So it's crucial to revisit and perhaps change your relationship with food, recognizing when certain foods do more harm than good. Artificial and alternative sweeteners, while low in calories, may not address the root of sugar addiction, only serving as a Band-Aid solution. Fruit, although containing sugar, also provides fiber and nutrients, making it a better choice for satisfying sugar cravings healthfully. Achieving a healthier diet is a gradual process akin to training for a marathon, requiring stepwise changes for significant long-term results. Zero-calorie sweeteners trick the brain into the continuing cycle of addiction. That would be things like stevia, erythritol, xylitol, mannitol, I think even monk fruit, all those things, highlighting the importance of being mindful of all sweeteners, not just sugar. So I want to say that again, the zero-calorie sweeteners, saccharin included, aspartame, trick the brain into continuing the cycle of addiction. The ultimate goal is to find sweetness in life beyond just food, looking to enrich experiences rather than seeking pleasure solely from eating. Weight loss and health are highly individual, tied to one's relationship with food. A healthier relationship with food leads to a healthier, happy life. Incorporating vegetables into every meal is part of maintaining a healthy relationship with food. I'm so glad you said that, Dr. Avina, and thank you. And thanks all of you for watching the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. We still have 4 more amazing speakers for you today. And next up is my friend, Dr. Eric Walsh, talking about whether or not moderation works or can it backfire. Dr. Walsh is the medical director for urgent care services. He has a double doctorate in medicine and public health, and he's passionate about educating people on ways to improve their mental, physical, and spiritual health. As a result, he's taken his God-given talents across the world and has given lectures and sermons on every continent. And I was privileged to hear him speak here in Northern California and actually host him and his lovely wife for brunch. And he too has suffered with weight issues and food addiction. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, my friend, Dr. Eric Walsh. Dr. Walsh, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back, and it's good to see you, my friend. It's always an honor and a privilege, and we still use your book. We love it. I just wanted to tell you, my mother-in-law, my wife said to thank you for the book and for the great things you have in it.
Oh, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your work, because I really appreciate that you're one of the few doctors that really talk about and understand food addiction. A lot of people don't believe that food is addictive or can be addictive. What do you say to that?
It would be nice to be able to say that food cannot be addictive. But what we know is that the brain's reward pathway can be hijacked. This is literally what happens with cocaine or caffeine or nicotine. And it's kind of be a bit naive to believe that food couldn't be engineered to have addictive qualities as well. And I think that's what you see once you start to look at food addiction and food cravings. And if you're ever going to lose weight and keep it off, this is something that has to be at the forefront of your mind. Are you eating foods? And we'll talk about that. I'll show some slides. Are you eating foods that feed you body, mind, and spirit? Or are you really feeding a craving that has been created kind of falsely by the food industry, by some of the products and processed things that they put into food?
Yeah, it's funny because the processed food industry actually calls their product cravables, bingeables.
Absolutely. And we talk about comfort foods. So we'll talk a little bit about stress as well, and how all of that plays in. We are all very stressed. Before we came on, we were talking about, as a physician, what it's meant to be seeing patients in a pandemic. It's been very stressful. But it's not just the healthcare workers who are stressed. I see people from all walks of life who are incredibly stressed during this pandemic, having to take time off from work, losing their jobs, losing their businesses, losing loved ones. So the stress levels are very high. And these foods are designed to be comfort foods. And so we'll talk a bit about what that means and how stress can interplay with addiction and really stymie weight loss. I'm someone that we've talked about this before. I was born a big baby. My whole life I've struggled with weight, and stress is one of those triggers. I've lost about 60 pounds. I'm lifting weights. I'm actually trying to build muscle and do some things, but I have to stay mindful. And my wife and I were talking about this week. If I get stressed, food is still one of the things that I want to go to. And they have designed food that when you're stressed, feels better, tastes better. The texture of it, the contents of it, all work to pull you in, to get you to eat more and more and more and more. So we'll talk about all of those different things as we go through the slides. And I hope it's beneficial to others as they're in this walk, because it's not an easy walk, and you need to have support. One of the things, I don't know if I'll get to talking about it in depth today, but I will talk about having accountability partners, having realistic goals. And we were talking about a little bit about religion before we came on. And I'll quote a great text that says, "A just man falls 7 times and rises every time." And that really means to me that even if you mess up, even if you fail at what you're doing, learn the lessons from that fall and get back up and keep going. And that is one of the biggest secrets about weight loss, is that you cannot believe that you're going to nail it the first time. In fact, when you do addiction recovery work, as I used to work in addiction medicine, what we would say is relapse is part of recovery. And so sometimes when you fall, you learn the company that you're around that might help you to fall, the holiday that might cause it, what triggers. And so you can learn to avoid those things or learn how to manage them. So a lot to talk about because these are nuts and bolts issues around weight loss and permanent weight loss, which is really what we're after.
Exactly. And I love that you said that. I mean, people can't expect to get it right the first time. Very few people, even when they quit smoking, quit on the first attempt.
Absolutely. It takes several attempts. But what you want every time is to learn more and you want to release more, meaning you don't want to go back to where you left off. So you do want to have every time experience in victory. So you want to beat something. So yeah, you fell, you went back, you ate, maybe you ate a pepperoni pizza or something, or 2 slices of a pepperoni pizza. And you say, man, I got to start over. But what you learn is, listen, if the kids have friends over and all that there is to eat is pepperoni pizza, I might eat 2 slices of the pepperoni pizza. But if my kids have friends over and we make burritos, I can actually make a burrito that's very healthy, or I can make a pizza from scratch that's healthy if I'm not ordering it from a store. So trying to learn those lessons to give you tools to victory is also very important.
Yeah, great suggestions.
All right. So this is a bit about your brain on food and what happens to our cognition and how food can be addictive as well. And so one of the big questions, for me, is this picture really says it all. We always have these 2 options. Here in Connecticut, where I live, there's a Dunkin' Donuts on every corner. And sometimes you got to pass a Dunkin' Donuts to get to a Dunkin' Donuts. It's very crazy. Very popular restaurant brand, coffee shop, whatever you want to call it. But the other side of it is this apple that's being held that is not as highly promoted. You don't see commercials on television for apples or for other fruits and vegetables in general. And so we all have this really serious decision to make, because as we were just talking about, stress works to drive you to the donut and away from the apple because of the way that the donut is designed. We'll talk about that in a second. There's a great nutritionist who coined this phrase: stressed spelled backwards is desserts. And I probably mentioned this on the show before, and my colleague, Dr. Columbus Batiste, who's brilliant in the plant-based world, we both talk about this because we see the connection between stress and disease, and stress and appetite, and stress and what people actually eat. So stress spelled backwards is desserts. And so we talk a lot about comfort foods, and what the industry is trying to do is to get us to when we're stressed, to turn to food for our comfort. Someone once said that especially processed food is the most overused antidepressant, and exercise is the most underused anti-anxiety medication or treatment. And so we have to keep those things in mind, that when we're stressed, one of the biggest, strongest things that we actually can do is to get out and exercise rather than turning to these foods. So does the industry work to keep us going back for more? Well, let the industry speak for itself. The Angus Third Pounder Deluxe, McDonald's billboard says, crafted for your craving. And so this is a way to get you to want to come into McDonald's and spend a whole lot of money, or not even a lot of money, but just to buy their products, because they're saying they've designed the food to do that. This is an interesting one. In an inner city, low-income neighborhood, these billboards were found, and you can see at top, childhood obesity, don't take it lightly. And there's this doctor trying to encourage people to eat fruits and vegetables based on the sign and be active. But when you drop down, the other billboard is a McDonald's billboard that says, my kind of shopping spree, right? And they've got a dollar menu, and the mom there is double fisting, I'm assuming it's a mother, double fisting 2 bags of McDonald's. And so is food addicting? Well, what we do know is that the food industry is definitely pushing it, oftentimes with federal subsidies of the products themselves and to some extent of the advertising to get us to want it. And it's not just English-speaking people. This is Desayuno Rápido por $1. And it says in the corner of Me Encanta, which is I'm loving it. And so you can see that this push to get people to eat these foods is actually pretty profound. And the way I describe it is it's like bondage in a bag. I mean, what they really want you to do is to get these foods into you and then trap you with them, right? And so you look at what an average size, the CDC put this out, the average size of a meal in the 1950s of a fast food meal or a burger and fries type meal, 2.4 ounces of French fries. Now that's 6.7 ounces. 3.9 ounces of burger. Now it's 12 ounces of burger. What a massive. I was watching football this morning and ESPN, and they had Sonic commercial. I've never been to Sonic, but they had a commercial with like Texas toast, 2 layers of beef and cheese, and just a massive looking sandwich on the television. there's been a big increase in the portion sizes. And of course, the biggest jump is the size of the sodas. And what we know, soda has sugar, and sugar, I believe, is addictive. I'll show you some slides on that in a second. But the other side of it is sugar is also, it's not just sugar, it's also caffeine. Someone remember Coca-Cola, when it was started, actually had cocaine in it. Now it's caffeine and sugar. The caffeine does not change the taste of the drink, but it does make it so that you want to go back to the drink more and more, which brings you back to the soda or the artificial sweetener, neither of which really helps with weight loss. Not even the artificial sweeteners really do that. We can talk more about that later, but that's one of the big things. So we know that the food and beverage industry spends about $2 billion a year marketing to children. The fast food industry spends about $5 million every day marketing unhealthy food to children. And about all of it, 98% of the food advertisement viewed by children are for products that are high in fat, sugar, or sodium. Most of it is low in fiber. And one study found that when children were exposed to television content with food advertising, they consumed 45% more food than children exposed to content with non-food advertising. This is pretty powerful because what we know is the food companies are intentional. This is from one of the magazines. Melissa Kravitz-Hoffner wrote this piece, but food companies intentionally make their products addictive, and it's making us sick. Is food addicting? The studies are showing, and she says here, foods with unnaturally high levels of sugar and salt keep Americans snacking their way to obesity. So there is a lot saying that, but it's not just that. What's in it? It's sugar, it's fat and salt, and Michael Moss's books speak to that, but also things like MSG and casein, which is one of the proteins in cow's milk, cheese, and those types of things. These things are perfectly engineered for maximum taste and minimum nutrition. So this is what it's designed to do. MSG is a form of concentrated salt. According to researcher John Erb, MSG is added to the food for the addictive effect it has on the human body. MSG interferes with appetite suppression, and therefore keeps you hungry even when you've had a large amount of food. According to research performed on mice, MSG was found to triple the amount of insulin created by the pancreas, so it shoots the insulin up. This causes animals to become obese without any additional food intake. MSG's effect on pancreas and the release of insulin means that every available calorie or more of the available calories are going to be stored as fat. Insulin, driving insulin levels up, also will long-term lead to more insulin resistance. Leptin insensitivity, we'll talk about leptin in a little while, which is what actually is supposed to help control the appetite. And all of these things work together to make it so when you have high insulin levels, you're going to gain weight, you're going to become more likely to become diabetic and lead towards metabolic syndrome, which is actually really the worst part of the obesity epidemic. Here's what Joe Furman, who is a brilliant, brilliant guy, written many books. Probably many of you have read his books. But he has a great quote here that I want to read. The modern food and drug industry has converted a significant portion of the world's people to a new religion, a massive cult of pleasure seekers who consume coffee, cigarettes, soft drinks, candy, chocolate, alcohol, processed foods, fast foods, and concentrated dairy fat or cheese in a self-indulgent orgy of destructive behavior. He then says, when the inevitable results of such bad habits appear, pain, suffering, sickness, and disease, the addicted cult members drag themselves to physicians and demand drugs to alleviate their pain, mask their symptoms, and cure their diseases. These revelers become so drunk on their addictive behavior and the accompanying addictive thinking that they can no longer tell the difference between health and health care. I love that quote. Means a lot, because what really is happening is that when you add salt, sugar, and fat, and this is, again, talking about Michael Moss's book, these food industries bring these things together to create bliss points. This is one example when they use salt and just the right amount of salt to reach what they call a bliss point. They do this with sugar and with fat. And the goal is to get the brain to release just that right amount of dopamine or the maximum amount of dopamine before the food is unpleasant. And so you maximize these ingredients in the right quantities to get you to want to come back to it. Dopamine is the neurochemical that tells you that is the I gotta have it chemical. It's what drives cocaine addiction. So if you can get this in food, you'll bring people back. And the food industry has figured it out. Another interesting thing is this concept of vanishing calories, vanishing caloric density. So when you eat Cheetos and some of these foods that crunch, 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 but they melt in your mouth, your brain hears the crunch like it would with a cucumber or with an apple, but it never gets the satisfaction of the fiber, the filling effect. And so what happens is you keep eating them. And you can eat them and eat them and eat them. And so the industry says, I bet you can't eat just one. Unlike the tobacco industry that said, no, our product is not addicting. The food industry says, I bet you can't eat just one. And they say things like, once you pop, you can't stop. So the food industry really has pushed this thing. New York Times run these articles on food addiction. You can look these things up and see them. And what we know is that these things affect the brain. And so I'm going to stop here. We can take we can do some discussing. We'll come back to how these things actually affect the brain. But in case you wanted to discuss any of the slides we just showed, kind of my passion when I talk to patients is that, you probably wouldn't go to the corner drug dealer and pick anything up. But we don't realize that in a sense, some of the foods we're being given, literally, their intent is not that different than someone who wants to addict you to an addictive substance like cocaine. They want you coming back. They want year-over-year profits to be increased, and they're probably not that concerned about how it impacts your health. That's your job. We have to be concerned about how these things impact our health, and then do what we need to do to mitigate those effects.
I will hand it to McDonald's, at least for their honesty in advertising, saying we created it for your craving.
Absolutely.
Why do you think the portions increased fourfold since 1950?
I think there's a lot of reasons that happened. I think one of them is you can probably charge more the bigger portions. I think it also has everything to do with repeat customers. There was a place, I think it's a restaurant out in California called Claim Jumpers. And I didn't go there a lot because I don't eat meat, but the few times I've been, I couldn't believe the portion sizes. I mean, it was like Fred Flintstone, that big side of ribs, he would try and tip his whole car over. I was like, man, these are huge portions. But because of these huge portions, people feel like they're getting a good deal, right? They feel like it's a good money well spent. I get a doggy bag I can take home. And of course, the food is still full of salt and sugar and fat to get you to want to eat as much of it as possible. So you get these massive portions. You clearly overeat just trying to eat 2/3 of it. But it's good for business. It brings people back. And I think that's partly why the portion sizes increase so drastically.
You mentioned salt, sugar, and fat. You called it the evil triad. I actually, in my book 10 years ago, called it the evil trinity. And a couple of the speakers on the summit said we were never meant to have the taste of sugar and fat in our mouth at the same time.
Absolutely. If you look at nature, there's a couple of interesting things about when you look at nature and sugar and fat. Interestingly enough, there's no foods where these two things really come together well. Avocados have natural fat, but they don't really have a lot of sugar. Coconuts are probably the closest thing to that, where there is some sweetness to a coconut and there is fat in a coconut. But in general, an apple has no fat. An avocado has very little if you just look at the plant world. Very little sugar if you look at the plant world. So that's true. Even more interesting to me is when you look at sugar in nature, fructose is always bound to fiber. And so it is really a new phenomenon in the last several hundred years where you can extract and separate sugar from a food and feed pure sugar to someone. That is a new, more recent occurrence. Now, the reason that that's interesting is because the only other place you can get fructose in nature where it is not bound to fiber is a honeycomb. Honey, that's it. And even then, it is guarded by bees. So it's not something that we were designed to just have, all we wanted. It was probably something that once in a blue moon, if you lived in a village, somebody might get a beehive and get some honey. Clearly wouldn't have been a whole lot of it. But by separating sugars, fructose, and of course, sucrose, as we see it on table sugar, away from fiber, we have done things to our bodies that are really never before done much in human history, because what we are doing is really exposing ourselves to high quantities of a highly refined and addictive substance that wreaks havoc all over our bodies, especially in our livers, and absolutely affects the brain and its functioning as well, and makes you want more and more and more of it, and actually extracts nutrients from the body. So it's true. It's a new phenomenon, something we've not seen, and you're never going to be healthy. You're never going to keep off weight if you have the kind of sweet tooth where you're eating sugar unopposed by fiber. It's going to be a very difficult thing to do.
This is one of the most brilliant things said on the summit, because it's a perspective to look at it, because people are always arguing that their sugar is healthier. Well, molasses is healthy. There's trace minerals or maple syrup or coconut sugar or all these other ones. But what you're saying is it doesn't matter, because when you take the fiber away, it's all the same.
All the same. And I hate to tell people that, because, there are people who think, well, I'm going to get this coconut sugar that has a little magnesium, so it's healthy. And, maybe the fact that there's some magnesium has some benefit, but there are much healthier ways to get magnesium than to these sugar products. And so I tell people the only sugar I would ever recommend is date sugar, which is a whole food. It's a process. You didn't process it. It's just the dates ground up. So there's still fiber in it. It's not going to make food feel and taste the way the other one does, because the fiber is still in it. But the challenge is to retrain our palates. And what I've learned by pulling salt out of my diet, all of a sudden you can live without salt. You pull oils out of your diet, you can live without oils. You get an air fryer and you cut up a sweet potato into small pieces, season it up, let it soak overnight, let it dry out in the morning. You put it in the air fryer. It can crisp those sweet potatoes, and you actually have a very healthy, fiber-filled meal that is actually very low in calories, comparatively speaking, if you just take one sweet potato at 70 or 90 calories. So we've got to change the way we view food, and we've got to change the way we think about eating foods, so that we are moving away from these substances that drive us to eat more and more and more.
Yeah. Do you think that there's any significance to the fact that I think it was around 1980 where they changed it from sugar in liquid like sodas to fructose?
Absolutely. The high fructose corn syrup, if that's what you're referring to, especially, it really is a bit diabolical, probably is a bit more addictive, and actually affects the body even in a more profound way than regular sugar does. So it was cheaper, which is one of the reasons why the industry switched over, but it also gave them the benefit of allowing for this kind of addiction in their products probably at a little higher tick. So, yeah, it was one of the interesting switches. I mean, something's wrong when you can buy soda for less than you can buy water. Something interesting is happening when that happens. And what we found is that some of these ingredients in sugar are so highly subsidized by the government, right? So we started doing these crops where there's just unicrops, just one crop. And corn became a big one. And what do you do with all the leftover corn? What do you do with all the extra pieces to the corn? And one of the things was corn oil, and the other one was high fructose corn syrup. And it allowed the government to subsidize the production of this crop. And then, of course, all of these pieces of it, which again are highly processed, really work against our health and towards food addiction.
Isn't it even more problematic though when whether it's sucrose or glucose or fructose in liquid form than if it's like, say, even in a dessert that might have other ingredients? Doesn't it just hit you even faster when you're drinking it?
Absolutely. And so I remember reading once that when you drink, like we grew up, I hate to say this, but Kool-Aid was a big thing when I was a kid, and my grandmother loved to give us Kool-Aid. My mother wouldn't do it as much, but my grandmother loved when we were over her house to give us Kool-Aid. And Kool-Aid, I didn't know it at the time. Kool-Aid is sugar. That's literally what it is. It's flavored dyed sugar.
It's colored sugar.
And my grandmother would still add sugar to it. I remember taking that 5-pound bag and pouring it in to a big pitcher, and we'd all drink Kool-Aid. When you drink that Kool-Aid, you begin to absorb the sugar in your esophagus. It doesn't even hit your stomach, and you're starting to already get the sugar rush. When you pick sugar up that quickly, insulin levels shoot up in order to absorb the sugar. And so you get these sugar highs, then you get these sugar lows, which can mess with the temperament, how you feel, messes with memory and alertness. And of course, once the sugar drops out, your body says, I'm hungry, I'm starving. And so these simple processed sugars that come in so fast and go out so fast drive you to want to eat more as well.
Aren't these advertisements for this junk food and processed food disproportionately found in lower income neighborhoods?
Absolutely. I don't know if I put any slides here, but even the average TV advertising is far more likely among African American children. One, because they watch more TV, and the shows that cater to African Americans are more likely to have advertising that come from some of these junk food companies. But it's not just African Americans, it's Latinos. And I would argue, after living in the rural South, that when you look at the billboards in the rural South, which is predominantly white, it's not that different either. I think low-income people across the board are targeted, because if you're a parent, you're trying to, and I can only think of my single mother when I was growing up, you're trying to find ways to treat your child. Well, you might not be able to afford to put your kid in a car and drive to Disney World or Disneyland and spend, $400, $500 in a day, but you can take them to McDonald's. You can take them to Burger King. They can have a Happy Meal. They can get a little toy in the package, and you can give them a little bit of happiness, a little treat. And so I think, for whatever reason, these things are. And added to that, when you're lower income, there's a lot more stress. There's a lot more stress in the life of someone with less resources. And so these comfort foods probably work a whole lot better. And these corporations have figured that out. This is a great way to make extra money by actually making their money off of the people with the least money in the country.
Yeah, that's really unfair. And like you said, I've never seen a commercial for a fruit or a vegetable in my life.
Never. I'm trying to think. Maybe in California I saw an almond commercial, maybe pecan, stuff like that. But in general, you just don't see collard green commercials or turnip green commercials, spinach commercials. You don't see watermelon, apples, and you should. The truth of the matter, if the U.S. government really wanted to change the health of our country, we would stop talking about health care and we talk about health, and we would subsidize and fund advertising for foods that we know prevent and reverse disease. But clearly, that's just not happening.
You have worked in that sector, though. How can we affect change?
There are a lot of people working hard, but the people in public health simply don't have the resources to go against to influence the best way to say is to influence the government the way that some of the lobbyists for some of these big food and agriculture corporations do. Right. So, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to go against whoever owns Nabisco when you're a public health department, because your funding is bare minimum and theirs is almost unlimited. So their ability to influence policymakers is very great, especially when, they can give to campaigns and help people get elected and that kind of stuff. So it is unfortunate. But the reality is that policy in many ways still follows money. It's not a hard and fast truth, because we've seen that when the tobacco industry was curtailed. The irony is that even with all that happened to the tobacco industry, look at a graph of their stock values, and you'd be surprised they survived even that pretty well, as they still have a base of people who are addicted. And I think the food industry, no matter what we do, would continue to make the kind of profits where they are going to be able to fight a lot of what would be common sense things to make America healthier.
Yeah, I'm astonished that they get new smokers.
There's a lot of ways that happens, and one of them is the stress, the challenges, the difficulties of life. People trying to, in many ways, self-medicate the painful nature that this life can sometimes cause folk. And unfortunately, we don't have the kind of mental health system to help with that. And so it's not just cigarettes and alcohol, and it's food, as a way that people try to self-medicate against things that are going on in their lives.
The thing that one of the experts on the summit, Dr. Frank Sabatino, said how food addiction is the only addiction you can just do in public. Like even smoking, you can't do at your job anymore. You can't really be drinking alcohol at your job. But most jobs have break rooms with hyperpalatable foods. Even hospitals have cafeteria with vending machines. It's very socially acceptable to eating these foods, which are very affordable.
When you said that, you remind me of something. One of the places I worked in California, at the clinic, there was a healthy grocery store. If you cut through our back parking lot and walked all the way across their parking lot, I was out in the desert in California at this time, so it was, some days it'd be 110 degrees outside, but I would make the walk because I wanted a break at lunchtime, and I felt like walking 15 minutes to go buy my food and walking 15 minutes back was a good thing to do, and I would do it almost every day. And I'll never forget, one day I was walking. There was an overweight young lady in a car parked by a tree so that she would get some shade because it was so hot. This is in Bakersfield, California. It was so hot. And she had bags of food and she was just stuffing her face with hamburgers and French fries. And as I walked by the car, my heart melted. I wanted to actually stop and say, "Hey, are you okay?" or talk to her. But tears were streaming down her face as she was just stuffing her face with this food. And I know what she was going through. And I said, man, this thing is for real. Like you said, it's an addiction. She could sit in the parking lot of a grocery store and eat this food, and people just walk by as if nothing's going on. If she was smoking a crack pipe or shooting up a heroin needle, somebody would call the police. But it is an addiction you can absolutely do in public.
And many people can relate to this, Dr. Walsh, and they believe what the experts are saying on the summit, what the healthiest way to eat and live is, yet it's still very hard for them to stop eating these foods. They get cravings. They go through detox, if you will.
Absolutely. You don't need to smoke a cigarette. You actually don't need to have alcohol in your house. You won't die if you don't have alcohol in your house, and if you never walk back into a bar, but you have to eat 2 to 3 times every single day at a minimum. And for that reason, every time we have to eat, every time we feel hungry, that the addictive nature of food reappears in each one of our lives, right? Every time we have to eat, we have to make a decision again as to what we're going to eat, which is one of the reasons why we have to change our palate. We've got to remove some of the addictive things from our diets, and we've got to move towards making good choices be the easiest choice, so that we form the type of habit where, for me, like the idea of eating real meat is just foreign to me. In fact, as happy as I am that Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger exists, I don't like eating them because they remind me of meat, and I've learned to not like meat, right? So I don't want a fake version of meat. So for me, I'd rather make a veggie burger out of chickpeas or black beans, or my wife makes the mushrooms. We use those. I'd rather do that because I'd rather the texture, feel, and taste of a plant. And some of us have to really say, how do I retrain my palate so that when I'm eating, my go-to foods are healthy? And that's not easy to do. It takes some work and some training, but it can be done.
What advice do you give to your patients as the first step to retrain their palate?
I was hoping I had an index card around. One of the things I tell my patients to do is to get an index card and write on one side one reason that they're trying to make this change. Right? So you write on one side, and when I worked in I worked at the nicotine addiction clinic at the Veterans Hospital in Loma Linda, California. We would have some of those veterans would write, "I want to be alive to see my granddaughter get married," and the granddaughter was 6. I want to be alive to see my whatever do something later in life, or I want to be around for this or that. So we'd write one reason you want to make the change, and on the other side of the card, we'd write a motivational thought, right? So, many of the vets were Christians. They would write, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Some of them weren't, and they would write, "There's nothing to fear but fear itself." "I can do this. You've got," they'd write these motivational thoughts. And what it would do is, before you eat, you pull out the index card and you read both sides of it, so that you're more mindful in eating, that this particular meal impacts whether or not I'm going to be able to do this later on in life. But the other side of it is, it also, I can do this. The motivation to make the right decision is on that index card. Now, most of us have cell phones. The good news is you can take your cell phone and probably figure out a way to do this. I'm not that tech savvy, so I still have the index cards to walk around with. But that's one simple trick. Another way to make this change is accountability. Keeping track of what you eat and how you feel before you eat. It's tedious. I'm not a big fan of tracking food and all that. But what I've found is that it is actually very effective in change, because we often don't realize how much junk we eat or what we eat if we're not keeping track of it. And that would direct our behavior in a new direction. The other thing is making sure that you give yourself 21 to 28 days to make the change. Setting a quit date in the future. So let's say for me, I'm going to give up sugar. Let's just say, well, what you do is you say, okay, 2 weeks from now, all the sugary foods. So you read the labels, you look at what's sugary, you remove it. You say, I'm going to try and replace them with whole foods. And so when I have a sweet tooth, I'm going to have, honey drop or moon drop grapes or whatever they're called. I'm going to have, I'm going to have some dates. I'm going to have apples the type of apples that I really like. And I'm going to be intentional about eating those foods when I want sweets rather than eating a cupcake or a donut. Those are the changes over time as how you retrain the brain.
Right. It takes some time, is what you're saying.
Yep.
And, people are exposed to these junk foods a lot earlier these days, even in utero.
Well, first of all, in utero, and we know it does affect the child. The stress of the mother affects the child. The diet of the mother affects the child. Crosses the placenta and actually enters in, and the child will be born with certain cravings as well. You tie that with the fact that many, when a child is not breastfed, the formula actually can often have large amounts of sugar and fats that will basically lead the child to want to eat those foods long term as well. So you're right. The children are exposed to this in utero, early in life. And then, of course, the school lunch programs, many of the snacks, even we as parents buy. I see a lot of parents buy like French toast sticks frozen, give them to their kids. And when you read the ingredients, it is literally white bread with animal protein and fat from egg and sugar. Literally, that's what it is. Very little nutritional value, if any at all, but sets the child up to have the kind of cravings for these foods for the rest of their life.
And what effect do you think they have on our waistline?
A horrible effect on our waistline. I'll go into the slides and show some more of how leptin affects this. But when you have these massive releases of sugar, the insulin levels have to shoot up. When your insulin levels are chronically high, that's how you get insulin resistance, which is the first step towards diabetes. But you also become leptin resistant. And once you become leptin resistant, and leptin is a hormone released by your fat cells that tells your brain, hey, I'm a fat cell and I'm stuffed. We don't need to eat any more food. Turn down the appetite. If your brain signal from leptin is turned off or resistant, your appetite is going to be messed up and you're going to eat even when you're not actually physiologically hungry, meaning that there's no need for any more nutrient or more importantly, any more caloric energy. So these foods do that. And once they do that, it will naturally expand the waistline. This is why going to a whole food plant-based diet works the way it does, because it naturally brings the insulin levels back down, increasing leptin sensitivity. And at the same time, the food has less calories for the amount of space it takes up. So it works from 3-4 different angles to actually create satiety, nutrient density, so that your brain says, wow, we're getting a lot of really good nutrients. We don't need to eat a whole lot of food. But then it's still a large volume because of the fiber, so you do feel full and satisfied. It works on all 3 levels, and this is why this is such a great way to lose weight.
I know we had Dr. Rolls on the summit, and absolutely calorie density low, nutrient density high, volume huge, fiber water. It's really the key to the kingdom.
It's the key to the kingdom. Let me show a few more of these slides, and then we can go back into questions. Let me see if I can find where I'm at. So, did that work?
Not yet. I'm just seeing a black screen.
How about now? Okay. So, one of the things that we found is that these foods, we're just talking about these foods, Oregon State University researchers found that diets high in fat and sugar causes changes in the gut bacteria. And this can actually change cognitive flexibility. And what this means is that it can actually impact how well our brains work, which would impact, of course, the way we make decisions. So this is one of the reasons why changing the way we eat really matters. This is a diagram, and you can see up here, if you take a bottom-up approach and you're eating healthier foods, there's no inflammation, the healthy gut bacteria barrier is in line, so you have this. But if you eat foods that feed the wrong type of gut bacteria, it actually damages the barrier between your gut and your body and your blood. And so inflammatory things will slip across. And when these things slip across, they actually do affect the brain. Now, sugar is one of the ways that they get us to eat these foods. And we talked about this before. This is the normal brain. This is a brain on cocaine. This is a sugar user. Cocaine user, sugar user. Look at how similar they are. The low dopamine, lack of pleasure, driving you to want more and more and more and more because of the way it affects the brain. The sugar users actually change the dopaminergic pathway in the brain of one that where it says here, regular consumption of sugar will reduce your natural ability to experience pleasure, which means you need more and more of a stimulus to experience pleasure. Another interesting one here, salt. High salt impairs cerebral blood flow regulation. And this means that you don't get the same type of blood flow. And we know that high blood pressure can be induced by salt, and high blood pressure is correlated with strokes. I just want to show this one just as a reminder before we get into a couple of other things, that certain meats have actually been called or classified, I should say, as group 1 cancer-causing agents, with others being red meats that are classified as probably cause cancer. Dr. Neil Bernard is another brilliant physician in the plant-based world, and his book, The Cheese Trap, really breaks down the fact that cheese itself, because of the one of the chemicals in it that is similar to like a morphine or related to like morphine, casomorphones, they actually can cause low-grade addiction. This is why people who want to go vegan or whole food plant-based, they often find that it's more difficult to give up cheese than it is to give up meat. But this, going back to the gut, Cleveland Clinic studies reveal the role of red meat in gut bacteria, heart disease development. So we know that this is critical, and it plays into how other things happen. And we know that the TMAOs, the trimethylamine oxide, is a molecule linked to cardiovascular disease and inflammatory condition. And when we eat carnitine, look down here, our gut bacteria break it down, and this comes from the meat. Carnitine comes from the muscle tissue of the meat. So even if it's free range, whatever it is, you still get the carnitine. Breaks it down to TMA, which breaks it down to TMAO. And the study showed that vegans and vegetarians produce less TMAO than omnivores because their gut microbiome has been changed. And so it's so that by default, we have less of an ability to make these damaging changes to the blood vessels in the body that would cause disease, specifically heart disease, strokes, and so forth. But as we really begin to look at this inflammation, and I believe the inflammation plays into the addiction part of this as well, certain foods such as meats appear to harbor bacteria that can trigger inflammation that are alive. There's over 100 million bacteria per quarter pound of beef. The endotoxins exist even after the meat is cooked or even placed in acid like our stomachs. The saturated fat in meat products help the endotoxins cross the gut wall into the bloodstream, causing the inflammation. This inflammation is important because this is, the talk is food, your brain on food. Well, what happens when you eat this stuff? For Alzheimer's sufferers, brain inflammation ignites a neuron-killing forest fire, right? So this is probably part of what leads to what we're finding with dementia. And one of the other things, I should have put the slide earlier, but it's here now. But when we eat fat, what the studies also show is that fat lubricates the appetite. Saturated fat dulls the brain's response to key appetite hormones, an effect useful in our evolutionary past during times of scarcity, but not so much in a well-fed society. And so this article really talks about the fact that when you eat lots of fat, it actually drives your appetite up. So let's step back. We now know that salt, and especially MSG, increases appetite. We now know that sugar works like cocaine, dulls the dopamine response, making it so that you want to eat more as well, because you need more of the stimulus to get the pleasure. Sugar also causes these insulin spikes, which drives up appetite as well. And now we know the fat does the same thing through a myriad of ways. One of them is by impacting the gut microbiome, causing inflammatory products to cross the gut wall and affect the brain directly. When we get like this, our insulin levels stay high from this combination of foods. And the last slide I was going to show is where the fat actually blocks the insulin receptor, causing insulin resistance. And when that happens, now your insulin levels stay high. And the last part of this is when the insulin levels stay high, as we said earlier, your leptin sensitivity goes low. When you have low leptin sensitivity, what happens is you now have a totally botched appetite, and you will eat even when you're not hungry. And you will probably crave the foods that got you into the predicament in the first place, creating a vicious downward spiral into a food situation that is very difficult to control, which must then be unpacked with intention. It's not just going on some, program where they ship you frozen foods and you eat like, some of the big, I don't want to name any of them, some of these big programs that have been out for many years. It's not just calorie reduction, because reducing the number of calories of the foods that cause the problem is not going to cause the problem to go away. This is a complete, total transformation of the way we see food and the way we eat. And so getting the salt out of our diet, getting the sugar out of our diet, getting the oils. Oil is a processed food. Olive oil, coconut oil, still a processed food. And if you're using a lot of it in your food, which a lot of people do, they fry things, they add it to recipes, and it's in most of the food you eat. Pick up anything in the grocery store, and one of the first 4 ingredients is going to be sugar and some form of oil. These things drive appetite, create food addiction, and make it so that it's almost impossible to lose weight. Oil especially, end on fat. Oil especially. Why? Because it is so calorie dense. Because just a couple tablespoons has more calories than a whole sweet potato or baked potato, which, especially sweet potatoes I love, or a big, 2 cups of spinach, way more calories. So you're going to get this little tiny bit of volume of food that is not going to satiate you but it is going to add so much calories to your diet, block your insulin receptors, make you more insulin resistant, make you more leptin resistant, and make it more difficult for you to actually make good decisions about what you eat.
That little sound you heard was a bell that I was picking up, because there's something you said that I have to, I'm sorry, it was so brilliant. Reducing the number of calories of the food that caused the problem is not going to make the problem go away. And that's what most people do when they go on a diet. They weigh and measure their food. They count calories, carbs, or points, or they go on keto, but they're still eating the wrong food.
Absolutely. And what that does is just make your body the leptin system is thrown even more off. So you might be able to pull it off through willpower, grit your teeth, and do it for 4 weeks or 6 weeks. But when you finally relax, your body overwhelms you with the desire for more food, and you more than make up for what you lost. And this is why we have yo-yo dieting. That does not happen when you fundamentally change what you eat. When what you eat is spinach and broccoli and cauliflower, chickpeas without the oil, curried chickpeas, you make black beans and kidney beans, and you're making lentils, and you're making your breakfast is full, or your lunch is full of fruits that take up a lot of space. You're eating whole grain foods, brown rice, and quinoa. These foods are very filling, and they don't have this effect because you can eat more of it. Your body's not being tricked by foods that really have low nutrients but high calorie density. This food is low calorie density, high nutrients, and breaks the cycle that has been binding you.
That was so interesting about fat lubricating the appetite, salt stimulating the appetite, but except for whole food, none of it really satisfies the appetite.
Never. It's a very temporary fix. It's just like drugs, right? I mean, I've worked in addiction medicine. You talk to people, and they have these immense cravings for whatever their drug of choice is. And within a few hours, they're right back where they started. And that's what a lot of the processed foods, animal products, that's what they do. They lead you right back to where you started, worse than where you started. Whereas when you eat a whole food, plant-based diet, the satiety lasts much longer. And of course, the benefits last longer. The quality of your life, the quality of your health, even the health of your skin, it shows. And all of these things, all these positive feelings, you look in the mirror, you see the difference. Forget weight loss. Just the feeling you get from eating this food, the way it clears you. I didn't get a lot to get into the brain fog that these foods cause. But when you start to get the mental clarity back, that the inflammation that these foods cause that goes to your brain and causes the brain fog, when you get the mental clarity back, it should motivate you to continue to make the decisions that got you that clarity. And I've talked to many coworkers who've made the switch for a month. A lot of churches in a Black community, in the first month of the year, they do a Daniel fast. They basically go vegan for the month. And people say, man, I think so much more clearly. But then they go back in February to the way they were eating. That clarity is your body telling you, this is the way I was designed to eat.
Yeah. You had said that you need more and more to experience the same amount of pleasure. To me, that proves that it's addictive. That is the definition of addiction, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the nice thing about a whole food plant-based diet is you eat and you feel very satisfied when you're done eating. But when people eat fast food, you know, and I'm growing up, I ate fast food. You eat fast food, 4 hours, 5 hours later, you're dying for the same thing all over again. You want to go back to the same thing. And, you know, we know a lot about intermittent fasting now. We know a lot about spacing meals. It's very difficult to do that when you're eating foods that drive your appetite up, because it just doesn't stay with you long enough. And so that's why making the switch helps to break the cycle.
You mentioned that vegans produce less TMAO. I'm not sure everybody in the audience really knows what that is and why this is important.
So TMAO, again, comes from carnitine and the muscle fibers of the meat. So vegans don't eat meat. So simply because you don't eat meat, it doesn't feed those bacteria in your gut that break down the carnitine into TMAO. That process doesn't happen in your gut. So because you don't have the bacteria. So when they give vegans and vegetarians meat to eat, they don't have the bacteria, meaning that they don't make TMAO. And TMAO breaks the gut barrier down, and so allows a lot more inflammatory things in. And that is the real problem, because when those inflammatory things come in, they cause all kinds of disease. This is where you see people in their 50s, 40s, I see, with severe arthritis, gout, brain issues, early onset dementias. All of this is tied to these foods, and the fact that you mess up the gut microbiome, you allow the gut to become leaky. These things leak into the bloodstream and cause these diseases that we think are diseases of aging that aren't actually.
What impact do you see with patients that are eating these foods that probably, I'm guessing, in most of them create excess body weight?
Absolutely. So they definitely, again, these foods drive the system that makes you want to eat more. They make you insulin resistant, which leads to the leptin resistance. It means you have to produce more insulin to get the same effect. And the leptin, even when you produce more of it, when you eat more, it doesn't have its effect. So once that happens, by default, insulin, when you have high insulin levels, even if you eat less calories, every calorie, that insulin is going to try and store all of it. And that's the difference. It's going to try and store it all into fat. That's what insulin, big part of what insulin does. And it doesn't just store it in fat on your outside of your body. Probably as dangerous or more dangerous is that it stores fat around your liver and around your visceral organs. And that is the fat that actually it is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talked about how there was disparity socioeconomically. A lot of people think healthy eating is a luxury. Do you think it's possible for everyone that has the desire to eat healthfully?
I think you do. There are some good websites. I can't name them off the top of my head, but there are some good websites that show that if you learn how to shop, you actually can shop for less. Some of the government programs have done a better job of allowing people who are on food stamps or WIC or whatever to pick healthier foods. But at the end of the day, you pay for it one way or the other. So I do believe you buy whole bags of dry beans, dry foods, you're going to get it at a much lower price. And if you cook it yourself, you're going to do better. And so I do think that's definitely the first thing. It can actually be a less expensive way to do it. And then sometimes, like I'm a single mother, didn't always have time to cook. So you might have to learn to cook, bigger portions on Sundays and Wednesdays and store them and eat them during the week. There's a whole system and science. I'm not the chef you are. There's ways to do all of that, right? But you pay for it one way or the other. I have patients who, big chunks of their income goes to pills, hospital visits, procedures. It breaks my heart sometimes when I see patients and they tell me how much they're paying for medications or how much their hospital bills are. So, it's you're going to pay for it one way or the other. And at the end of the day, Elon Musk and Bill Gates and all these great guys with all these Bezos, all these billions of dollars, that is wonderful. Great for them. But let me tell you, nothing is more healthy. Nothing is more wealthy than being healthy. You can look at some of the people who are filthy rich who die early. What would they give to get those years back that they lost? And so I challenge you that we can all be wealthy because we can all be healthy. And that is the greatest resource we actually can have.
I already eat this way, but I'm just still re-inspired to do it. I feel like you're a minister and I'm just like attending. It's just brilliant. What's coming out of your mouth today. Nothing is more wealthy than being healthy. Yeah. Do your patients ever make the association between their excess weight and lifestyle diseases and what they're eating, or do you have to point it out to them?
I think a lot of times you have to point it out. I think what's sad in America, especially when every time we have a presidential election, it's all about healthcare systems and who's health insurance and Medicare for all. And those arguments need to be had. Those are important things. I'm not discrediting it. There's very little discussion about actual health. We live in a country where the average person actually has no idea the connection between what they're eating and their diagnoses. I see people who I talk to them about their high blood. Let's just use high blood pressure as an example. And we talk about what they eat. Oh, I eat fast food so many times a week. At home, we eat these processed things that are easy to make, high in salt. And I say, have you ever made the connection between the fat in the food you're eating, the sugar in the food you're eating, and especially the salt in the food you're eating, and your hypertension? And they say, no, I've never made that. I've never made the connection. So there's a lot of work. And this is why what you're doing is so important. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. The American people, it's difficult to tell people to choose to eat healthy if they actually don't have the information they need to make the choice. And I think that is because when you look at how medical schools historically were funded by some of these industries, or in part funded by these industries, even going all the way back to elementary school, I remember there were posters all over the place promoting dairy products. And we now know the casein, the fat in milk, these things aren't good for you. Yet this is what we were all trained. Milk, it does a body good, and it doesn't. And so we have to unlearn that. People have to learn that milk is not the best way to build strong bones and muscles, that spinach is a far better way to do that. But the average American doesn't know that. And there are many of them who say they don't care, but I would rather they make a decision. They say, listen, I don't care if meat is bad for me or if donuts are bad for me. I'm going to eat them anyway. That's a different thing than I had no idea these things were bad for me. I thought there was no connection between my donut eating and my diabetes. That is a worse state to be in as a nation, because true democracy means that the people have to be educated and knowledgeable.
Right. Because a lot of them say, well, diabetes runs in my family, when in reality, it's your eating style that runs in your family. And when I think about the things you were talking about, sugar and fat and MSG and all the different addictive components of food casein, when you think about a typical fast food meal, cheeseburger, fries, and a shake, that's the perfect storm. That literally
Absolutely
hits every addictive food that you mentioned.
And throw in caffeine. I mean, so a lot of times it's not just the salt, the sugar, the fat. You can throw in caffeine, because when I was a kid, my mother didn't buy soda in our house, but if I got a chance to get out and have a Dr. Pepper, I was in heaven. I mean,
oh my God, that was my favorite too. That was my favorite doctor growing up.
I was in heaven. I mean, I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in years, but it was my favorite. But I didn't, as a kid, realize that there was caffeine in these drinks and Coca-Cola and other things. So you actually got a rush from it. And I had a neighbor once who drank, I forget how many cases of Diet Pepsi a day. And the studies overwhelmingly show diet sodas don't do what we think they do. They actually, promote weight gain as well, because these artificial sweeteners aren't that good for you. And so it's a sad thing, because the food is addictive, and there's no reason to put caffeine in the drink. You can't taste the caffeine. It's there because it makes you want to buy another one.
Exactly. And a lot of people think, well, I'll just use, stevia, erythritol, xylitol, 0 calorie, low calorie sweeteners. And it still affects insulin.
It tricks the brain into thinking something's coming that isn't coming. And when it doesn't get there, the brain says, hey, I need sugar. And so you wind up actually eating more, is what the studies show.
Thank you for saying that, because it's just something I've been trying to drive home for years, but people keep thinking that they're eating healthy sweeteners when, like you said, if it's not the fruit, the whole fruit, nothing but the fruit, it's probably not something you should be eating.
Absolutely.
You started off by saying how we're living in very stressful times, with the pandemic. And I think a lot of people don't exercise at all. So how can we help people mitigate their stress so that they can learn healthier behaviors instead of just turning to these foods that are comforting in the short term, but really deleterious to their health in the long term?
I think one of the things is a lot of people think that if they're going to exercise, they've got to get a gym membership and buy yoga pants and expensive sneakers and join up with a club. For a lot of people who are overweight, that is not a very comfortable thing. Nobody, it's very difficult to go into a gym with all these buff, ripped people, and you don't feel good. You can't exercise the way they can. So for me, when Columbus and I, on our show, when we talk about it, we say begin outside of the kitchen when it comes to food. So start off by getting enough sleep. Getting enough sleep actually turns down the appetite, boosts the immune system, lowers stress. That's something you can do without affecting what you eat. It's a way to prepare yourself to make better choices later on. So that's one thing. The second thing that you can do is to have, again, an accountability partner and someone to talk to. Because by having that, you have somewhere to go and somewhere to deal with your stress. I am a man of faith, so I believe that whatever faith tradition you come from, use it to your advantage, and be a part of a fellowship of like-minded believers, whatever your belief system is, because that studies show actually does help to lower stress as well. And then outside of the kitchen, exercises outside of the kitchen, but you don't have to go start running marathons. You don't have to try and be Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime. What you need to do is simply find a way to start off with 15 to 30 minutes a day of cardiovascular exercise that doesn't even have to be moderate or intense. It can just be mild. Why do I say that? Because the way our bodies work, it is like a flywheel. Once you start exercising and your body meets the task at hand, it will almost desire more. It will want to do more. So you just got to start doing what you can. And if you do that for long enough, your body will say, this is easy. Let's do more. How can you get that? Well, I'm here in the winter. It's completely snowed in around my house. Stairs. If you have stairs in your house, go up and down the stairs and time yourself and try and keep track of how much time you're doing that. Obviously, if you can get outside, that's the best thing. Go outside and walk. But that's all you have to do. Even if you just walk around in your apartment for so many minutes a day, every commercial break, I used to tell my patients, every commercial, you like watching TV, you like sitting and watch TV, every commercial break, get up and walk. Walk in place, walk around your apartment, walk around your house, but walk. Over time, that you will build more and more tolerance to that, and you'll want to do more. And then you have to be intentional and start to get to training. If you can, obviously get a personal trainer, get to where you get a plan, but start with just walking. It works.
Just do something.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Dr. Walsh, what's the real truth about weight loss?
The real truth about weight loss is that it is doable, that we know what works. And we know what works is a whole food, plant-based diet, in a lifestyle that reduces stress and inflammation. So the real truth about weight loss is that it's more than just what you put in your mouth. It's how you sleep. It's what your relationships in life are like. It has everything to do with your ability to manage stress. But it also has everything to do with what's in your cupboards and what's in your refrigerator. All of it works together. The real truth about weight loss is that you can do it, and you can do it now if you just implement some simple steps. One of the first ones is making sure you have a plan to change your palate and replace what you're eating now with a whole food, plant-based diet.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Dr. Walsh.
Thanks for having me again.
Dr. Walsh really gets it, doesn't he? I love listening to him. And here are my key takeaways from today's presentation. Food addiction is real, just like addiction to substances such as cocaine, caffeine, or nicotine, due to the brain's reward pathway being hijacked. Processed foods are engineered to be addictive, employing qualities that stimulate cravings, and the food industry brands products as craveable and bingeable, targeting our comfort desire, especially when under stress. And stress significantly influences food addiction and weight loss, with these frankenfoods designed for us when under stress, so they'll be more appealing. Acknowledging and addressing food addiction, Dr. Walsh believes, is crucial for lasting weight loss. In addition, relapse is part of the process. Teaching how to manage triggers and stresses without resorting to unhealthy eating habits. Learning from each attempt to quit addictive eating patterns can lead to gradual improvement and eventually overcoming food addiction. So every try, you're gaining a muscle. The food industry aggressively markets unhealthy, addictive foods, especially in environments with high stress or low income, exploiting vulnerabilities. And weight loss drugs are doing the same right now. Portion sizes in fast food have dramatically increased over the decades, contributing to the obesity epidemic. Food and beverage companies spend billions annually to market appealing yet unhealthy foods to children, influencing early onset of addictive eating habits. Not just sugar, but additives like MSG and casein are engineered into foods to maximize taste while minimizing nutrition, bypassing appetite control mechanisms and promoting overeating and weight gain. Understanding the neuroscience and psychology behind food addiction is essential for developing strategies to combat it. Adopting healthy habits, including mindful eating and exercise, can provide alternative pathways to cope with stress rather than turning to addictive foods. Having a supportive community or accountability partners can significantly aid in overcoming episodes of stress-induced cravings and fostering a healthier relationship with food. The modern food and drug industry has transformed many into pleasure seekers addicted to unhealthy foods, leading to a cycle of sickness and reliance on drugs for relief. The bliss point achieved by optimizing salt, sugar, and fat in foods maximizes dopamine release, enhancing food addiction similar to drug addiction. Vanishing calorie density in snacks like Cheetos that just like melt in your mouth and disappear trick your brain into unsatisfied eating, promoting overconsumption without any nutritional fulfillment. And food portion sizes have increased dramatically, partly to enhance perceived value and encourage repeat business despite negative health consequences. The combination of sugar and fat does not exist in nature, suggesting our bodies weren't designed to handle modern processed foods that combine these elements. Fructose in nature is always bonded with fiber, unlike refined sugar in processed foods that harm the body and promotes addiction. The only recommended sugar are dates. It still contains fiber, highlighting the importance of consuming whole foods over processed alternatives. High fructose corn syrup, introduced around 1980 for its addictive properties and low cost, exacerbates health issues more than regular sugar. Liquid forms of sugar, like sodas, are absorbed quickly, spiking blood sugar levels and increasing hunger, contributing to a cycle of overeating. Advertisements for junk food target lower-income neighborhoods and minorities, exploiting economic vulnerabilities to promote unhealthy eating habits. People with lower income experience more stress and turn to comfort foods, which are targeted by corporation to maximize profits. There are hardly any advertisements for healthy foods like fruits and vegetables. When's the last time you saw a broccoli commercial or a banana commercial? Indicating a lack of support from the government in promoting health through diet. Public health sectors struggle against the influence of big food and agriculture corporations due to limited resources. Despite challenges, it's possible to change unhealthy food policies, as seen with the tobacco industry, though the food industry remains highly profitable. And you know, the tobacco industry's bought most of these processed food companies. Stress and life challenges often lead people to self-medicate with unhealthy foods, cigarettes, and alcohol due to inadequate mental health support. Excuse me. Food addiction is socially acceptable and can be indulged in public without stigma, unlike other addictions. And Dr. Frank Sabatino, who spoke earlier, always says it's the only addiction we could just do like at our desk at school and in public, nothing else. You'd lose your job for other addictions if you tried to do them at work. To combat food cravings and unhealthy eating habits, one must retrain their palate, choosing healthy foods over addictive junk foods. Palate retraining includes writing motivational reasons for change, tracking eating habits, setting specific goals, and replacing junk foods with whole foods. Exposure to unhealthy foods begins in utero and continues through early childhood, affecting long-term dietary preferences and health. High sugar and fat intake lead to insulin and leptin resistance, contributing to obesity and diabetes, highlighting the importance of a whole food plant-based diet for weight management. High fat and high sugar diets alter gut bacteria, reducing cognitive flexibility and affecting decision making. Eating healthier foods prevent inflammation and maintain a healthy gut bacteria barrier, crucial for brain health. Sugar consumption mimics cocaine's effect on the brain, diminishing natural pleasure responses and increasing cravings. High salt intake impairs cerebral blood flow and is linked to high blood pressure and strokes. Certain meats and processed foods like cheese can cause addiction due to their chemical compositions, fueling harder dietary changes. Red meat consumption affects gut bacteria and heart disease development, with vegetarians producing less harmful TMAO due to different gut microbiomes. Foods rich in saturated fat dull the brain's response to appetite hormones, driving up food intake in an already overfed society. Processed food and animal products create a cycle of food addiction that often leads to insulin resistance and leptin sensitivity reduction, disrupting the body's appetite control. Fundamentally changing to a whole nutrient-rich foods breaks the cycle of high-calorie, low-nutrient consumption, leading to better health and satiety. Whole food, plant-based diets offer long-term satiety, mental clarity, and overall health improvement, highlighting the importance of dietary choices. Insulin resistance leads to leptin resistance, causing the body to store more calories as fat, including around the vital organs. This is the visceral fat that Dr. Furman talked about, which is highly dangerous. Healthy eating can be affordable with proper shopping strategies and meal planning, even on a limited budget. If you've ever gone to an ethnic market, you can get dried beans and dried grains like rice, 50 cents a pound, at least where I live in Northern California. Being healthy is the ultimate form of wealth, transcending socioeconomic status. Many people are unaware of the link between diet and lifestyle diseases, necessitating education on healthy eating. Fast foods combine addictive elements like sugar, fat, MSG, and caffeine, making them particularly hard to resist. Artificial and zero-calorie sweeteners can trick the brain, heard that before, and many lead to increased sugar cravings and increased consumption. Stress mitigation can enhance healthy lifestyle adoption with sufficient sleep, community support, and manageable exercise being key components. As Jamie Brankus said yesterday, exercise doesn't require a gym membership or intense activity. Starting with simple steps like walking can significantly impact health. Dr. Walsh believes that weight loss is achievable through a holistic approach, which includes diet, stress management, sleep, and relationships, emphasizing a whole food, plant-based diet. Thank you, Dr. Walsh. And thanks all of you for supporting our work. We appreciate you watching the summit and sharing it with your loved ones. And for those who were able to upgrade to own the Summit for Life, it helps us continue our work and supports our mission in getting this information to the people who need it most. When you upgrade to the Summit package, you get a buddy pass. So it's like getting one for free that you can give as a gift to someone you love. And you not only get to own all the video interviews for life, but you get audio downloads so that you can listen frequently and on the go, as well as written transcripts of every single interview, plus all of my key takeaways. And you get a few nice bonuses at the same time. So thank you so much for those who are able to do that. Our next speaker is an addiction doctor. She actually runs an inpatient treatment in Canada, and her name is Dr. Vera Tarman, and she'll be talking about the 3 levels of food addiction and how to reverse the progression. Dr. Tarman has been working in the field of addiction medicine since 1994 and is the medical director of Renaissance and oversees their in- and outpatient food addiction program. She's spoken internationally to public audience as well as on radio, TV, and multiple podcasts on the subject of food addiction. And she runs a free Facebook support group called I'm Sweet Enough, Sugar-Free for Life, and is the author of a fabulous book called Food Junkies, Recovery from Food Addiction. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, Dr. Vera Tarman. Dr. Tarman, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be back, Chef AJ.
Well, you are just incredible. So, Dr. Tarman, can you talk a little bit about food cravings and how they are the saboteur of successful weight loss?
Yes. Okay. So, we've had this chat a few times, and I thought that for people, especially if they've been following in other podcasts, I thought it might be interesting to show some slides to actually go over a little bit of the biology. And while I'm at it, you can see the picture of me on the side, I don't know, 25 years ago. And I don't look like that anymore because I finally started to take my own advice. But anyway, what I want to talk about is the idea of food cravings versus food pathology or eating pathology, which I would call food addiction. But, if we're living in this environment, so here's the typical refined junk food environment that most of us live in, then I don't think anybody escapes if they're eating this stuff. I don't think anybody escapes the whole concept of getting food cravings because this food environment has been engineered to make us crave whether we're sick, puppies, whether we got a history of trauma in the past. It doesn't matter what. If we're eating this stuff, we're going to crave. So, the short lesson in my 20 minutes of today is, whoops, I'm going too fast. Is to say we got to get away from this. And then if a person has a history of trauma or has an eating disorder or just has learned to comfort eat, then we can deal with the situation a little bit more not cleanly, but we can unmuddy the waters. This here just makes things, everybody is prone to having food cravings. So what's happening here is, the reason why this conversation has become important, I mean, this is a weight loss focus, but in the larger society, in the medical world, which is where I work and live, I mean, I work in the addiction world, but very close to the addiction world is the obesity world, because so many people, when they stop their drug addiction, whether it's alcohol or cocaine or even cigarettes, nicotine, end up eating, and then they end up having an issue with obesity. So obesity is like big time in the medical world. And this slide here is just to show that you can see the different body shapes. What we call the body mass index, which is a sort of medical measurement that's not very accurate, it's not great, but it's the universal currency of discussion for research and clinical work and whatnot. And we have a sort of magical body mass index that we desire, which is between 20 and 24, 25, which Chef AJ and I fit into because we eat the proper foods that we're trying to promote here. And I think that most people would fit into that if they ate those foods. But, I'm coming from this world of either addiction or obesity and its research, basically because when you're beyond the body mass index of 20 to 25, which is the far, can you see my arrow as I'm moving it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. When we move further to the right, we start dealing with all sorts of conditions besides just overeating, but the whole gamut of medical conditions. So that if a person is overweight, they may well have sleep apnea. They probably have fatty liver disease. It's called non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, still fatty liver disease, gallbladder disease, polycystic ovary, arthritis for sure, diabetes, what we call metabolic syndrome diabetes, dyslipidemia and hypertension. I mean, it's the bread and butter of medicine, cancer risks and even phlebitis or varicose veins. I mean, it's, like I said, the bread and butter of family medicine and internal medicine. And basically, the bottom line is that refined processed foods, whether they be meat-based, plant-based, it doesn't matter, processed foods, the operative word is processed foods, leads to obesity, which leads to these conditions. And, this is now a very popular message in the internet media and in the social, the medical world. But how to get to not eating refined foods is the issue that we want to talk about today. So this is a breakdown here of, if we were to look at people saying, Chef AJ, you were saying, and I have the same experience. We have a client or a patient that comes in the room and says, okay, I understand I have to lose weight. I understand that I've got all these conditions because of the foods that I eat, but how do I stop eating these things? I don't know what to do. So this 20-minute, 15-minute talk is kind of to explain why you have that problem. And then depending on why, then how you can get around it, so that the ultimate result is you're no longer eating processed food. So for people who are using food, whoops, I'm sorry, I went ahead too fast. If people are using food basically to comfort distress, had a bad day today, or even using food for previous distress, like I've had trauma in my past, and that's made me very anxious. It's made me very depressed. I have PTSD, or I have bipolar disorder, and I use food to basically self-medicate. There's a neurobiological truth to that, and people can, I'm going to talk about that shortly, that's sort of where I'm going, use the biochemical aspects of that processed food that we shouldn't be eating, but is jam-packed full of basically comforting neurochemicals they're basically a drug to self-medicate. So there's real truth to this, and you don't have to be a disordered eater. You can just be super stressed and be using food in that way. And I want to explain some of that neurochemistry, because what we want to do is understand it so that we can see why we abuse it, and then why, when we don't abuse it, it actually makes things better. This is essentially the we're just trying to sort of recalibrate ourselves back to the way we should naturally be eating. So that's the first category. It's probably the most common category. I use food to self-medicate, basically through the drug neurochemistry of food, the drug effect of food. And then there's another type of eater, the person that's been diagnosed as having an eating disorder, like bulimia or binge eating disorder or anorexia. And that's kind of like the extreme version of the first, the person who uses food as a drug, uses eating like drug-like behavior. But what they're trying to do is self-medicate, self-manage, self-discipline some kind of previous trauma, some kind of stress. So the theory behind these first two types of eaters is, I'm using food to medicate a problem. So the first thing I want to do is, stop the food to medicate. But the ultimate thing that I need to do is I need to treat that problem, either through therapy or fixing the problem instead of medicating it all the time. But got to deal with the problem, and then the food will kind of right itself, as long as I'm not constantly using it as a drug. But I won't need to if the problem is solved. And that's the medical model right there. Look for the problem, but treat the condition, but look for the problem, or treat the consequences of the condition. In other words, if I eat too much, I've got obesity, so I'm going to treat the obesity. But I'm also going to send you to the psychologist or the therapist to try to fix the problem. And then we're done. Now we have another category, a third category, which is not a medical approved diagnosis, but I believe in this diagnosis, and Chef AJ believes in this diagnosis, and many of us in the field who see that even when people stop eating or know they should stop eating comfort, and they've been to the therapist for years and they're still having trouble, we believe that there's a third category that hasn't been acknowledged, and that is that just the food that you're eating, it's not just that it's comforting and resolving distress, and that's why you use it. It's also because it in and of itself is addictive. It's like a drug, like cocaine, like cigarettes, like caffeine, that if I stop, I'm going to have withdrawal, I'm going to have further distress. So I'm just using it because it's in and of itself become an addictive pattern. And we need to address that. And that's sort of where I talk a lot in my Food Junkies book, and that's sort of where my passion is to say, hey, there's this third dimension that we have to talk about. But let's talk about the first dimension and the second, the sort of standard one. So like the idea of comfort eating or distress eating, and then with the problem in the background. Whoops, sorry about that. So in the normal pattern of my body is normal, but I have distress, and I'm living in an environment that is food toxic. In other words, processed food all around me that is making me want to eat. I don't have to think about addiction itself. That is in and itself enough for me to be eating in a problematic way. So we have hunger hormones that make me hungry and satisfied. These are hormones that govern my appetite and govern my satiety. And the hunger hormones traditionally are known as ghrelin and leptin and insulin. So ghrelin is a hunger hormone. It is the hormone that is released in my stomach as it's emptying, and it's the thing that makes me aware that I'm hungry, and I'm starting to think about food because it's 3 hours since my last meal, for example, and now I'm getting a little bit hungry, and it's almost like my body's getting ready for the meal that's about to come in the next hour or two. As that hour or two comes closer and I'm beginning to anticipate the meal, my insulin is starting to get on board as well. Insulin is the hormone that is mainly it's increased when there's a sugar load in our body, whether that be an apple or a candy bar. As I'm anticipating my meal, it's almost like the insulin is getting ready to do its job so that when I start eating, it's ready to carry the sugar of my food to my brain and my muscles and whatnot. If for some reason I'm on a plane and I can't get to my meal, but I'm hungry and I'm thinking about food, the insulin will be on board, but there's no food to be used. So it's going to start using the sugar that's in my system, and my sugar is going to go low. That's called hypoglycemia. And insulin is a hunger hormone in that the lower my sugar goes, the hungrier I'm getting. And if you've heard the term hangry, this is when I'm getting hungry. The fuel of sugar is low, and it's not just the hunger of, oh, geez, it's hour 3 and it's time to eat. It's the hunger of, if I don't get fuel, I'm going to faint, and I could actually maybe even die. At least I'll feel like I can die. It'll kick in the stress hormone, and I'll start getting agitated and hungry, and have thoughts like, when is that waitress going to come and serve me? Because I can't wait any longer. It's that kind of agitated hunger. So ghrelin is basically the type of hunger that we want to live in. I'm kind of hungry. It's getting time to eat. Okay, it's good. I'm going to eat something. Insulin is like the alarm bell ringing. Hey, it's time to eat. Those are both hunger hormones. Leptin is the hormone that is released when I have eaten, and 20 minutes later after a meal, I'm getting full and I'm happy. So you'll see here I have something called the hunger scale. Food sobriety, food serenity, the way that Chef AJ and I are able to live because we eat proper foods, the unrefined complex carbs, like the stuff that takes 2 or 3 to 4 hours to break down, from the Brussels sprouts to the sugar that it eventually becomes, takes a few hours. My hunger will be ghrelin induced. It's that hunger of the stomach is slowly emptying, and I don't get lower than, if 1 is extremely hungry, 3 is like uncomfortably hungry, it's time to eat, but not terrible, I'm not hangry. Then I eat, and because I'm not starving, I'll only eat until I'm full, but not stuffed, and that's like an 8. If I am so hungry that the fuel is down, I'm eating ravenously, and I'm going to eat to the point where I get sick, and that's like a 10. And that's where we get into the restricting and binging type of eating, is from 1 to 10, and usually insulin is involved. A person has not eaten enough, or they've eaten a lot of sugar and they're crashing now, or they haven't eaten at all. Anyway, they're at the extremes. What we want to be is between a 3 and an 8. 8 is when leptin kicks in. I've eaten my Brussels sprouts. It takes a while to eat those things. I can't just gobble them down like I can a smoothie or a milkshake or some kind of candy bar, where that's in 5 minutes. And so now I'm still hungry because it takes 20 minutes for leptin to work and tell me that I'm full. A normal, good, unrefined food plan means that it'll take 20 minutes to half an hour to an hour to eat sometimes. I mean, really, we should be eating, our meals should last from half an hour to an hour for this leptin to kick in and for us to enjoy our foods and whatnot. And that would be the case if we were eating unprocessed foods. So we would be from a 3, which is ghrelin, to an 8, which is leptin. That's food sobriety. When the insulin is kicked in, or I'm doing the, what do you call it? The binging and purging, and I'm at the extremes, just to go back to this, then this is pathology. And it's also linked to neurochemistry. But before we get to that piece, just we don't want to be at these extremes. And when people are comfort eating, eating disorder, and food addiction, they're at these extremes. Our goal is to be in this middle range between 3 and 8, which is a perfect hormonal measure. Now, the neurochemistry, I'm just going to go back to here. Like I said, we're looking at the leptin, ghrelin, and insulin should only be used in terms of hunger when, like I said, it's an alarm bell, so that it can work quietly in the background with the leptin and the ghrelin, ferrying the sugar. But we don't really want to use it as a hunger hormone. We want to use it as a sugar hormone. It's like it has 2 functions. Okay, so just to go back to this here. So I've talked here about ghrelin and insulin and leptin. Cortisol, which is our stress hormone, just enhances. It's basically a cousin to insulin. When my insulin is, or I am super hungry, super stressed, it's kind of like insulin on steroids. There's so much more to be said that I don't have time to talk about, but it just makes this pathology of eating worse. Cortisol, stress. It's not, we don't want to be stressed. Partly, again, why you don't want to eat quickly. Now, the neurochemistry is below this, and in normal circumstances, I just want to point out to you that when you're between a 3 and an 8, you're hungry, or you're an 8, which is you're not that hungry. We have learned that there is a connection between the hormones and our feel-good neurochemicals. So as I've talked about in the past, and as anybody who's read up on addiction will know, dopamine is the major neurochemical of addiction. It's sort of like the mother, father, matriarch, patriarch of addiction. Although there are more than just dopamine neurochemicals that make us feel good that can be hijacked by drugs and alcohol and food. Dopamine is the key one. And even if that's all you understand, you'll understand like 80% of the whole addiction paradigm. But dopamine is a neurochemical that we all have, and it is our neurochemical that makes us feel excited and looking forward to and pleasure. And if I'm looking forward to a meal, oh my God, I can't wait till I get home and have whatever, I'm actually experiencing dopamine. That's what dopamine does, is it makes me fantasize and look forward to. So as I'm sitting there getting hungry, think about when you're slightly hungry, you start to think about food. You're not like crammed, fixated on food, but you're starting to think about it, because ghrelin is a kind of nudge of hunger, then the nudge of, geez, might be nice to start thinking about where will I go to eat for lunch. I wonder what I'm going to have, but I'm not like fixated. I'm just starting to think about it. If I'm getting hungrier and the ghrelin is getting more because my stomach is emptying, then that dopamine will rise. So there's a connection. When this goes up, this goes up. More ghrelin, more hunger, more fantasizing about food. If I'm in the unfortunate circumstance where the insulin alarm bell is rung, this is when all you can do is think about food and, forget about the Brussels sprouts. As soon as I get out of this meeting, I'm going to go downstairs and have the biggest donut possible. I'm going to have the biggest, most fatty, sugary, refined thing, which will give me my punch of sugar because the alarm bell is ringing. So dopamine goes skyrocketing into the realm of drug. So when my insulin is up because I'm starving or because I'm eating sugary foods that have made it go up, because I'm hypoglycemic, I'm just feeding the fuel to keep that going, because I'm going to want more sugar. And then the more I want sugar, the hungrier I get, and then the more I want sugar. It's just a momentum. So that's how that works. If we don't eat refined foods, this doesn't happen, and we can get out of that loop. But if we're in that loop already, just know that, and we're not even talking about addiction yet. I'm going to move to that in a minute. Just know that if you can step out of that loop and eat something that is complex carb with protein and fat, and as unrefined as possible, you may suffer some of the withdrawal because you want a huge hit of dopamine, but it's going to right itself. And it has to right itself, like it's going to calibrate itself, recalibrate properly. And then the drug effect will dampen. Then, now Chef AJ and I have talked about this in other sessions. Can you deal with stressful events when you're drugged out on food? I am, because I'm an addictions doctor, that would be like saying, can I do therapy on somebody who's drunk or who's high on cocaine? No, because they're high, they can't register all the nuances of therapy that are needed to fix the problem. And similarly with food, you may not think you're drunk on food, but when your dopamine is skyrocketing because your insulin and your is so up, you're drunk. You may not feel like it, but you are, and you'll see it later when you're off the substance. Just like the person who's sober will realize, oh yeah, boy, was I ever stupid at that time, but at that time I didn't see that. It's the same thing. So we want to get off the drug and then fix the problem. And because this isn't in and of itself a problem, if you stop eating that food, if you change that food environment, you should be okay to fix the problem. Now, let's go to the third problem, or the third dimension, which is food addiction itself. And this is where we think maybe 30 to 40% of the population exist. If we've been living in an environment that has been food toxic, and our dopamine has been hijacked and the insulin has been hijacked for so long that things have actually there's no things, I want to say things have broken and there's no going back. We now are in a situation where we can get our feet back on the ground, but we're not the same person anymore. In other words, for example, once I actually have become, I might be pre-diabetic and but never actually become diabetic, and then it's fine. I can have sugar once in a while. But if I actually become diabetic, there's no more going back to sugar and thinking that my sugars will be normal. They will skyrocket the moment I put sugar in my mouth. Like at a certain point, once you're a diabetic, you remain a diabetic, but you can get your sugars clean as long as you're eating clean. And similarly in the brain, once you become addicted, there's been changes to that dopamine because there's been so much abuse to that system, so much neuroadaptation to that system. There's no going back. And now you can, and I'll identify myself as one of these people, as long as I don't eat the foods that will trigger that whole pathway, I look normal, feel normal, etc. But the moment I pick up something, it would be as if I'm diabetic, my sugars will skyrocket. But in my case, in a person who identifies as sugar addicted or food addicted, the dopamine will skyjack or hijack right up there again with just a little bit of sugar, even just a bit. Like there's no moderation. I just can't have it. And that phenomena where it's now, forget about the stress, forget about the problem in the past. It's just the damn food and not even that much of it that causes the problem. That's food addiction. And I believe that because so many of us have been exposed to food, sugars in the amounts that they have for the years that they have, we have a lot of people who are damaged and should not have any sugar anymore because they're going to just be constantly craving beyond willpower, beyond the ability to fix any problems. It's got nothing to do with the problems anymore. It's got to do with the food itself. And you got to stay off of that food. And that's got to do with the neurochemistry. and this part of the brain here. So I'm just going to go to this slide. So I'm going to just backtrack with all what I've said. When you reach that point, that third point where there's no going back, what's happened is you're in this part of the brain here, which is the reward pathway, which is where addiction goes and hijacks. And that reward pathway is easily hijacked by cocaine, heroin, nicotine, and sugar, food. If it's been at the level of exposure of refined foods and the years. I'm not talking about a little bit here and there, but that's not what people are doing anymore. And literally, if we did just a little bit here and there, like my grandmother, for Christmas, and for Christmas they had tangerines, and for maybe a little bit of shortcake, and that was it. You're not going to have an addiction damage, like the damage of addiction, the damage which addiction is the end result, as we will with the foods of today. So we can throw food into this, gambling and sex, sex is normal. Sex is like, it's part of the reward path. It's part of life. However, we have made porn. So it's like sex at the drop of a hat. So the drop of a hat, it's at the turn of a page. It's at the flick of a Netflix, whatever, or not Netflix, but whatever. It's like quick, fast, as much as I want. That's like not natural. Sugar is the same thing. You take a natural impulse and you damage it, our checks and balances, in such a way that now a sex addict is essentially doing the same thing that a food addict is doing. They're measuring the amount that they have. They're saying, no, I can't have this. I can't have this. They have to put parameters around which define abstinence, and then they can't do the triggering substances anymore at all, or else they're in trouble again. It's kind of like a crutch, or its treatment parameters, just like a crutch is, or like medication is, like diabetic medication for the diabetic. And if we weren't that sick, we wouldn't need it. But so many of us have gone beyond the point, and we need it. We need it in some way. Okay. So that's this addiction piece here. I'm going to say one more thing about this, and then I'm going to throw it out to you, Chef AJ, to ask me questions if you like. This part of the brain here, which is where our reward pathway is a primitive, subconscious part of us. It is not my consciousness. It's below that, and it's quicker than my consciousness. My consciousness is pretty slow. I may think I'm a fast thinker, but this other part of me is much faster. This is the part of me that sees and smells and flinches from danger even before I recognize it. A person has a craving for something, the smell of some food, the sight of something, the thought of something, and they're already getting ready to pick up the substance before they recognize that it's happening. What we've got is this middle part of the brain that's like the reptilian. You think about the lizard that flicks its tongue out even before you see it, and the part of us that recognizes, oh yeah, this is dangerous. Oh, I better not do that. Up here, the frontal lobe, our willpower is slow. It's slow. The thought of, I should just stop doing this. This is why we can't stop, because we haven't even figured out that we're in trouble, and we're already picking up and planning. The addict part of us, the diseased part of us, is much faster. It's much more animalistic. It's not thinking. It's instinctive almost. It's built into the instinctive survival part of us. And so that the clumsy intellectual part of us up here is like stumbling 3 blocks behind, as this other part of me is like, already planning the binge. And those of us who have tried to use willpower, the sicker you become, in other words, the more hijacked this middle part, reward part of the brain is, the faster it is and the slower the willpower is. That's why it doesn't work. So what we have to do is build in rules like, don't have any sweets in the house. Don't go to a buffet. Don't go to the sweet shop and think you're going to be able to say no. Like, you're going to have to build in rules. If you're going to a wedding, I'm not going to go to the cake tray area. I'm going to have somebody go and get the food for me, or I'm not going to go at all, or I'm not going to see my food buddy friends, or whatever it is. In the same way that we would ask an alcoholic that they're not going to go to a bar, on their first year of recovery. So basically, we're using addiction tools to curb our appetite, essentially, which is not, it's a hijacked appetite. And bottom line is, it is not, although it may start as being because of a problem like previous trauma or difficulty with stress of work today, I don't like my job, whatever. Ultimately, if we're in the food environment that we're in, that makes it involves a level of neuroadaptation that takes over and is far bigger a monster, a disorder, than the initial comfort distress piece. So we have to fix that first. And how do we do that? Well, we have to step out of the whole toxic food environment with help, because you're not going to want to do it. You're hijacked. You're married to it. You're glued to it. You have to actually step out of it, and that requires help, like a food coach or food rules or whatever it is. So, Chef AJ, that was a very fast, dense talk, but ask me questions if you like to go further there. Or
Yeah, absolutely. That was amazing. It's something we're going to have to watch over and over again. One of the last terms you mentioned, and one of the previous speakers, Dr. Ellen Goldhammer, talked about this concept of neuroadaptation.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So you want me to elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah. And maybe if you're done with your slides, maybe take it off so that we can see you.
Okay. Let me just show you this one slide, and then I can go on with the neuroadaptation. So, I talked about the neurochemicals, and mainly dopamine is the one. That's the sort of, like I said, the matriarch of addiction. We also have a couple of other pleasure neurochemicals like serotonin and endorphins. And serotonin is where dopamine is the excited, I'm looking forward to, I can't wait till Christmas, that sort of feeling. I can't wait until I win $1 million. Serotonin is the neurochemical of I feel really satisfied and good. It's the gratitude, I'm grateful kind. And I want to mention that before I turn off the slides, because when we talk about recovery, if you're that part of that 30 or 40% that has gone over the line, that you're not just using food for comfort, but for the food itself, which is the addiction piece. What do we do to recover? Well, we stop the whole process, but it's really hard to stop because you're right in the middle of this, you're caught in this big thing. Serotonin is the kind of salve. It's the soothing comfort that I can give somebody who wants their next fix. And serotonin, how do I do that? Serotonin is the neurochemical of, like I said, of gratitude, of comfort, but it's the comfort of social, like the hug, which we can't do, unfortunately, right now, which, by the way, with COVID is bad news. The fact that we can't socially engage is really bad for addiction. Anyway, it's the people connection. It's, the opposite of addiction being overtaxed dopamine is connection. That's serotonin. So we have to really beef up on the serotonin, which is the support and gratitude. And endorphin is our neurochemical of pain relief, which is like the opiates. So the neuroadaptation, when you have, this is the last piece, and then I'll turn the slides off. When you have this burst of dopamine, which is what happens with addiction, instead of the 3 to 8, it's the 10 or the 1. It's like the extremes. The brain does not like extremes, and so it tries to normalize even extremes. And it does that by neuroadapting to those excessive extremes, so that a 10 will feel like a 3, because we want to be at a 3 or we want to be at an 8. So it's going to change our brain so that the outside will feel more like it's like a norm, like it'll feel like what it should, but in fact it isn't, because the moment you're no longer getting all that stuff, you're going to be your brain has changed, and you have the expectation of having a huge amount of dopamine when in fact that's not realistic.
Wow, the opposite of addiction is connection.
Yeah, that's not my phrase, but it's very true. I'd like to claim that one, but it isn't mine.
So, Dr. Tarman, in case somebody is new to this summit and hasn't really heard much about the term food addiction,
yes,
or maybe they've heard about it, but they don't quite understand it, or maybe even don't believe it, how would you define food addiction?
Okay, so I mean, what I've given you just now is a sort of the difference between like comfort eating and this disorder, this dynamic of food addiction. But so in a way, I've given you the story, the backstory behind it. But the front end, how do I know what is food addiction? It's when a person, usually we mean, when we say food addiction, we usually mean sugar addiction or refined carb addiction. And that's because that's where it starts. Sugar is the immediate dopamine fix that then we have a neuroadaptation to. So, but then over time, a person can start to even eat inappropriately good food, normal healthy food, by overeating too much or whatever. Like they start developing what looks like an eating disorder, but it's in fact an addiction. So food addiction is when you have a disorder of food, usually refined carbs, and you've had so much exposure that well, how do I say? Okay, so the clinical picture is somebody who eats and can't, and although they want to stop eating that much because they see that it's causing weight gain and obesity and all these conditions, they can't control it. And they can't control it even though there's impairment, and then they can't stop it. So it's when you like something to the point where it becomes an obsession, it becomes problematic in your life, and you can't stop it, and you're trying to stop it, and you can't stop it, and you want to stop it. So those are the attributes of any kind of addiction, including food, which usually starts with sugar. Right. I hope that was clear enough.
Yeah. Well, sugar and wouldn't you say for a lot of people, all the refined carbohydrates, flour and alcohol too?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And yes, because I mean, it starts with, there's probably some addictive component with fats and with salts and with proteins, but sugar is the first one because sugar is pure fuel to the brain. So our brain, our bodies have been primed to like sweets anyway, especially fatty sweets. And if we have what nature has given us, it has its own checks and balances so that I will only eat as much as until I'm full and I can't eat anymore. And I won't want anymore because the checks and balances are such that I want the stuff until I don't need it anymore, and then I don't want it anymore. And addiction is when you still want it even when you're full and you don't want it anymore. You still want it. And that happens when you're not eating proper food, like unrefined. You're eating refined food, which is basically pre-digested food that has been made to make you eat more than you should.
Absolutely. So would you say that food addiction began when the processing of food began? Because I can't imagine our ancestors struggling with this, or even people in parts of, say, rural Africa having binge eating disorder or food addiction.
Absolutely. Yes. So, I mean, I think we can say, if we ate the way that people ate 200 or 300 years ago, we wouldn't have addiction, sugar addiction, nor would we have diabetes. Like in a sense, diabetes is the physical manifestation and food addiction is the mental manifestation of refined foods, refined sugars. And and then once that's been broken, then people, it becomes so broken that other things break too. And so then they end up becoming addicted to other things like proteins and even eating behaviors. But that's later on in the game.
Right. So do food addiction and emotional eating always go hand in hand? Or so, for example, could somebody be an emotional eater without suffering food addictions? And could somebody be a food addict without emotionally eating?
Yes, I think that it's probably fair to say that, I mean, I've made the three distinctions: the emotional eater, the person with an eating disorder like bulimia, and food addiction. I made those three different categories. But I actually think that it's a continuum because we are built into us is to enjoy food and to use food as a comfort. I think that most people, especially if we're eating in this food environment, will be using food as a kind of self-medication, comfort. Most people do. And it's the people who have been doing it for the longest and the most that then cross over the line into food addiction. So I think that's the beginning phase, and you might just be at that beginning phase because you haven't had enough exposure. It's kind of like everybody, if they have a drink or two, feels the buzz of, oh, I feel relaxed, I'm good, but I'm not an alcoholic. But if you've had enough exposure and over a long period of time and enough of it and fast and more, then you cross a line at which now I just need it, because if I don't, I'm going to go in withdrawal. And that happens with sugar too. But that's later on. Except that later on in our food environment is getting closer and closer to people. It's happening now to kids because they've had the exposure that I've had over a lifetime. They've had in 5 years,
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's largely an environmental disease.
Absolutely. Yes, it's absolutely. Well, environmental, I would like to say it's actually a food industry created disease. But yes, if you want to be diplomatic, you can say it's an environmental disease.
Well, I mean, it seems like there's also maybe a strong biological component and even a psychological component.
Yes, absolutely. You can, just like the alcoholic can have a predisposition. And in fact, the alcoholic has the predisposition for food addiction and vice versa, because it's all addiction. It's all addiction. So you can have a genetic predisposition. And absolutely, if you've had what we call the adverse childhood events, the ACE, basically trauma in your past, you're also predisposed to having, the stress, the whole coping mechanism has been already damaged or challenged, so that you're just a walking target for any kind of hijacking that can occur, whether it be cigarettes or alcohol or food. But food is everywhere, like most people who are addicted to these other substances are also addicted to food, like they're dual addicted.
It seems to me that if somebody suffers from these food addictions or is vulnerable to the effects of these processed and refined carbohydrates, dieting is not a very good idea, because all it's doing is telling you to eat less of addictive substances.
Absolutely. Yeah. Dieting. I'm not a fan of dieting because it doesn't address the dilemma, and it actually just makes you hungry. So that makes that insulin go up, and therefore the dopamine goes up. It just makes the craving stronger. And it's another reason why, this is going to be, this is so popular right now, the whole concept of intermittent fasting. I'm not a fan of that for food addiction. That's just that's a fancy word for dieting or restricting. And if a person does want to do intermittent fasting, which for those of you who don't know what that means, it means basically restricting your food within parameters like, maybe 12 hours in a day or 16 hours a day. I don't eat anything. But basically you starve for a period of time. If you have a problem with eating, I think you're just going to make that problem worse. And a person who would do intermittent fasting because they're diabetic or they have a health problem should do it under the care of a physician or somebody who knows what they're doing. Not a food coach out there on the internet land, but somebody who knows what they're doing, because you're just going to get yourself into more trouble. The addictive web is so, when we're dealing with this processed food thing, it's I don't know. Intermittent fasting would probably work if we ate the foods of 200 years ago, but we're not. We're not.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
so
I see so many people, and I don't know if you've ever studied this, that have food addictions that also have some sort of binge eating disorder.
Yeah.
And it always seems to come from some kind of restriction in their past.
Yeah, that's right, because they're in that realm of the extremes, not the 3 to 8, which is, I never get that hungry that I have to stuff myself. I just get hungry enough like it's time for a meal, and that's good. But when you're so hungry because you're either following an intermittent fasting regime or you're trying to diet off all that stuff that you binged from the night before, so I'm not going to eat for 2 more days. Well, what's going to happen is that in 2 days, when you eat again, you're going to eat a 4-day supply in the 1 day, and then you have to do it's like it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You're just getting more and more into the vortex of this
Yeah,
eating.
it's like I see binge, restrict, repeat, and it becomes, like you say, a vicious cycle. What is the biggest obstacle that people that suffer from food addictions struggle to overcome?
Well, the biggest obstacle in the get-go, and the first, is to believe that it's possible. Like, people will go, how am I not going to be able to eat bread? Oh my God. Or how can I, not have sugar? So just that initial aghast fear of not having their substance, which is the same as the person who thinks, how will I not get through a day without a cigarette or a drug or a drink? So that's the first obstacle, to believe that it's possible and you need help. So maybe the second obstacle is asking for help and building it in. You have to build it in. If you just rely on your willpower, you're going to throw it away. It just doesn't work. I've worked in addiction long enough to know that at least in the first early days, you can't do this alone. And then the biggest obstacle once you've stopped is to convince yourself that you can't. It's like once you're a pickle, you're not a cucumber anymore, is that you can't go back and just have a little bit. Like I'm sure, Chef AJ, if I were to make some kind of sugary thing and, you're going to say no.
Right.
Right.
Not a drop, not a morsel, not a crumb.
Exactly. So there's something in you that knows that you're just not going to do that because that's dangerous. It's probably not even enticing to you, but even if it were somewhat enticing, you probably know I'm not going there. Like for me, I'd know even if you've made it in such a way that it's like, oh my God, that looks good. I know no way am I going there, because then I'm just going back to that misery, because it'll start. It's like a fire to kindling that's just sitting there waiting for that flame, and I don't need that flame. So it's believing that you can't go back. But the good news is, you don't want to go back.
Well, for me, abstinence is a lot easier than trying to, dance that moderation dance. But do you think that total abstinence is necessary for people with addiction?
With addiction, yes, but not everybody is an addict. And as I was explaining earlier, in the earlier part, which was talking about the people who are just using for comfort or for psychological disorders like eating disorders, if in fact they sort out their psychic distress and don't wade into the total refined food thing, because that stuff is made to make us want to eat more, but they might be able to have a little bit, like basically moderate foods, because they're not so far gone. So yes, I do believe it's possible for some people. I think it's probably only 30 to 40% of the population who can't go back. But you know what? I think that people know in their hearts, and it's the addict that makes them pick up again.
So is that what causes the recidivism? The fact, is it the social environment? Because
the social environment, definitely. But, it's our own addict that says, come on, I can manage this. Because that's part of addictive thinking, is that I can manage this until you've really been beaten blue in the face and you know that you can't. But there is a social environment out there, and it's nasty because, it finally, after how many, 30, 40 years, we now have a smoking environment where the social norm is go outside in the cold. Nobody wants to do that, so people are quitting smoking. If we did the same thing with sugar, you're going to have dessert, sure, but you have to go outside in the cold, in the dark. Then you can have your dessert. That would be great.
You are a medical doctor who's also an addiction specialist. What are the most successful strategies you've implemented in your patients to help them either I don't know if you can overcome an addiction, or manage their addiction?
Yeah. So overcome, I don't think so. Once you become an addict, like I said, once you're a pickle, you're not a cucumber. But you can manage. You can absolutely manage. And the first thing would be get a support system. And first of all, get a coach. Get somebody to help you get off the damn drug of food. Right? So that would be the first thing. And then you want to have a support system to support you through the hump, and then to keep you sober and clean. And that's routine in addiction. It's always about the opposite of addiction is connection. You need to have people. And you want to, so that's the first thing. And then the second thing is you have to have foods and an environment that supports the pleasure of eating. Like, it's not just food as fuel. It's this food, which is healthy, which is unrefined, which is not going to make me addictive, is actually more desirable than that other stuff. Like, it's a pleasant place to be. And also I'll feel a lot better. Like, you want to build as a tool an actual positive view that the person will be going. In other words, building a hopeful place. This is not about deprivation. This is about feeling better and actually feeling empowered. I think that that's a really important tool, because most people, when they think about it, I have to stop this, they're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be deprived all my life. No, this is actually, you'll feel far less deprived and much more strengthened.
So many people say to me, but even the thought of giving up sugar or alcohol or whatever, it's going to make me want it more. Isn't that what addiction is? Isn't that because if you said to me, gosh, you have to give up okra, I'd be like, all right.
Yeah, exactly. But that experience is part of withdrawal, and that only lasts 2 to 3 weeks. You're absolutely right. You will feel deprived. The same as if you stop using your Dilaudid or your fentanyl or your cocaine, you're going to feel deprived. And yes, you will. That's called withdrawal. But it's a neuroadaptation now. In the same way as you neuroadapt and become addicted to something, you can essentially become undependent to it. It takes about 2 to 3 weeks. You just got to get through that hump, and then the deprivation will go.
I just think most people they're looking for a pill for every ill, and they don't want to experience the pain of withdrawal.
Yeah, but the pain of withdrawal it's not that long. So yes, and that's where, it would be nice if we had, like we have with treatment centers, a 3 or 4 week residential setting.
The pain of withdrawal is not that long, but the pain of addiction is a lifetime.
Exactly. Love it. And, people get locked up for 3 or 4 weeks, and then they walk out and they're so much better. I tell you, I don't want to leave the place. I feel so much better. I can't believe how good I feel. Like, that's what it is. So yes, compared to the 30 years before where they said, what took me so long?
As an addiction specialist, do you ever see people switching one addiction to another one? Maybe it's a little bit healthier. Like, I can't tell you how many people I know that stop sugar only to develop like an 18 can of Diet Coke per day habit, or to walk around with these bottles of stevia, and not the green leaf that's found in nature, but this highly processed liquid or powder, and literally having to put dropfuls just to drink water.
Yeah. Wow. Yes, absolutely. You're just feeding the addiction, but you're prolonging the agony. It's a bit like using nicotine gum when you're trying to quit smoking. Okay, fair enough. That might be one approach. I think if you can just get through those first 2 or 3 weeks, then you're done. I mean, it's either you're going to do it slowly using another, but it is just substituting, and you're still keeping the addiction going.
How would you define a trigger food?
A trigger food is anything that gets that dopamine going again. So you may have first been eating a lot of sugar, and then you stop eating the sugar, and now you're eating a lot of bagels or popcorn. So you're getting kind of the same. It's like a muted or similar type of drug. Experience that makes you. A trigger food is it's basically anything that gets your dopamine up. So that could be looking forward to something, and it's basically anything that puts the fuel onto that fire so that you're back to eating again. And that could be sweets, it could be nuts, it could be dairy, it could be the initial addiction is sugar, but then you end up having all sorts of other things that keep the fuel of the addiction going.
Is it similar to a gateway food?
Yes, that would be the exact same. Yeah, that's another way of saying the same thing.
So it's possible for a food might even be a healthy food, but for a particular individual, like I know for me, I just can't eat nuts. I cannot have a single nut in the house. And I know nuts are very healthy, but I just can't moderate them.
A lot of people find that nuts are very triggering, as a lot of people find cheese triggering. Or dairy triggering. So, it's it's a gateway. It's whatever gives that excitement. And, these are things in the gray area. You have a problem with nuts, but some other people don't. So we know that most people can eat sugar and probably flour, like bagels and that kind, bread and that kind of stuff. Then we get into sort of a mix area where it's nuts and dairy and chocolate, and like they some can and some can't. If you want to be squeaky clean and be like we would do at a treatment center, we would say no to all of that stuff, and then you can try to reintroduce later and see. But this is where a food coach comes in really handy, because they'll help you figure out your basically gateway/trigger foods.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Let me just say that. And this is not about weight loss. This is about managing the obsession to eat in the brain. And then when that's managed, the weight just takes care of itself.
Right. That's what I was going to say. We haven't even gotten to weight loss yet, because I think until one can learn to manage their food addictions, it's almost a moot point.
Exactly. Because then you're just white knuckling it until you can eat, and then you'll eat, and then you'll gain all that weight back. So,
So many diets, popular diets today recommend cheat days.
yeah, I know. That's nuts. That's like,
it's like telling an alcoholic, oh, you can drink on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly. And what it does is it, you're just finally recalibrating, and then you throw in something, and now you got to do it all again. You've got to recalibrate all again. And the problem is what's happening is the brain is readjusting, and then you get this wallop of something. So it's super exciting. What you're actually doing is building in a kind of learned model that you're not even aware of I'm going to have this super experience, and then I'm going to crash, and then you got to deal with that. That becomes an addiction. Yeah. So
how can we help people that are struggling with food addictions, that live with unsupportive family members in an unclean environment? Is there any hope for them? It's so hard. It's
really hard. It's really hard. This is why so many people in the addicted world, they go into treatment, they get off of their cocaine, and then before you know it, as soon as they go back home, they're back using again, because they're living in an environment where it's everywhere. And we have the very same thing happening with food. Person goes back and they eat. The only way it would work is if the partner would be compliant, and would be, if they're still going to eat this stuff, that they're going to keep it locked away somewhere. That's my cupboard, and you don't go in there and I don't go in yours, so that it's out of sight, out of mind to the food addict, and that they respect the boundaries. Like you don't say in the middle of a Netflix show, "Hey, you want some of my candy?" You just don't do that. And then that food addict has a support, which luckily with Facebook and Zoom meetings and all that stuff, there's more and more of that they get hooked into the social support, so that they might be able to say no when their partner offers them something. But that's probably the biggest obstacle, is the addict partner, or the partner
unsupportive. Yeah.
They don't get it.
I would think, I think that when it comes to things like drugs and alcohol, people understand that if they want to be successful, they can't keep these substances in the house. Not that their spouse can't drink. But yet when it comes to food, it seems like it's torture for the individual with this problem, because the family members, like you say, they could be little addicts themselves, whether they struggle with weight or not. But I just find it's so difficult for the people. And that's why I have a motto: if it's in your house, it's in your mouth.
Exactly. Exactly. I totally agree with you. And the only way we're going to change that is if we change the norms overall. So that for me to say, we're having a party, and I don't want any drugs in the party, that's probably okay to say now. Can you imagine saying no dessert? But maybe one day we'll have that norm.
Right. You had mentioned that how important connection is, that the opposite of addiction is connection. So we don't know how long the pandemic and the physical distancing is going to end. It's going to be different probably for different people where they live. So how do we help the people that are isolating, not through any fault of their own, with this problem?
I don't know. This is the problem, because we've got the food industry more than eager to help them with their offerings. Like all these baking things that you can join, thanks to COVID. That's terrible. It's just terrible. It makes me really upset when I see that stuff, how people have gotten into baking as, a COVID activity. We need to have an alternative support. Thankfully, Zoom has really blossomed, and that we just got to build more of that sort of thing. And it's happening. It is happening. I have Facebook groups out there that are supportive of people to quit sugar and stuff like that. More and more of that is happening, and we just got to keep making sure that happens.
Are there modalities that can sometimes help people manage addictions, things like maybe exercise or playing a musical instrument, or crafts, or things that engage the brain and the body in different ways than lifting the fork? Yeah,
right. Lifting the fork. Really what you're suggesting there is, we have dopamine, which is our natural neurochemical of motivation, anticipation, desire. What we want to do is use that. We don't want to flatten it. I could take medication and just nullify dopamine so that I don't want anything. I'm numb I'm flat. But I don't want that. What I want to do is find other passions to apply my dopamine, get on a different horse and ride a different horse. So that would be like music and connect, like, chess, because of that Netflix show. Getting interested and curious about things again. Absolutely. So find ways to manifest dopamine naturally, like finding interests. Find ways to manifest serotonin rather than by eating pasta and turkey or something that's going to make me feel kind of comfortable, lazy, comfortable. I can do that in a different way by like meditating or just learning how to chill by listening to music. Like there's natural ways to get these neurochemicals. When we talk about recovery, the concept of recovering addiction is I want to recover my natural feel-good chemistry back to its normal. I want to recover it by doing stuff that I naturally am built to do, like to enjoy singing, to enjoy connecting, to enjoy reading, that sort of thing. Drugs have hijacked that, and I'm recovering it back.
I remember when I first got off sugar and flour, I never liked alcohol. I lost weight very slowly. And I remember I was still overweight, not obese, but I was overweight. I remember saying to my husband, I feel so good. Like I could feel I felt differently in my brain. Like it was the first time in my life I felt calm because I wasn't constantly craving sugar, because I used to wake up every morning and I couldn't get out of bed without a Coke Slurpee. My husband would have to go to 7-Eleven on some days because I couldn't drive. And then I had to go back to 7-Eleven and refuel with a Dr. Pepper. And I remember when I got off sugar, this was I remember the day, July 6, 2003. After a week, and my detox wasn't 3 weeks. It was the first 3 days were miserable. The first 6 days, not so great. But after about 7 days of eating really clean, being in an environment of rest, it was just like bliss. I was so calm. And it was like, even though I was still overweight, I was like, wow, is this what it feels like to be a normal person, not to be craving sugar every second of every day, or thinking about what I'm going to eat or when I'm going to eat or where I'm going to get it. And I wish that was a selling point, because if people could feel in their brains the way we feel in our brains, like you say, the weight it's not even the main driver. It's just that feeling calm and stable.
That's right. The freedom from obsession. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the best. So, Dr. Tarman, what is the real truth about weight loss?
Well, from Dr. Tarman's point of view, the real truth is find what it is that you're eating that's making your weight be excessive. It's most likely addictive. Find the trigger food, manage the trigger food, in other words, abstain from it, and then the mind will be quiet, and then the weight will right itself.
Amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Tarman.
Okay. Thank you again, Chef AJ. I hope that this biology explanation was helpful.
Absolutely. I don't understand why there are so many medical doctors that don't even believe in food addiction, but Dr. Vera Tarman is an addiction doctor, an MD, and she certainly does. And here are my key takeaways from her fabulous talk. Food cravings come from our junk food environment, engineered to make us crave regardless of personal history or trauma. Food addiction goes beyond cravings, involving a historical or emotional connection to eating habits. Refined processed foods contribute to obesity, which lead to a slew of medical conditions like diabetes, fatty liver disease, sleep apnea. So understanding the neurochemistry behind food addiction can help you in addressing and overcoming it. There are different types of problem eaters, those who eat for comfort and those with eating disorders, but both types often use food to self-medicate. The concept of food as an addictive substance itself requires recognition and specific treatment approaches. Hormones such as ghrelin and insulin play significant roles in hunger and how we perceive and react to the need to eat. Eating unrefined complex carbohydrates can regulate hunger and satiety hormones, fostering a balanced relationship with food. Achieving food sobriety and serenity is possible by understanding and properly addressing our individual eating patterns and triggers. Eating between a hunger scale of 3 to 8 maintains hormonal balance, avoiding extreme hunger or extreme fullness. Ghrelin signals hunger, leptin signals fullness. Keeping with their balanced range supports food sobriety. Insulin functions as a sugar hormone, not ideally as a hunger indicator. Its mismanagement leads to cravings. Cortisol, the stress hormone, exacerbates issues by acting like insulin on steroids, making eating disorders worse. Dopamine, linked to pleasure and anticipation, gets hijacked by sugary and refined foods, mimicking drug addiction effects. Avoiding refined foods can prevent the dopamine surge that leads to uncontrollable cravings and eating. Food addiction alters the brain's dopamine pathways, making it difficult to moderate intake once addicted. Identifying and abstaining from trigger foods is crucial for those with food addiction, akin to managing other addictions. Overexposure to refined foods has made food addiction and its consequent damage more prevalent. The reward pathway in the brain responsible for addiction reacts subconsciously and quicker than conscious thought, making avoidance challenging. So, understanding and addressing food addiction requires recognizing its deep-rooted impact on the brain's reward system. Our brain's instinctive survival mechanism can hijack our ability to exercise willpower, making it difficult to resist unhealthy eating behaviors. Building in rules such as not keeping sweets at home or avoiding buffets can help manage those temptations. Recovery from food addiction requires stepping out of the toxic food environment with external support, like a food coach. Neural adaptation causes our brain to normalize extreme dopamine spikes, making it harder to find satisfaction in normal activities and increasing dependency. Serotonin and endorphins also play significant roles in our emotional well-being and pain relief, respectively, emphasizing the importance of connection and gratitude in combating addiction. Food addiction, primarily triggered by refined carbs and sugar, is a result of our brain's reaction to these substances, leading to uncontrollable cravings and consumption. The processing of food has significantly contributed to the emergence of food addiction, with refined sugars playing a primary role. There's a continuum between emotional eating and food addiction, with many using food as self-medication in our current food environment. Food addiction is influenced by environmental factors, notably the practices of the food industry, as well as biological and psychological predispositions. The concept of addiction extends beyond food to encompass behaviors related to technology and social media, all driven by the same underlying dopamine dysregulation. Craving equals dopamine, which leads to wanting more over time due to neural adaptation. Dieting increases craving by spiking insulin and dopamine, making the craving stronger. Intermittent fasting, similar to dieting, is not recommended for those with food addiction. Water fasting, too, according to Dr. Furman, our first summit interview. Food addiction therapy involves avoiding refined food and establishing a structured eating habit. Refined and processed foods are engineered to increase craving, complicating moderation. Total abstinence from addictive substances is necessary for those with addictions. The initial fear of giving up addictive foods is a significant barrier to overcoming food addiction. Professional support is crucial in navigating the withdrawal from addictive substances. Social environments and personal denial contribute significantly to relapse in addiction. Shifting to unprocessed whole foods is beneficial for both individuals and general health. Support systems, aligned food environments, and a focus on the pleasure of healthy eating are key in managing addiction. Feeling empowered rather than deprived is essential for long-term management of addiction. Withdrawal feels like deprivation, but it lasts generally only 2 to 3 weeks, and I've heard for some people, not even that long. Addiction mechanisms can be reversed with time and commitment. Social support is crucial for overcoming the initial withdrawal phase. Addiction substitution, like switching from one addictive substance to another, promotes recovery. Actually prolongs recovery. Oops, that's not right at all. Prolongs it. It doesn't promote it. Yep, that's what a lot of people do. You've seen like in AA meetings how they eat donuts. Trigger foods ignite dopamine release and can perpetuate addiction. The concept of cheat days in diets can disrupt recovery by introducing addictive cycles. Living with unsupportive family members, and if that's you, my heart goes out to you. I know how difficult it is because it complicates recovery, but it can be manageable with clear boundaries and external support. The opposite of addiction is connection, highlighting the importance of community and relationship in recovery. Modalities like exercise, hobbies, or music can be effective in managing addiction by engaging the brain and dopamine pathways naturally. Recover natural feel-good chemistry through enjoyable natural activities. Food addiction is a real phenomenon, not a concept in one's head. The term food addiction struggles with validation and suffers from stigma. An impaired dopamine response is a suggested name to describe food addiction more accurately. Understanding the gut biome's role could advance our comprehension of food addiction. Processed food should not be classified as food. I couldn't agree more, Dr. Tarman. To help change societal norms, managing food addictions could lead to managing obesity indirectly. Obesity management is a consequence of addressing food addictions, not the primary goal. Genetic predisposition affects dietary needs, with some individuals requiring different amounts of different foods, such as carbohydrates. But we don't want to avoid the unprocessed whole food carbs. Cutting off sugar and flour reduces cravings and promotes a feeling of calmness and stability. The real truth about weight loss is identifying and managing addictive triggers. Freedom from obsession with food brings a profound sense of relief and calm. And it's so true because, many of the doctors talk about that calm, stable brain. And when I was losing weight about 13 years ago, permanently, that was the last attempt. I remember I hadn't even lost very much weight, but just abstaining from highly processed addictive foods like sugar, flour, never drank alcohol. I felt so good in my brain. I remember saying, even if I don't lose any more weight, I want to eat this way forever. We have 2 more great speakers for you today, and our next one is Dr. Linda Carney, who will discuss everything you need to know about nuts, coffee, and alcohol. Dr. Carney has been practicing medicine since 1986, graduating in the top third of her class at Loma Linda University School of Medicine. I met her in 2010 when we were both working with Rip Esselstyn for the very first Engine 2 immersion program where she was the doctor. Please welcome Dr. Linda Carney to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Hi, Dr. Carney, and welcome to the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
I am delighted to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Chef AJ.
Oh, my pleasure. I can't wait to talk to you because I've known you for quite a while, almost a decade. We actually met in Austin, Texas, at one of the whole food immersion programs where you were taking care of many patients that were either overweight or obese and had many lifestyle-related diseases. What was that like?
I remember it well. You were the executive chef, and I was the medical director for Rip Esselstyn's Engine 2 immersion for the employees of Whole Foods Market. And that was just such a wonderful hope-building experience for me because people ate all that they wanted of whole, unprocessed, plant-based foods. It was a buffet. They could go back for seconds and thirds. Nobody monitored how much they ate, and yet they lost about a pound every day of the immersion week. It was very exciting, and people loved the food, and my staff drew the blood on Monday and Friday of the immersion week, and cholesterols would come down 100 points in 5 days, and my job was to take the people off the blood pressure medicine, get some of the people off the insulin if they were type 2 diabetics. That just built up so much hope in me. And you were showing people how to make the food and how they could do this easily, even if they're working a 40-hour week. It it was a great experience. And since that time, my husband and I started the website, drcarney.com, and some of my success stories are there under the gems section, and you can see some before and after pictures of the people who have lost weight on my Start Smart system, which is very similar to your Secrets of Ultimate Weight Loss.
Do you have any inspiring stories, like particular ones you could share with our viewers?
Oh, yes, they're on the website if you want to see drcarney.com, if you want to see the before and after pictures. But one of them is a friend of mine, a patient of mine named Shirley. And the pictures before and after for Shirley are very dramatic, and she has lost quite a bit of weight. The number's always changing because she continues to lose, and she's a lady over the age of 50, and as am I, and so it's exciting to see that this is not just for younger people who can sometimes lose weight more easily than older people. People at any age can benefit from what we know about the power of plant-based diets.
Well, one of the things I love about you is you're one of the people that really talk about the importance of getting to bed on time, specifically 10 p.m. Why is that so important?
2 hours of sleep before midnight are worth 4 hours of sleep after midnight when it comes to losing body fat. And this has to do with the interplay of various hormones, cortisol, ghrelin, leptin, and it really makes a difference. And some of my patients have told me they didn't think that would make much of a difference, and they thought, wow, it made a huge difference for them.
That's incredible, because so many people not only don't go to bed on time, but they also eat very late in the evening. That's not favorable for weight loss, is it?
No, it's not. I ask my patients to stop eating calories after 6 p.m. I know that can be difficult, and if you do it, it's a fasting mimicking program similar to intermittent fasting, which I think has a lot of valid science behind it.
So you want us to eat breakfast, though. You are one of the believers in breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, dinner like a pauper.
Yes, I believe that. Absolutely.
So what do you think about alcohol when it comes to health in general and weight loss in particular?
I'm glad you asked that question. It's not a popular answer, but let's look at what the science says. Does alcohol make a person gain body fat? Well, not every person, but there are 7 calories per gram of alcohol. And you compare that to the 4 calories per gram of carbohydrate. So you think, okay, where do we get alcohol? We ferment grapes into wine, potatoes into vodka, hops into beer, barley into liquor. So those are high carbohydrate foods with their 4 calories per gram of carbohydrate. But once you've fermented them, now you've got 7 calories per gram. So something chemical changed in the fermentation process, unleashing more nutrients. Some people think, oh, more nutrients, healthier. But not necessarily, because it's more concentrated in calories. And the more calorie concentrated a food, the more it can contribute to body fat storage if you're taking in too many calories. But there's another reason why alcohol could make us gain body fat. So this relates to the inhibition of the frontal lobe. And the frontal lobe is what sets our species apart. We have the largest frontal lobe of any species. And think about, okay, you're at the beginning of a party, and people are just starting to liquor up. What happens to the volume of their voices? They get louder, don't they? And when people get louder, it's because alcohol is slightly impairing their frontal lobe. It's slightly impairing their judgment. And so that's why people get louder when they're liquoring up. And when judgment is impaired, we may not be able to make the best judgments. So my next point is we're less able to weigh the risks, which is the consequences of a behavior. And that might make you eat off plan. And then alcohol also can lead to lower levels of willpower in the future. In your book, you mentioned how you've seen some of your clients, they go on a binge, and some of them unfortunately never recover from it. And I have seen that in my own practice. Some people never recover from a binge because they feel like, okay, forget it, no willpower, it's just gone. And so that's another way that alcohol can make us gain body fat. But now I want to talk about the liver, because you know that the liver has a role in removing, detoxifying alcohol, but it also removes excess estrogen from the bloodstream. And when the liver must stop its removal of excess estrogen from the bloodstream in order to quickly detoxify alcohol to prevent coma, the excess estrogen promotes body fat storage in a woman, but also in a man. And most people don't realize that their own estrogen that they make can do that.
Wow, that's incredible. I know what you mean about lowers your inhibition. I've never seen anybody go to the bar and order a couple of drinks and say, hey, I'll have this steamed kale, you know?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
That's great. So is it important to eat breakfast if we're trying to lose weight or just be healthy in general?
I think it is. For me, it is. I know everybody's different, but the scientific studies show that skipping breakfast could change the balance of your hunger hormones, your body fat storage hormones, and put you into what I call storage mode for the next time that you ingest calories. And we store calories as body fat. And studies show that breakfast skippers tend to overeat later in the day. And the experience of my patients have been wonderfully successful for weight loss when they eat beans and veggies for breakfast. I have had the best success with my patients when they eat veggies for breakfast. And I know that that is one of your secrets to ultimate weight loss. I totally agree with you there. We are on the same page, and the science is solidly behind us.
That's amazing. But what if somebody wakes up and they're not hungry? Do you recommend they still eat, or should they wait until they're hungry?
You know, I think that's an excellent question, because I'm never hungry when I wake up. The smaller, lighter, and earlier your evening meal, which some people call it supper, some people call it dinner, but the smaller, lighter, and earlier, the more your body begins to adapt so that when you wake up, you can think about eating a breakfast. But what I do to wake up my stomach first thing in the morning is I'm drinking more than 8 ounces of water. Usually I try to get in 16 ounces of water. And I believe that drinking 64 ounces of water before 5 p.m. really helps to accelerate your weight loss, especially if you drink it in between your meals. But first thing that I do is I wake up my stomach with water, and then about an hour later, when the shower is done, the clothes are on, I'm in the kitchen, then I'm ready to eat. And then I become actually quite hungry. And it's a learned thing. And the more you eat on a schedule, the better it is for your overall health, because we don't want to just be skinny corpses. You know, when it comes to weight loss, people with end-stage cancer have a lot of weight loss, and people with end-stage renal failure can have a lot of weight loss. We want to be slender and vibrant, healthy, energetic, and that's what I have against quick weight loss schemes like ketogenic and paleo.
So a lot of the plant-based doctors, or a lot of doctors in general now, are really promoting nuts and seeds for health because of their high omega-3 fatty acids. And I know they're healthy food, but in my experience with myself and my clients, especially women, we can't seem to eat very many of them and not only lose weight, but maintain our weight loss. Has that been your experience at all with yourself or your clients? Are women maybe different than men when it comes to how much fat we can eat and be slender?
I think that your question about nuts and seeds is totally valid. It's a great, great question, because you see a lot of so-called science today touting the benefits of nuts. And hey, I am not anti-nut. I eat some nuts, but I eat very, very few nuts. Maybe a teaspoon of walnuts or almonds a month. That's not much. Maybe a tablespoon of nuts and seeds per month, flax, chia, that kind of thing. And the healthiest nuts with the highest omega-3 are walnuts, and the healthiest seeds are flax and chia. But nuts are calorie dense. They're very high in fat. And as we spoke before, fat has 9 calories per gram. And the more you eat a concentrated food, a calorie concentrated food, the easier it is to overeat on it. So will one nut make you fat? Well, probably not. But it's just so easy to overeat on them. This is a summit about weight loss. And so I want people to not get up in arms and, not make me notorious as bashing nuts, because there are some skinny teenage boys that, they're going to want to eat nuts to bodybuild and have excess calories. They're desperate to gain weight, but this summit isn't geared for those people. Nuts and seeds are more stimulating. So what I mean by that is a more intense dopamine hit occurs when we eat calorie concentrated foods. We get habituated to this level of dietary stimulation, and that can result in a withdrawal, feelings of deprivation when we try to downshift to a diet lower in fat. So my advice here is be patient. Your taste buds will neuroadapt, and so will your pleasure center in the brain, but this takes time. So if you're used to eating a bunch of nuts and seeds because you've been told that, hey, you should have a handful of them every day, and you start to eat less, you may feel a little worse initially. Power through that. You can do it. So more to the point of, okay, do nuts and seeds make it harder to lose excess body fat? The ingestion of dietary fat raises estrogen levels, our own natural estrogen levels I spoke about before. And estrogen induces the storage of body fat. We know that this happens in both men and women. Women naturally have more estrogen, and we have a natural, because of that estrogen, a layer of fat under our skin. That's what makes women softer, their bodies softer than men. And yet, the more fat that you ingest, the more estrogen you make, and the more it's going to induce you to store body fat. So nuts and seeds play a role there because they're so high in fat. Here's another thing that the fat in nuts and seeds can do. It can cause insulin resistance. And when you've got lots and lots of insulin circulating through you, the two side effects of that are body fat storage and hunger cravings. And if you're a person struggling to lose weight, you've got those genetics and it's just harder for you to lose weight, the last thing you need is more and more insulin resistance to promote body fat storage and give you hunger cravings. So nuts, you have to be careful with that.
So many people are afraid not to eat nuts, that they feel like they're going to have a heart attack or drop dead or get dementia. And, other experts are citing all these studies that it's dangerous to be on a low-fat vegan diet. How would you counter that? Because I have seen what you have seen, at least in my clients, where until they stop adding the extra fat, their weight doesn't budge. Even an ounce is just too much for some of these gals.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so I love your question. Why do the nut studies say that nuts won't make me fat? This answer is not going to win me any popularity contests, but some studies are so flawed in their design that their conclusions are misleading. And I am not casting aspersions on Dr. Hu of Harvard and Dr. Ross he's from Spain. But I just want to give you an example. Dr. Ross's study, the PREDIMED study. Researchers did not practice concealment during randomization. Okay, so you know that there's two groups in studies. One group is the experimental group, and so maybe those are the ones you're going to give the nuts to, see what happens to them. And the other group is the control group that's not going to have the nuts. Okay, so concealment means that the researchers didn't know who was going to go into which group. So in PREDIMED, they didn't practice concealment. Therefore, the study results could have been skewed by more than 30%. And that's the level at which placebo effect exists. And so the PREDIMED study has been retracted. It's been republished, but this is flawed data. And yet you have to look at, okay, who's paying for these studies about the benefits of nuts? The nut studies are often funded by the nut industry, and they're paying researchers because back in the 80s and 90s, there was this low-fat message, and the nut industry wanted to overcome the bias against their product because people know that nuts are high in fat. And so over the last 5 years, there's been more than 200 studies. I think it's like more than 40 studies per year. And these studies are reaching the conclusions that are favorable to the marketing of nuts. And the same thing happened in the alcohol industry. They skewed the groups, the scientific groups, to make people think that one drink a day is healthier than not drinking at all, which is absolutely not true. But the connections between the funding of a study and the conclusions are not readily obvious on the surface. And so I really appreciate those people who have put up YouTube videos talking about nut studies and the funding behind them. So when people are asking, are nuts and seeds healthy? That's a flawed question in my mind. The real question is, are nuts and seeds healthy compared to what? Okay, so if you compare walnuts, which are the highest in omega-3, if you compare them to olive oil, which is a high-fat food. Now, let's say you have a pound of olive oil, that's going to have 4,000 calories per pound. Let's say you have a pound of nuts, a pound of walnuts, it's going to have about 2,800 calories per pound of walnuts. So when weight loss is your goal, if you eat nuts instead of olive oil, yeah, potentially you could lose more weight. But if you compare walnuts, which are good for you in that they have omega-3 and they're a whole food, because an oil is a fat removed from its fiber. So I don't think of oil as a whole food, vegan though it may be. A nut is a whole food. But when you compare walnuts to other sources of omega-3, such as leafy green vegetables, which is where the fish get their omega-3 and they concentrate it in their fish oils. If you compare nuts to leafy green vegetables, there's no contest that leafy green vegetables are way better for your health in many, many ways, and especially for weight loss. I know this is a seminar about weight loss, but just let me seg into, are nuts better than olive oil for overcoming insulin resistance? Yes. But will you have less insulin resistance overall if you're getting your omega-3s, which, we do need from leafy green vegetables? Absolutely. So the question is, are nuts and seeds healthy? Yes, compared to sausage. No, compared to broccoli.
That's great. Because
and yes, nuts could be good for a skinny teenage boy who's underweight and he's pumping iron. He desperately wants to get big, but this seminar is not geared for them. This seminar is geared for those people who are desperate to lose weight and who may have even given up hope on that. And I want to give you an example from my own life. I told you that I eat very few nuts and seeds, and I'm not the only one who eats without oil, who eats a vegan diet of whole unprocessed foods, and eats very few nuts and seeds. And I've tested my omega-3 levels last year and this year. And both times, my DHA, which is an omega-3 precursor, and my EPA are high. They're high, and yet I eat very, very few nuts and seeds. Mostly I eat nuts and seeds when I'm making food for neighbors or patients or potluck, guests, and I'm trying to convince them to come off standard American diet. So I'm making the food a little richer than I would eat it myself. So then I'm tasting my food before I, serve it to other people, and so that's where I'm getting my nuts and seeds. My risk category on the Omega Check, which is a commercial laboratory test for omega-3s, my risk category is low risk, but I'm not the only one. The same has happened for my husband because we're pretty much eating the same diet out of convenience. He eats a very low amount of nuts and seeds, and he's got very different genetics than mine, but his EPA and DHA are also high. And I have patients who are doing this, and their EPA and DHA are also high. I have one of my special patients is famous. He's a type 1 diabetic, and he never eats nuts and seeds at all because they cause him insulin resistance. And he doesn't have any weight problems, but he says that if he gets what he calls contaminated with nuts and seeds, it takes him 15 to 30 days to get his insulin levels back under control. Because, the more insulin a type 1 diabetic takes into their body, the greater their risk that they could crash their blood sugars too low. So he wants to stay stable in his requirements and stable in his blood sugar. And so I realized that I'm not a researcher. I'm just a little doctor in a small town, but I do have patient success stories who are eating this way. They're not deficient. They're absorbing their carotenoids. We're testing those levels. And yes, someday I need to find the time and publish that stuff, because there's a lot of people, not just in my practice, but people that I know that are eating this way, such as are you, and are thriving. I think people will thrive if they're following either Chef AJ's Secrets to Ultimate Weight Loss or my Start Smart system, even though we're very low in nuts and seeds.
My mind is blown, and I so appreciate to have your voice in this conversation, because so many people I work with are afraid not to not eat nuts and seeds every day because of fear. They've heard things like vegans who eat nuts live longer and get heart disease and get dementia if they don't. And they won't even go like 21 days as an experiment. And like you, I haven't eaten any nuts and seeds or avocado, no added fat. Now, by the way, I eat fat because there's fat in everything. Greens,
Right.
fruit, oats
Right.
are 20% fat. So people have to understand it's impossible to be on a no fat diet. You can be on a no overt or no added fat diet. And every year I, like you, check my omega-3 fatty acid levels, my DHA, ELA, APA, and every year they get higher and higher, but I eat a lot of vegetables, particularly greens. So maybe talk a little bit about what this blood test is, because when I tell people, why don't you just see, a lot of times their doctors have never heard of it. So what is this test and how can patients ask for it from their own doctor so they can have ease if they're going to even just run an experiment for a few weeks without adding nuts and seeds?
Okay. My favorite one is actually not the Omega Check. That's at LabCorp. LabCorp is a nationwide lab. My favorite one is called Fatty Acid Profile. I think it's Essential Fatty Acid Profile, and that's at Quest Lab. And Quest puts you in the low risk, medium risk, or high risk category. And some of my vegan patients who are eating a lot of nuts and seeds are surprised to see themselves in the high risk category for cardiovascular disease when it comes to having the omega-6 so much higher than the omega-3. Both omega-6 and 3 are essential fatty acids, essential meaning we cannot make them ourselves, but you're going to get all the omega-3 that you need if you're eating leafy greens at 2 different meals a day. By the way, you're going to get all the protein you need if you're eating leafy greens at 2 different meals a day. You're going to get all the calcium you need. You're going to get all the iron you need if you're eating leafy greens at 2 different meals a day. But iron is a little spinach is a little stingy in iron, so don't make it just spinach. I know spinach is popular and it tastes great, but vary it up. Get some beet greens and collards and kale and romaine in there. Those are also good. But the reason that I believe that you and I and my husband and many of my patients who are eating so little nuts and seeds, the reason we're high on our EPA and DHA is because the bell-shaped curve is predicated on a population that's pretty low in their intake of produce, leafy greens especially, and they're so high in their omega-6. So some of my other patients who are vegan and they're eating leafy greens at 2 different meals a day, but they're eating a lot of nuts and seeds also, they've got so much omega-6 that their ratio is putting them in the high risk category, and their relative amounts of EPA and DHA are lower because, and maybe science is going to answer this more fully in the future, maybe something about taking in so much omega-6 makes it harder for you to absorb the omega-3. I don't know all the answers to that, but I do know that I love the blood test at Quest, the Essential Fatty Acid Profile, and that is not an expensive test. So if you can ask your physician to check it, it's a fasting test. It's worth your while.
Absolutely. And this is one where they actually do a needle. It's not the finger stick test that people can just order online themselves. This is more accurate.
Right. It is venipuncture. Absolutely.
Nice. This is great. Thank you so much for saying all that, because it's really going to be helpful. Because I mean, people worry so much about deficiencies when the real problem is excesses. And I taught a cooking class yesterday at Loma Linda, and it's amazing that like there's always one person that says like, well, but if I don't eat a lot of fat, I won't absorb the nutrients in my greens. And it's like there's so many other more important things to worry about when you're first transitioning to a plant-based diet, but yet everybody seems to know that or believe that.
Lot of things in what you just said there, and I definitely want to unpack it all. And I'm sad that so many people have been misled to believe that they will not absorb their nutrients, carotenoids, for example, if they don't put some seeds or nuts on their salad or whatever, because that's just not true. And again, the studies are flawed in the way that they're designed. They're set up so that the healthier people were the ones in the nut group. And when you look at the data and you really drill down, you see that the people in the healthier nut eating group also had more vitamin C, but nuts are not a rich source of vitamin C. What this means is they were healthier because they were eating more fruit and vegetables, which are high in vitamin C. And so, it calls into question the studies that say you're not going to absorb your nutrients if you don't have nuts and seeds. I question those studies, and I am a loyal alumna of Loma Linda University School of Medicine. I, decades ago, bought a lifetime membership to the Alumni Association. I love my alma mater. However, there are researchers there that are funded by the nut industry. And it is my hope that my people will understand that you do not need a handful of nuts every day to be healthy. You don't need that. I am here to tell you that if you are struggling to lose weight, you're going to lose weight better if you limit nuts and seeds. And we have some very good data that says that in the modern world. And honestly, I think the information has been around a long time. But in the year 2004, trans fats were mandated out of the foods. They had to take it off the market. And so trans fats in baked goods give a creamy mouthfeel, and they hit the pleasure center because the more concentrated a food is, the more dopamine hit you're going to get. And that makes us feel intoxicated in a way that we interpret as delicious. And so the food industry was like, oh no, what are we going to do to get people to buy more of our products? So you see, since 2004, a bunch of these studies coming out saying fat is good, fat is good, fat is good. You see the keto and the paleo diets, rising to meet this challenge, and you see food claims, food labeling with health claims. Dietitian Jeff Novick says that more than 90% of the products in the grocery store that have a label on them, they make health claims because they know that if you think a food is unhealthy, you're going to buy less of it, and that's going to hurt the sales of high-fat foods. And so I want people to know that the food industry is using science as marketing. And when you see that studies could have been set up in such a way to give these conclusions, then you begin to realize, okay, I don't need nuts and seeds, especially not in the quantities they say, to be healthy. Yes, they can be part of a healthy diet, but they're going to make it harder for you to lose excess body fat.
Absolutely. I have never seen anyone eliminate nuts and seeds and not lose weight. I mean, assuming that they're not eating, things like oil and dairy and animal products. I wonder if some of these studies are a case of what Dr. McDougall says, people looking for good news about their bad habits. Yet, people will come to me for consultations that are overweight or obese, and again, what they're worried about is that they're going to be fatty acid deficient. It's like, I never even heard of fatty acid deficiency, till a few years ago. I mean, is it even possible to be fatty acid deficient if you've got fat on your body?
It is possible to be fatty acid deficient if you have an overall calorie deficit. If you're the classic example is Auschwitz, Dachau, concentration camps. And I hate to mention these things, it's a very horrible time in history, but those people, the prisoners in the concentration camps, were deficient in overall calories. They were deficient in protein, they were deficient in omega-3 fatty acids, they were deficient in everything. So yes, if you are, perhaps the modern day equivalent would be anorexia. If you are starving yourself of nutrients, overall, yes, you're going to be deficient in a lot of nutrients. And here's what I would like. I would like the institutions like Harvard and the studies that came out of Spain. I would like the institutions to do this. I would like them to make double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled clinical trials and take whole food, oil-free, low-fat, unprocessed vegans, two groups of them who are exercising, who are not smoking, who are not drinking alcohol, and give one group nuts and give the other group nuts. And here's what I suspect. I suspect that those studies have been done and they did not reach the conclusions that those who were funding the studies wanted them to reach. And so those studies were scuttled. Where is the evidence? Show me the science.
Right. Oh, I love it. I would love to be part of that study. And I don't know if you know this, you probably have, but a lot of people, when they think of nuts in a shell, like there's a walnut with a little brown shell, but there's another shell that goes over that shell. It's like this huge, it's almost the size of a softball. And I'm thinking, how could our ancestors have eaten an ounce of these a day when I can't even open one of them?
Right, right. I think nuts are packaged in a really hard to get into package for a reason.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, so now I know that people like good news about their bad habits, but they really don't like bad news about their bad habits. So what I'd like to talk about now is caffeine, because so many people feel it's really not that bad, because especially, if you're drinking black coffee, there's no calories if you're not adding, sugar or cream. But I find that the people that I've worked with that ingest caffeine every day, coffee, they don't lose weight as quickly and easily as other people, and they always seem to have those cravings later in the day for sugar. So could you please address whether caffeine is something that is beneficial, neutral, or harmful for weight loss?
Oh, caffeine. Well, this answer is not going to make me very popular, but I think it's an important one. And so I'm going to tackle the difficult questions. Thank you for being courageous enough to ask a difficult question. And the reason that I'm going to risk being notorious for talking about something that people don't want to talk about is because I care about people, and I want people to have hope. And there are some people that are simply not going to lose their excess body fat unless they give up caffeine. So I totally agree with the experience that you had. I too have had patients who were unable to lose body fat until they gave up the caffeine, and they certainly did have more sugar cravings later in the day. So absolutely. But before I tell you about the 17 different points of how caffeine could make it harder for us to lose excess body fat, I want to mention B12, because B12 is very, very important, not just for vegans, but for people who eat standard American diet also. And B12 is a vitamin that plants cannot make, but neither can animals make it. Only bacteria can make it, and dirt is bacteria, and dirt comes into the mouth of the animal when the animals are eating their food. And so animals are taking in B12 and storing it in their tissues. So animal products are a source of B12. But the World Health Organization asks everyone, especially over the age of 50, to take a supplement of B12 because it's that important. And the reason I'm talking about this right at the beginning of the caffeine answer is because caffeine is a diuretic. That means it acts like a drug that pushes water, or urine in our case, out of the body. And B12 is a water-soluble vitamin. And when you have a diuretic, you're going to push water-soluble vitamins right out in the urine. So vegans who are eating a diet, even if it's a very healthy, whole food, plant-based diet of whole unprocessed foods, no oil, they could become B12 deficient if they're not supplementing, but they are drinking caffeine, because caffeine is going to make you lose that B12 right out in your urine, even if you're taking in the amounts in, nutritional yeast or something like that. So right at the beginning of the caffeine answer, gotta put in my plug for B12. Well, we were talking about nutritional deficiencies, so I'll just go on with that. Nutritional deficiencies may result when caffeine is used for energy boosting. Some people are going to drink caffeine instead of eat breakfast. And when you use caffeine to boost your energy, as opposed to relying on low-fat, unprocessed produce and legumes, by drinking caffeine, you could, instead of eating whole plant foods, you could have important minerals not be ingested, like iodine and important B vitamins. And when they're not ingested in the quantities needed for long-term health, your long-term health may suffer harm. And you can, by ingesting insufficient minerals, like say iodine, you could damage your thyroid, which is so integral to maintaining a body fat percentage under 25%. Women should be, when they step on the body fat percentage scale, they should be having less than 25% of their total weight as 25% of their weight should be body fat. And if they're an elite athlete, they can be below 20%. Now, for the men, it's normal to be below 20% of their weight as body fat. And this is different from BMI. BMI stands for Body Mass Index, and that is a calculation based on weight and height. But body fat percentage, you can buy for $30 at Target, you can buy a body fat percentage scale and put your hand under the faucet, get some water on your hand, and put that on the bottoms of your bare feet. Put your feet on the metal plates, and it's going to detect a electrical current that is passed through different tissues at varying rates. Bone conducts electricity differently than muscle, differently than body water, differently than body fat. So for $30, you can weigh yourself after you've entered in your age, height, and gender. And then it will tell you, how many pounds of you is bone and what percentage of your weight is body fat. And so caffeine can make it harder for you to get under a body fat percentage of 25% if you're a woman. Now, number 2 out of 17 is caffeine depletes us of magnesium. That's another mineral through the diuretic effect, causing us to urinate away our minerals. And lack of magnesium has been correlated in the scientific studies with overweight. So, should you take a magnesium supplement? No, you should get it from your veggies for breakfast. Oh yeah, just like Chef AJ tells you. And number 3, natural adrenaline that we make inside our own bodies in the adrenal gland, this helps move fat out of fat cells to be metabolized. But caffeine can lead to adrenaline resistance, which results in fat cells holding on to fat. So I'm going to talk more about how at certain times adrenaline can be flooding the system too much, and then how it can be depleted later on. But adrenaline resistance is, you may have too much of it, but be unable to utilize it to mobilize your fat, especially when you get it all at once. Okay, so number 4, caffeine can overwork your adrenal glands, leading to lowered levels of circulating catecholamines. Okay, so hang with me, this is complex. We're talking about how caffeine makes it harder for you to lose body fat. So adrenaline is also called epinephrine, and that's our fight or flight catecholamine. It's a neurotransmitter. Adrenaline is stored as a neurotransmitter at the far end of the nerve cell, way down at the synaptic bouton. Bouton is a French word meaning button. And as the adrenaline is released, poof, from the storage button in response to caffeine to cross over to the next nerve in line for firing, the adrenaline floods the synaptic cleft. That's that chasm between the two nerves with more adrenaline than could be used at once. So the adrenaline gets wasted. There's plenty of it, but you can't use it all at once, so it gets frittered away. And to replace that and put back into the storage buttons, our adrenal gland has to work harder and harder to keep up with the demand. And this is one reason why the adrenal gland can get worn out. And that's why I say today's caffeine is tomorrow's fatigue. Point number 5, how does caffeine make me gain body fat? The metabolic efficiency means that when you're metabolically efficient, you're good at burning body fat. The caffeine-induced vascular resistance, okay, so your blood flow is shrinking down narrow. The caffeine-induced vascular resistance can inhibit your metabolic efficiency, make you less good at burning fat. We become less efficient at burning body fat because vascular resistance results from that stress response of caffeine bursting so much adrenaline out of the nerve endings at once. And vascular resistance translates to decreased blood flow. Okay, you want to see a real live example of this? Go to YouTube. Type in the YouTube search field MRI and brain, that's the second word, and CNN, and then caffeine. Okay, so you're going to see the CNN reporter, and she's going to climb into the MRI machine, and they're actually doing an MRA, A for angiogram. It's a magnetic resonance angiogram, and it's measuring blood flow, wide open or narrow. And so she climbs in there, they do a scan of the blood flow of her brain, and they put that image up. Then she comes out of the machine and they give her a cup of coffee. And 20 minutes later, when she's finished her cup of coffee, she crawls back into the machine, they do another scan, and blood flow to her frontal lobes has been decreased 40% in 20 minutes. And she's like, and she's questioning the doctor on the CNN video, what? And he's like, yes. And this decreased blood flow stays that way for 4 hours. So you're decreasing your blood flow. So when I mentioned the vascular resistance and how it reduces metabolic efficiency, so you're burning less fat, that's how that happens. In fact, of the CNN video, it puts up the two images side by side. You don't have to be a radiologist to see which image has the decreased blood flow. It's after after the caffeine. And then immediately the voiceover comes on from the CNN narrator, but 2 to 3 cups a day of coffee should be fine for most Americans. And why do they say that? Because they have sponsors and money makes the world go round, and they don't want to offend their sponsors. And so people get this mixed message. It's very confusing. And I just want you to take home point number 5. Vascular resistance translates to decreased blood flow, and decreased blood flow means that you're burning body fat less effectively. Okay, now let's talk about cortisol, since we're on the adrenal gland, so I'll finish up with the adrenal gland. Cortisol promotes belly fat deposits. Caffeine raises cortisol levels. The adrenal cortex makes the cortisol, but the adrenal medulla is a different part of the adrenal gland. That's the middle part, and that's what makes the adrenaline or epinephrine. And caffeine raises cortisol levels, overworking the adrenal gland in a different part than the other part that's getting overworked. So the adrenal gland is getting overworked in the medulla and the cortex, and that's how caffeine can make some people gain body fat. So point number 7, higher levels of circulating cortisol in the bloodstream cause insulin resistance. And the more insulin circulating in our blood, the more body fat we store. Number 8, caffeine dehydrates us because caffeine has a diuretic effect and it makes us urinate away our water, which we call urine. Staying well hydrated is essential in order to burn body fat when you've inherited genes programmed for obesity. I think we need 64 ounces of water before 5 p.m. in order to get into fat burning mode. Why do I think that? Because the scientific studies have shown me that. That water should be drunk in between our meals for maximum weight loss. Number 9 out of 17. Why does caffeine make some people gain body fat? Because caffeine pushes the water-soluble vitamins right out of the body through the urine. Caffeine promotes depression by depleting us of the B vitamins, which are highly correlated with, feeling good, serotonin, feeling a sense of well-being. And what do most depressed people self-medicate with to improve their mood? We know what they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's list the 5 things that make people most likely to go off their eating plan. Okay, number 5, dairy ice cream. Number 4, cookies. No, not Chef AJ's healthy cookies, but the cookies made with eggs, oil, sugar, flour, all that stuff. Number 3, chips. Most chips are made when you buy them in the market with high-fat foods like nuts and seeds, or usually with oil. Number 2, chocolate, which we're going to talk about that a little later. And number 1, what is the number 1 food that tempts people to binge? Dairy cheese on pizza crust made with white flour. There you have them. Ice cream, cookies, chips, chocolate, dairy, cheese. And so when you have depressed yourself by urinating away your B vitamins in response to the caffeine, that could induce you to binge more and have less willpower, more food cravings for these foods that are going to derail your eating plan. So don't depress yourself. Today's caffeine can make you boost out all your dopamine and serotonin and your adrenaline all at once. But then you can't use them all at once. So you're depleted of them, so that today's caffeine is tomorrow's fatigue. Today's caffeine, today's feel good is tomorrow's depression. Okay, number 10. So, since we're on the subject of coffee, commercially grown coffee plants are sprayed heavily with pesticides. And these have been scientifically shown to induce body fat storage, not to mention what they do to promote neurologic disease like tremor or loss of mobility or loss of memory. And you might say, well, hey, I feel like I'm better focused. I got my better memory. I feel better when I take my caffeine. What's up with that, doctor? You say that blood flow is shrunk 40%. How come I feel so much more alert? Because of the adrenaline. But you're making good decisions. They may not be your best decisions. Okay, so point number 11, how does caffeine make me gain body fat? Scientific evidence shows that caffeine can harm gut bacteria, which play a big role in body fat regulation. Now, does caffeine come from plants? Absolutely it does. And do plants have antioxidants? Yes, they do. And are antioxidants good for us? Yes, they are, which is why the industry, for the tea and the coffee industry, market based on, hey, antioxidants are good for you. Antioxidants are good for you. And they are. But when you elevate one aspect of a product and downplay the harm of that product, you're misleading the public into thinking that antioxidant thing, that's the only thing that matters. And sad commentary it is on the standard American diet that some people's highest sources of antioxidants are ketchup and coffee, and because they're eating so little unprocessed vegetables and fruit. So number 12, caffeine affects sleep cycles even more than the 12 hours after the caffeine is ingested. Studies show that the disruption in circadian rhythms caused by caffeine, even the small amounts of caffeine in chocolate, which actually has more theobromine than caffeine. The theobromine is a related methylxanthine with similar effects on body fat storage. And so we know that if you're disrupting your sleep cycles, you're not getting enough slow wave sleep, and you're not going to burn body fat as effectively. Before I get on to point number 13 about melatonin, I know we're in the middle of sleep, but I want to help people understand why caffeine is found in plants. Caffeine is astringent, it's bitter. And let's say that the eland, an antelope in Africa, is going along grazing on the acacia leaves of the acacia tree. And the plant senses that something is crushing and chewing the leaves. So the plant sends out a pheromone, which is a scent related hormone. It's windborne, and that raises the level of caffeine or bitter methylxanthines in the leaves, so that the next bite the eland takes is astringent. And he goes like this, and he's like, oh, I don't want to eat this anymore. So he has to wander about 50 meters down to the area where the pheromone has not been carried by the wind, and those leaves have not gotten the signal. Raise the level of bitter alkaloids in your leaf to keep this eland from overgrazing and destroying this plant. And so that is a protection mechanism the plant has to keep from overgrazing. And when you let's take the tea plant, for example. The workers go along the tea plantation field and they cut along, they have these sharp sticks and they cut along the top. And that simulates the tearing and the chewing of an animal. So the highest caffeine content is in the top two leaves and the bud. And that's called green tea. So green tea does have some caffeine in it. And then when you put all the leaves and the bud in a big vat and you ferment it down, you add the bacteria, and the bacteria eat everything nutritious out of it, so that what you're left with is this black, bitter substance that we call black tea, like Lipton's tea. And that is even more concentrated in the caffeine because the bacteria didn't eat that. And they just ate everything that was nutritious, which is why you hear, oh, green tea is so nutritious. Well, not as nutritious as arugula or romaine, or you don't have to have green tea to get all the antioxidants that you need. It's just that they're using this aspect of plant science to market it. Anyway, a little bit about why plants contain caffeine. And back to sleep. Number 13 out of 17, why does caffeine make me gain body fat? Caffeine suppresses the production of melatonin, and melatonin is our sleep hormone. And less melatonin could mean less slow wave sleep, and slow wave sleep is where we regulate body fat. And so if you have less slow wave sleep, you could store more body fat. Okay, number 14 about caffeine and body fat. The false energy boost caused by caffeine can imbalance your levels of serotonin. That's our feel-good neurotransmitter. It's a monoamine. And when you don't feel as good, you tend to have more food cravings, more binging. And so you don't want to imbalance your levels of serotonin by bursting it out all at once, fruiting away, and then the next day you're depleted of your serotonin, which is why caffeine products are addicting. And you feel terrible headaches when you go off of it. And, some people go off of it cold turkey and they have 3 days of intense withdrawal. It's very difficult. I noticed that nobody has those severe headaches and those withdrawal cravings when they go off carrots. For example, there's not a lot of carrot bingers seeking my help for weight loss. I have patients who have reported that just cutting out caffeine, but still continuing to eat standard American diet. I have patients who, they just found me on their insurance website, so they have no idea they're about to hear a message about food as medicine when they come into my little office just south of Austin, Texas. And so they weren't sure that they wanted to do the whole, plant-based thing, but they say, okay, I'll do one of the things that you asked after. I'll cut out the caffeine. And so many of them come back and report that they lost 5 pounds in their first month just doing that one change alone, just cutting out caffeine and still eating standard American. And some patients have lost more weight than 5 pounds in the first month, eating all that they want and feeling satisfied, which is eating to satisfaction. That is the secret to ultimate weight loss. You have to eat foods low in calorie concentration, and don't torpedo yourself with caffeine and alcohol that are going to thwart your good efforts at a plant-based diet. Number 15, studies show that caffeine retards the production of growth hormone. And growth hormone is needed for a muscle's ability to grow. So young people who are being told that they need caffeine to suppress their appetite or to grow their muscles, what they're actually doing by using these post-workout energy drinks is they're reducing their muscles' ability to grow, just the same as if they don't go to bed till after 10 p.m. That also reduces their muscles' ability to grow by the same mechanism, which is growth hormone. Because you synthesize growth hormone in the 2 hours of sleep before midnight compared to the 4 hours of sleep after midnight. And so you don't want to use caffeine because it could also retard your level of growth hormone, and that is needed to help you recover after workouts. People on plant-based diets say that they recover much faster after a football game or a half marathon or whatever their athletic activity of choice is. And growth hormone is important for that, and it's kind of the youthfulness hormone. Number 16, caffeine causes resistance in the hunger hormone leptin. And this is a source of confusion because caffeine can, in the short term, suppress appetite, but it does not do so in the long term. And when leptin balance is disturbed, obesity results much more easily. Surely, you Google this, leptin mice, and you'll see that the pictures of the 2 mice side by side in which one of them has a leptin imbalance and one of them is a very large mouse. Number 17, how does caffeine make me gain body fat? In February of 2012, research was published showing that caffeine ingestion increases the body's natural production of estrogen levels. Estrogen is a growth hormone, and it's a growth promoter. And I'm talking about the estrogen that we naturally make in our body, whether we're male, female, in transition, whoever you are, everybody makes estrogen. And estrogen makes bodies rounder, promoting the storage of body fat under the skin. And estrogen makes the fetus grow. Estrogen makes the mammary gland grow. Estrogen makes the cancers grow. And so we know that people who are overweight have a much higher risk of certain types of cancer. And caffeine makes the estrogen that makes the body fat and increases your risk of cancer. And there's another thing about the estrogen connection and caffeine. The more estrogen a man's body makes, the more he suppresses his level of testosterone. Caffeine raises estrogen, which suppresses testosterone levels. Caffeine raises estrogen, which suppresses a woman's level of progesterone. Now, why does this matter? Why is progesterone so important to a woman? Because progesterone is her happiness hormone. And progesterone balance keeps the monthly periods from being too heavy or too frequent or too long in duration. So excess estrogen makes the fibroids grow, and so caffeine in the diet can suppress a man's testosterone, suppress a woman's progesterone, and lead her to unnecessary procedures because the fibroids have grown, the bleeding is too heavy, and she may need a hysterectomy.
Wow. This is mind-blowing. I don't be surprised if Starbucks puts a hit on you.
Yes. Yeah, I can imagine this will win me no fame or popularity.
Well, it will with me because I see it all the time in the people that have to drink coffee. It is addictive, and they always have food cravings, especially for sweet things later in the day. And this has just been incredible. And so many people act like caffeine is just benign. And I suppose compared to, cocaine and heroin, it is, but it's not without consequences, especially for people and women that are struggling to lose weight. So thank you so much for that. So Dr. Carney, what would you say to somebody who's given up hope that they could ever lose weight?
Oh, that's a great question. Don't give up hope. There is a lot of hope. And like Chef AJ says, eat to the left of the red line. That's in her Secrets of Ultimate Weight Loss book. If you haven't gotten that book, get that book. It's a great book. And your taste buds can neuroadapt. So please know that you can find foods that you can love, and it may take some time. It took a long time for me because I was used to such a high-fat diet, so much eggs, so much oil, so much cheese. But your taste buds will neuroadapt. You can find foods that you will love. You can lose body fat and keep it off for good and preserve your health. It's not one of those quick fix things that will give you short-term weight loss, but torpedo your long-term health and increase your risk of dying of cancer. Because our goal is not good-looking corpses. Our goal is vibrancy. Our goal is being there at our granddaughter's wedding or graduation. And the hope can be found for some people only if they make a significant number of changes and they make them all together. Picture a chair, and on that chair, there are 10 thumbtacks, and they're point up. And those thumbtacks hurt a lot if you sit down on them. And let's say you make a lot of changes, and you take away 9 of those 10 thumbtacks, but one thumbtack is still there. It's still point up. If you sit on it, might you still get hurt? Might you not get all the way to the finish line of what your goal is if your goal is losing excess body fat? Sometimes you can feel like, I've changed so much. Why isn't this working? But you have to put that last extra piece in there. And I'll tell you honestly, I know the people are going to be mad at me for talking against alcohol and caffeine and nuts. I know that. Why have I braved this? Why have I become a lightning rod? The reason that I do it is you, because I care about you. I care about people. I love animals, but I love people more. And people need hope. People need help. And if you change all the way and do all the things that Chef AJ outlines in her Secrets of Ultimate Weight Loss, or I outline in my Start Smart system, you can get there to the finish line. We've seen people do it. It gives us hope to keep going in what we do. And I just want to say thank you, Chef AJ, for giving me a platform to share this message, because I know not a lot of people are saying what I have to say, but the science is there and I stand solidly behind it.
That's why I really wanted to talk to you. So just to wrap up, Dr. Carney, in your opinion, what is the real truth about weight loss?
The real truth about weight loss is that this power is within your hands. Even if you've tried and tried and tried and you've failed so many times and you feel like it's not worth trying again, please know that we have some science that can help you if you'll just try it. What do you have to lose? Give it 3 months. See what happens for you, and join us on this journey, because we want you to succeed and get all the way to your goals.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carney.
The summit is called The Truth About Weight Loss Summit, and Dr. Carney clearly isn't afraid to tell her truth about what she's seen with her patients in regards to weight loss. Here are my key takeaways. Dr. Carney recommends eating all you want, but of whole, unprocessed plant foods, which results in weight loss. People report dramatic health improvements, including weight loss and cholesterol reduction, when they adopt a whole food plant-based diet. There are so many success stories of weight loss, like many that we share on this summit, and health transformations, which highlights the effectiveness of these types of diet across all ages. Dr. Carney emphasized that getting enough sleep, especially before midnight, will play a crucial role in losing body fat due to hormonal balance. And eating early in the evening and adopting a fasting mimicking approach can also aid in weight loss. Breakfast acts as a critical meal for setting up the day, influencing hunger hormones and body fat storage. Eating a plant-based breakfast, especially with vegetables and beans, promotes weight loss and health. Hydration, particularly in the morning, can aid in weight loss and overall well-being. Quick weight loss schemes are challenged for not promoting vibrant long-term health. Intake of nuts and seeds should be moderate, according to Dr. Carney, because of their high caloric density, which can affect weight loss and hormonal balance. Both taste preferences and brain chemistry adapt over time to dietary changes, which facilitates healthier eating. High dietary fat intake, including from nuts and seeds, can lead to insulin resistance and increased body fat storage. Cutting out extra fat can significantly impact weight loss efforts. Flaws in study design and financial conflicts of interest can drastically skew research findings. The funding source of a study can heavily influence its conclusions, especially in industries like nuts and alcohol. So whenever you read those studies, go all the way to the bottom, guys, and see who funded it. Comparing health benefits of foods requires context. Nuts and seeds may be healthier than some options, but not as beneficial as others, like leafy greens, for example. Omega-3 levels can be maintained without consuming nuts and seeds through a diet that's rich in leafy greens. It is possible to thrive on a diet low in nuts and seeds, emphasizing the importance of whole, unprocessed plant foods. Blood tests like the essential fatty acid profile can offer clear insights into one's nutritional status, challenging common misconceptions. The real dietary issue many face is not nutrient deficiency, but excesses intake of certain foods. Nutrient absorption concerns, especially related to fats, are often based on misconceived notions and flawed research. A focus on consuming a variety of fruits and vegetables can provide all necessary nutrients without the need for high-fat foods. Prioritizing whole plant-based foods over processed options can lead to significant health improvements and weight loss. Understanding the influence of industry funding on nutritional research can empower individuals to make more informed dietary choices. Fat has been increasingly marketed as healthy due to selective scientific studies. The food industry uses science for marketing, influencing perceptions on health. Excess consumption of nuts and seeds may hinder weight loss. Fatty acid deficiencies are very rare and usually coincide with overall nutritional deficiencies. Questionable research practices raise doubts about prevalent dietary advice. Our ancestors consumed far fewer nuts than modern diets recommend. Caffeine can also impede weight loss by increasing sugar cravings and decreasing metabolic efficiency. B12 is essential for everyone, and its absorption can be hindered by caffeine due to its diuretic effect. Caffeine can also lead to nutritional deficiencies by prioritizing its consumption over nutritious meals. Adrenaline resistance and decreased adrenal function from caffeine can affect body fat metabolism. Caffeine decreases vascular blood flow, reducing metabolic efficiency and fat burning. Cortisol, produced in response to stress, including from caffeine, promotes belly fat accumulation. Caffeine raises cortisol and overworks the adrenal glands, potentially leading to body fat gain. Higher cortisol levels cause insulin resistance, increasing body fat storage. Caffeine's diuretic effect dehydrates the body, impacting fat burning efficiency. Depleting B vitamins through caffeine consumption can lead to mood swings and increased food cravings. Popular binge foods include dairy, ice cream, cookies, chips, chocolate, and cheese. Caffeine can induce fatigue and depression after its initial dopamine, serotonin, and adrenaline boost. And pesticides on coffee plants, says Dr. Carney, are also linked to body fat storage and neurological diseases. Caffeine harms gut bacteria, affecting body fat regulation despite containing beneficial antioxidants. Sleep cycles are disrupted by caffeine, impairing efficient body fat burning. Caffeine's presence in plants serves as a deterrent to overgrazing by making leaves bitter. Suppressing melatonin production, caffeine impacts the quality of slow wave sleep, which is essential for body fat regulation. Caffeine imbalances serotonin levels, leading to increased food cravings and often binging. Caffeine consumption retards growth hormone production, affecting muscle growth and recovery, and it causes resistance to the hunger hormone leptin, leading to potential obesity. Caffeine increases the body's estrogen levels, promoting body fat storage and potentially increasing cancer risk. Excess caffeine can suppress testosterone in men and progesterone in women, affecting mood and reproductive health. Cutting out caffeine alone has helped many of Dr. Carney's patients lose weight, underscoring its impact on diet and health. Dr. Carney talked about how in my book, The Secrets to Ultimate Weight Loss, I talk about calorie density and a term I coined, eating to the left of the red line, if you're interested in weight loss. She mentioned how your taste buds can adapt to healthier foods over time, even if you're used to high-fat diets. Long-term health and vibrancy are the goals, not just short-term weight loss. Making a significant number of changes all at once can be necessary for weight loss success. Leaving even one thumbtack or bad habit unaddressed can impede your progress. Cutting out alcohol, caffeine, and nuts, despite potential pushback, is advised for those who are struggling with weight loss. As difficult as that may sound, think of running an experiment, 3 weeks or so, giving them up, and see if it makes a difference. The power to lose weight is within your hands, and science-backed methods can help. Give these methods a try for 3 months, and it could lead to significant improvements. Success in weight loss is achievable with dedication and the right strategies. Thank you so much, Dr. Linda Carney. Our last speaker of the day is another inspiring success story. Jamie Morgan Reno is a lifelong severe processed food addict who is also cursed with a slow metabolism, and in 2008 lost 250 pounds without surgery or pills. Her mental and physical health and her metabolism have recovered from the numerous negative and lifelong effects of processed food. Please welcome to the summit, Jamie Morgan Reno. Hi, Jamie. Welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, happy to be here. Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
I cannot wait to hear your story because you have lost an extraordinary amount of weight. Could you tell our viewers how you did it?
Well, I'd love to tell your viewers how I did it. It was more than just being about the food. It was really a whole life transformation. And that's actually what I'm here to talk about today. I thought, when I meet people and they learn my story of weight loss and transformation, they always ask, how did you do it? What had to change? And, the short answer is everything. But I am just so, I wanted to kind of put my thoughts into a presentation for viewers so that they can kind of follow the journey of the mental, physical, spiritual, emotional transformation. It wasn't just about the food for me, although a whole food plant-based lifestyle absolutely is a pillar of my recovery.
Great. Good to hear that.
Would you like me to share my screen? And
Absolutely.
All
they
right.
say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
And I am going to. So when we, all of us lived through the pandemic, and I'm in the healthcare field for my career, and we talk a lot about being on the front lines and what that looked like during the pandemic, and certainly what that looks like, during any kind of conflict. And when I think about my journey, of transformation, right, of weight loss, I really look at it as, I am and always forever will be on the front lines of addiction recovery. For me, my morbid obesity was not just about the physical appearance, my physical appearance. It was a symptom or a sign or an indicator of my severe processed food addiction. So, you know, when I say that I'm an addict, I am truly an addict. I could have easily been an alcoholic or a drug addict. I had so much pain inside of me and so much desire to push and numb down pain. But I was so young. Brownies tasted better. Food was more available. And that's why I became a food addict. And the food was socially acceptable. And I so wanted to be accepted by others. And that's why I turned to that food as sort of a way to commune and connect with others, be accepted in a sort of an inclusive way. But it was obviously getting to the point where I, through my lifetime, progressed in obesity to morbid obesity and was over 420 pounds at my highest. And 15 years ago, I began the journey to what I thought was about losing weight, to lose weight. And while I've lost 250 pounds and kept that off, it's really so much more than the number on a scale or how many pounds lost. It's really about, what it's like to be on the front lines of addiction recovery, day in, day out, and the lessons that I've learned. So let's dig in. So really the foundations for my addiction were laid in childhood. I was the product of a volatile home. I had, caregivers that raged and were severely codependent. There was alcoholism in the family. There was severe food addiction in the family. There was a lot of shame and condemnation and judgment and, performance mentality in the family. Love was very conditional. So I came into the world actually nursing for comfort. So there's a story that I've heard many times from my mom when she was alive that her pediatrician told her to wear a jumper or a jumpsuit so that I could not get on to latch because I was wanting to nurse all the time. And of course, my weight was going up even as an infant. More than it needed to, and the doctors were nervous about what was happening. So they said, "Hey, she's if she can't get to food, she'll learn how to sort of soothe." But that really never happened. I kept going to food for soothing, for my whole life, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. I also was born, when I was born in the mid 70s, by the time the early 80s rolled around and I was consuming media right in front of the TV on a Saturday morning, I was more concerned and excited to spend time with the characters in the commercials for the cereal, for the junk food, for the snack foods. I was more concerned and excited to spend time with them and the food that I brought in front of the TV with me than I was to actually sit down and watch the TV shows. So that the boon of processed food marketing, my coming of age period of life coincided right alongside it. So as the processed food marketing was ramping up on television, I was consuming more and more television as I was getting older. So the foods became this in my child mind, this magical thing that I had to have. And I would go to the grocery store with my mom and remember the characters in the commercials and ask her to buy the foods based on the characters. It's my childhood brain didn't know the difference between a television show and that marketing, that processed food marketing that was happening. And of course, no one understood the significance of the commercials and how that was rewiring and programming the brains of the people watching them. So, you add this sort of comfort seeking that I had, living in a volatile home, being shamed for being bigger than all the other kids, being, talked to all the time by doctors and my parents about my eating habits, given some really, it was well-intended but misguided advice, like, just make half a sandwich eat the half a sandwich and go on with your day. And I remember my pediatrician said that to me. I was about 9, and I just looked at him like, if I could just eat half a sandwich and move on, like I would have been doing that by now. And it led to a lot of really dysfunctional behaviors with food. Not only did it lead to overeating, but when I started being shamed for overeating in front of family or in front of others, I just took it privately and began to sneak eat, began to hoard food, began to hide it, and hide the evidence of eating it. Of course, I was not fooling anyone. I was a child, and I'm sure my mother was very, very aware of what I was doing. But growing up in a home with a single mom who was trying to make ends meet in a very, very volatile financial situation and emotional situation of divorce and other influences that were happening in our lives, food was comfort. Food was peace of mind. Food was a friend. Food was something that I felt like never let me down. And it's so interesting because I didn't understand that until much later in my journey. That's how, food was not just about, the hit, right, of the chemicals or the substances in my system. For me, it was bigger than that. It was a companion. And in one way, and certainly as a child, going through the really, volatile childhood that I had, food was a lot of times the only joy that I had in moments when I felt really sad or really abandoned or really confused. So when I was growing up, some of the themes that I heard again and again, I was very, very sensitive, and I still am a very sensitive person. So I feel things deeply. I notice things deeply. And I earned the nickname of Sarah Bernhardt. And that was given to me by my father because he would call me such an actress, because it was very, everything was very overblown. Everything was very dramatic from his perspective. And I know now in my processed food addiction recovery, that it was the chemicals in the food that were dysregulating my emotions in, higher highs and lower lows. And that's what was sort of contributing to making a very sensitive child into someone who was very emotionally dysregulated. And so when I was growing up, I did not eat any vegetables. There was a joke in my family all the time that, Jamie did not let anything green cross her lips. So they would ask me at family parties what my favorite vegetable was, and I would proudly say popcorn. And everyone would laugh, and they'd say, "Oh, Jamie never eats a vegetable." And I just didn't get it. I was the butt of the joke and didn't understand how detrimental that was. And also how I began to have an identity of being this person who loved junk food, who loved processed foods, had an identity around being emotionally dysregulated, had an identity around always being talked to about her food behaviors and food choices. I was a victim of, and family criticism and bullying were the norm. There was not a family event at all that I can remember that I wasn't talked to about my eating, that I wasn't talked to about my food, that somebody in the family, maybe somebody in an adolescent or somebody who I didn't see often would bully me or make fun of me. And going through a divorce as a child, with your parents going through that process, seeing them going through all the emotional ups and downs, financial ups and downs of divorce, it was a very, very trying experience. This was, again, in the early 80s, there was not a lot of divorce at the time in the community that we were in. So it was one more way for me to feel different. I not only was bigger than other kids, I used food like other kids never used it. I couldn't stop thinking about when to eat and what to eat. And my dad wasn't around. And my mom was working full time trying to make ends meet. And I only had one parent in the home. And that was very, it helped me feel very less than again. Unfortunately, the divorce was really, pretty textbook, what you don't want to do in divorce. So unfortunately, there was a lot of fighting and a lot of conflict and a lot of financial discord. And there was a lot of financial and emotional neglect, unfortunately. There was some legal issues concerning some of the choices that my father made and some of the ramifications and consequences of those financially and legally for him. And it just became more than just a divorce. It was just an all-out war. And growing up in that household, growing up with that kind of outcome of the situation, it just led me right into the food again and again and again, because it seemed like almost every week, or sometimes, multiple days a week, there seemed to be some kind of drama going on that really threw me off, or I didn't expect, and I didn't know how to respond to, and my childhood brain didn't understand how to process. Then to complicate things, when you grow up in a home like that, with a childhood that's volatile and dysfunctional, you begin to notice patterns in others about not talking about feelings, not trusting others, not talking about what's really happening in the home. And I began to do the same thing. So I learned these patterns of don't talk, don't feel, don't trust. And that stayed with me and really fueled my addiction for many years. The other thing that complicated my addiction as a child was that I'm Italian. And when you're Italian and you grow up Italian, you are encouraged to eat. It is a badge of honor to eat, to celebrate, to cook, to use food to connect with each other and to celebrate each other and to reward each other, to be part of the family, part of the tribe, celebrate your culture, celebrate your traditions. So you are encouraged to eat. And food is everywhere growing up. And all of our family functions centered around food. So I was a child, living in this environment, being highly sensitive. And, when I would have names thrown at me, whether it was from other children or family members, I internalized it. I didn't know that what they said wasn't true. I just said, well, they're telling me I'm this, I must be this. So again, I'm laying the foundation because I want everyone to understand how addiction grows in me and why I kept turning to food. So these are the lessons that I learned as a child. I learned I'm too much. I learned I'm not enough. How's that for a double-edged sword as a kid? I learned that I'm unlovable. I learned that I'm undeserving of a good life. And I had a belief that I was flawed beyond repair. So here's the beauty of recovery. Recovery, when somebody asked me to define recovery means finding, uncovering, right? Recovering, refinding your true self. So I wanted to structure this presentation today to talk about, these are the lessons that I learned in the addiction, but here's the truth of recovery. Okay. So what are the truths of recovery? The truths of recovery are that I am enough. I am loved for who I am. I am completely worthy. I am 100% human, and that makes me perfectly imperfect. And you can see here some pictures, and I think again, I chose the pictures very specifically because a lot of them show some of the, the eating behaviors and the outcomes of the behaviors. But you can see the joy on my face in my little high chair here where I'm eating my cupcake. You can see that it was something where it was, rewarded and expected. And also something that I carried the consequences of, as you can see in my physical appearance, and certainly in the way I showed up emotionally. And so now as I recover, I look at these photos, right? As I'm preparing this presentation, I look at these photos and I just want to hold her, and I just want to love her at all these different ages. And I want to tell her that she's exactly where she's supposed to be. She's completely perfect just the way she is. And that we're going to be fine. And that's really what I want to tell these pictures of the younger me when I see them, and all the different ages that you're about to see. So we'll move on now to school years. So when I think about my school years and what that looked like, it, was filled, unfortunately, with intense bullying. I was very, very overweight. I was easily in the obese category, though BMI when I was growing up was not popularized as much. So those words weren't thrown around as much as they are now: obese, morbidly obese, super obese, etc. But, fat was thrown around quite a bit. And I heard that almost every day. And it was, different levels, right, of bullying, but the bullying was intense at times. It was very targeted at times. And it was filled with lots of, body shaming, lots of social interactions that as I grew up and I had crushes on boys, in the 5th or 6th grade, my first little crushes, being ridiculed or made fun of by the little boy who I had a crush on, or turned down or ignored or made fun of openly by the little boy I had a crush on, just, absolutely deflated my self-esteem. And I don't, I share these stories, AJ, because I'm not a victim by any means, but I want to parlay how the addiction grows, because as a child, I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand that this is bullying, and that I had, a lot of work to do to unravel the self-esteem bruising that was going on. But it just kind of snowballed from school age all the way through my school years. And so I became a late bloomer socially. I had a lot of friends and a lot of acquaintances and a couple very close friends, but there was such a sense of unworthiness or not deserving those friendships that I kept people at arm's length in many ways as friends. And I would allow friendships to sort of deteriorate over time because I almost didn't feel worthy of having them as friends. I had a lot of, wondering what's normal. I knew that I wasn't normal. I got told that every day. That was reinforced in me every day. So I wondered, what's normal? If I'm not normal, what is? I lived in financial scarcity. And I lived in a very fearful environment because of the financial scarcity that I grew up with a single mom and all of the drama that went with divorce. And at the same time, because home life was so unreliable, I began to crave independence. I began to crave, when I could get out and live my own life. And, little girls in my era of growing up, a lot of times we would play house, you play teacher, you play school, or I was playing businesswoman, office, executive. I would play executive. Like I would just, I wouldn't be playing with dolls. After a certain age, I would come home with dry cleaning. Like I would play act dry cleaning and cooking and eating at home and like in my, big fancy New York apartment, right? That was playtime to me. It was freedom. It was independence. It was adulthood. So this actually drove, I was always, working for, I jokingly say working for my dinner, but I was working for approval all the time, dancing for that next meal all the time, so to speak. And of course it wasn't literal, but I would perform for love. I'd perform for approval because I got rejection so many areas of my life. So this created an intensive work ethic inside of me that really drove a lot of my school years, and I could not concentrate as deeply as I needed to. Plus, we know now that when you grow up in a bunch of adverse childhood experiences like I did, you develop symptoms and signs that show up like ADHD, even though I didn't ever get diagnosed as having that. But it was very hard for me to pay attention to the things I was reading and studying. It was very hard for me to sit down and spend long periods of time working or learning or studying, because my mind was going 100 miles an hour about different things. It was coming on and off and up and down from the blood sugar spikes and crashes from all the processed food ingredients in my system. And so no matter how hard I worked, I never could get to that elite level that I wanted to be at in school. And so when I think about, okay, what are the addiction lessons learned from this period of life? Well, I learned and internalized that no one likes or loves the real me. I'm broken. I'll never have enough or be enough. And I need to work for my worth. That's what I learned in my addiction in those years. So we're not victims in recovery. We learn from everything. So what are the recovery truths? The recovery truths here are that I am powerful. My worth is 100% inherent, coming from inside of me. Love comes from inside of me. I don't need to look outside of me to get reward or affirmation or acceptance or love. It can come from inside of me. And the real me is awesome. And so I look here at all my different school ages, and you can see how the addiction is showing, right? The addiction is showing in my physical appearance in major ways. And I just look at these, at these girls, and I know they're hurting deeply. I remember when I look at this one picture of me, and you can't see it, but it's me standing next to a dollhouse on Christmas morning. And the dollhouse was like a very big deal. It was like a big, gift. And I just remember, being like, I don't know how to make a home. I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, it was always, it was a lot of anxiety instead of just joy and excitement. And that was a constant thread for me. It was a constant thread of anxiety, a constant thread of not knowing how to be enough or do enough. And I think that thread is what led me to the eating behaviors in the first place, even before I understood what was happening, right, as an infant. So I love that I'm learning in recovery. I'm learning how to love and accept myself the way I am with this wiring, with this sensitivity, with this level of hypervigilance and anxiety that I've developed from my childhood experiences, but to own my power. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that means for me day in, day out here in a minute. So I grow up, right? I am a child who is, young adulthood to my middle age, right? So let's say 20s and 30s. So I graduate from college and I, go out into the working world. I am really, all of those childhood, play acting, that is coming true. I'm out in the world. I've got a job. I'm independent. I'm doing my thing. But I have no idea how to be an adult. And I'm away from my community for the first time in 22 years. I'm away from my school community. I'm away from my family. I was living 1,000 miles away from family at the time. I was, I had a great job and a great community there, but I didn't really understand how to show up in it. And so I battled with depression and anxiety. I didn't understand that, the major adjustment that I was going through coming out of college and going into your 20s. It's a major adjustment. They call it, the quarter life crisis for a reason. And I didn't understand what was happening. So I had a lot of false beliefs that were cemented. And I began to look outside of myself for someone to help, for someone to make me feel better. So not only did I still use food, but I was learning that it was negatively reinforced, right? I was starting to think about dating and wanting to, eventually settle down and get married. And of course, that was the golden ring, right? Felt like I'd been rejected all of my life by others. So to me, the golden ring of being accepted by a partner in marriage would have, felt like I had arrived. So that's really what I focused on. And unfortunately, I was so desperate to lose weight. I ended up taking diet pills. I lost about 100 pounds and I began dating. And of course, I was living in Chicago at the time. I felt so lost and alone. Even though I had friends and I had a community at work, I really just felt like if I could just find another person that would love me and validate me, I'd be fine. So, when that happened, when I met my first husband, I didn't know what it meant to be in a partnership. I had never seen it modeled for me. My parents divorced when I was 7, maybe 6 even. I'd never seen day to day what a healthy, functional, loving marriage looked like. So, and unfortunately, neither did the person that I married. So we were learning how to love, and learning, and unfortunately, learning lots of lessons about how not to show up in marriage, based on our experiences. And I think what we both did was we mistook love for friendship, camaraderie, acceptance, connection. because for me, I did not know my own worth. So I looked at this person, who's a very good person, a good heart, and I thought, well, he thinks I'm okay, so I must be okay. And I didn't really understand what I was doing. I was giving myself away, right? I was giving myself away to this person, from a place of neediness, not from a place of empowerment. And so when I think of, the realities, right? I had a lot of, at the same time that all of this was evolving for me, I had a lot of loss going on in my life. In 2004, I was in my late 20s, and I lost my mom suddenly. And I lost my mom to the effects of processed food addiction. She struggled with food addiction her entire life. And because she had a lot of stress in her life, she would turn to food. She was a teacher. The food was very prevalent in that work environment as well. And of course, so were germs. So she would get whatever the run-of-the-mill illness was, she would get it. And one year she ended up getting upper respiratory that turned into bronchitis. Bronchitis, she thought, went away, and it ended up turning into a secondary infection. She had and we were very close by this point. I realized by then in my 20s how my mom, was wise and was guiding me, and I really appreciated and loved her for who she was and what she had gone through. And so, I was very surprised that she was sick again, and she waited through a weekend to go to the emergency room because she was having a lot of stomach pain. So she went on a Monday, and because she was deemed non-emergent and did not stay vocal enough in front of the physicians that were doing the sort of incoming patient assessments, they ended up missing that she was septic. So by the time they admitted her 12 hours after she walked in the door to the ED, she was past the point of no return and her organs were shutting down. None of this was told to us. So we just knew that mom was in the hospital and called the next morning. She was in a lot of pain. She was on some painkillers. Give her a call the next morning and she'll be in a room and you can talk to her. And that was that. So we called the next morning and, I'm transferred around. And, I finally got to talk to the nurse from the night before, and she had to, tell me to call my family. And I just remember thinking, mom's sick, maybe they found a tumor, but I had no idea. And, really when I look at now, how she died 24 hours after trying to go to the hospital for a secondary infection. I also know her health was severely compromised by the food choices she was making, by the emotional life that she was living, and by the stress pathways that she had sort of navigated her whole life. And it's just so sad that this addiction, took this beautiful woman from us too early. She was only 60. And so, a lot of what happened after losing my mom, came out in dysfunctional coping skills. And I went into a deep depression in the 4 years after losing her. And my addiction grew. I gained 200 plus pounds during that time. I, of course, had intimacy issues. And of course, because I was severely obese by then, I had fertility issues. I had massive fertility issues there. And both my husband and I we were both processed food addicts at the time. And we were both overweight and unhealthy. And of course, both of us had fertility issues that, there was no way around it. And so this led to career stagnation and feeling like a square peg in a round hole in my career, not really finding my fit. And of course, it led to financial stress. So, these are the realities, right? That took my addiction from this sort of seeking ease and comfort, and looking to numb and looking to cope with life using food, right? It took it from that point to I'm going to harm myself with food. So my food behaviors went from, I'm going to eat fast food 1 meal a day. And now I was eating fast food 3 meals a day. And I wasn't just ordering 1 meal at that drive-through. I was ordering meals for 2 or 3 people at that drive-through. So I didn't see it at the time. I just knew there was not enough food to fill the hole in my soul. I didn't see the addiction ramping up. But when I look now back, right, hindsight's 2020, when I look back and see everything, I realize the harsh realities of this addiction as it was progressing during those 4 years. So here are the lessons that I learned in that period. The lessons I learned were, if X happens or if X changes, I'll be okay. I learned, to ask the question, are you my family? Because unfortunately, the reality of losing my mom at that age, she had been, certainly no one was perfect, but she'd been a champion for my brother and I. She was a champion. She fought for us. She fought for us viciously if she needed to protect us and to give us what we needed. It wasn't always perfect. And she certainly, contributed to a lot of the things that I'm overcoming today. But she was a fierce advocate, and I felt like the only advocate that we had as children. So when we lost her, I really felt like I was an orphan. And, intimacy to me was, they say intimacy is into me, you see, right? Well, for me, it was into me, you do not see. I did not want to let anyone in. Even those in my intimate circle, I didn't even know what that was to let someone see me. I didn't even want to see me. So at this point in my journey, AJ, I hit my rock bottom. It was more than just one. It was a physical bottom. I was 420 plus pounds. I couldn't find scales to weigh me anymore. I was mentally just severely depressed. I was emotionally dysregulated, a lot of anger and a lot of sadness and a lot of emotional highs and lows. And I was financially struggling for sure. There were job losses and there were career, derailments, and things happened that I just, kept digging myself out of, but getting back into financially, physically, mentally, emotionally. But yet it never manifested in weight loss. It just manifested in maybe little glimpses of what could be. So if the addiction lessons learned are these, what are the recovery truths? The recovery truths are that boundaries keep me safe. Family is a choice. It's not necessarily who's given to us. It's a choice. Vulnerability is strength, right? I can let people in. Vulnerability is strength. That nothing is forever. Nothing is permanent. This too shall pass. I've learned that I am forever resilient, and that there is no finish line. There's no finish line. So these pictures that you'll see, as you can imagine, at 400 plus pounds, I'm not looking for cameras to take pictures of me. So the one on the bottom right is the only picture I have that's probably at my heaviest. I'm reading a birthday card. So this was right before I began my journey. So this was maybe a month before I began my journey. And I had everything, right? I had everything I wanted in life. We had found our footing financially. I had this stuff, right, that I thought I wanted. I had the husband, I had the job steadiness, I had the home. We just bought a home. I had, friends. I had, beautiful little dogs that I loved and that were, bringing joy to my life. I had all these things, but I was still so lost in my soul and so lost of who I was and so just deeply sad. And I thought all these other things outside of me would make me feel like I had arrived or I had grown up or I had become something. But I learned at that phase that even though I had all these things, I still felt like I was missing something. So I thought, well, it has to be the weight. So 2008, I began my journey of transformation. And this was really the tipping point. People ask me all the time, Jamie, what was it? Like, what did it? What was the one that one thing that really made you say, okay, today's the day? It wasn't just one thing. It was a multitude of things. I was pre-diabetic, which from all of the amazing lectures that I hear on Chef AJ, I now know is just non-insulin dependent diabetic. So I had diabetes. I just wasn't on insulin. I had sleep apnea. I had high blood pressure, of course. They were testing me for all kinds they were watching my blood counts for all kinds of precancerous indicators. And I was in my early 30s. Not to mention, I was on the table right around the time of that picture of me reading my birthday card. I was on the table with a cardiac catheterization because they thought there was a dysfunction with my ejection fraction in one of my heart valves. And they said, have you ever taken diet pills? And I knew. I'm like, okay, the jig's up. I mean, I hadn't taken diet pills in years, but the consequences were still there. So they thought. They got me on the table, they did the cath, and they realized that my heart was fine. It was okay. And I remember thinking, okay, like I am dancing on the edge. I'm dancing on the edge of something really bad. And I just got a clean bill of health on my heart, so to speak. I need to do something. And I remember waking up one morning and this little voice inside said, you're not going to make it to 40 if you don't do something. And so I realized that I had all of these things, or I love this image because it has all of these things in my head, all of these fears, this anxiety, this sorrow, this hate, this pain, all of these, this loneliness. I needed help outside of me. And I knew that it wasn't going to come from just one person. So I went and found a counselor for the first time in my life. I went to a counselor. I went and found a dietitian. And again, back then I thought it was just about the weight. I was seeing a counselor to help me get the weight loss. I was seeing a dietitian to help get the weight loss. That's really what I thought it was about. So over 4 years' time, I began to heal. I lost 200 pounds. And I thought, okay, here we are. I've got some mental clarity. I've got some emotional sobriety. I'm having a little bit of a spiritual awakening where I moved more towards, believing that there was a higher power in the world, or in the universe. And I was so, interested in finding out more, because growing up as a child, we had religious practices and Catholicism, but it was, a very punishing, right? God was punishing. The universe was a place of judgment and condemnation and fear. And I didn't understand that, for me, the spiritual practice didn't have to be filled with those kinds of thoughts. It really could be a place of love and kindness and compassion and acceptance and beauty. And so I began to awaken to that. And so what I learned in this period, right? I went from, I don't need any help. I went from you outside of me, complete me. I went from thinking moderation was key. Moderation was gonna fix me. Just moderate those processed foods, have that cheat day, you'll be fine. You can go ahead and have that slice of pizza. You're fine. You have that cupcake on your birthday, go for it. When I grew up, we had the after school specials and some of the other things on TV. And I remember Conjunction Junction was one of those. I think it was a Saturday morning little cartoon where it taught you how to make word conjunctions. Well, I jokingly talk about, dysfunction junction and how that, I was at this point where I was super dysfunctional with the way I looked at life. And I didn't understand how to look at things from a different perspective. And I'll give you an example. The dietitian that I had, she was asking me about an upcoming vacation that I was taking. And she said, what are you going to do? And I said, well, we're going to go to this restaurant, and then we're going to go to this fast food place, and then we're going to go here, and she just looked at me. She said, that place, part of the country, has some beautiful scenery and some amazing hiking trails. And have you ever thought about maybe going to see those things? And I just thought, I looked at her like, I had no idea what she was talking about. It was so foreign to me that I would do anything except center the vacation around the food. And I lived, unfortunately, in this place of victimhood, right? I felt abandoned. I felt lost. I was understanding all of the things from childhood as it was affecting me as an adult. I felt different. And unfortunately, that led to that sort of double-edged coin of that victimhood and martyrdom that I kind of carried in my pocket. unfortunately. And I really became a human doing for a while. I based my worth on what I did, and including the weight loss, right? So here's the recovery truths from this period. That human doing led me down a dark path, unfortunately. From 2012 through 2015, I did not use diet pills or anything like that, but I got bit by the fitness bug, which was great. I had an awesome fitness community, and they were everything. My communities in recovery, my communities at gyms or other fitness pursuits, yoga classes, they're just everything. But it led me to a darker place of pursuing this image of perfection. So I decided that I would compete in a physique competition, because I spent all of my life being judged for the way I looked. I thought, well, I'm going to formally be judged for the way I look. So it led me. I was curious if I could do it. I thought, well, I've lost the weight pretty normally, right? It certainly took effort, but it wasn't this horrible experience. And I thought, well, let's just up the ante and see what happens, right? Like an addict, I thought, well, a little bit is good. How about we do way more? And I decided to, go to those extreme lengths, where I went to, the physique world and thought, let me try to remake my body to look like I never was 425 pounds, which, spoiler alert, it looked like I lost weight. And so, I'm standing there in this little sparkly bikini on a stage. And, in this one little moment of time that I had manipulated my body shape to look a certain way. And of course I'm being judged, right? And I'm being judged harshly, because unfortunately I had, certainly skin and other tissue and things that didn't look the same as other women who never had excess weight. And so I did get a lot of media attention at the time, which was not my goal, but it landed me on a stint on the Steve Harvey Show. And it was so fun. It was great to, the experience was great to meet Steve, and he was lovely, and the whole day was awesome. It was America's Greatest Weight Loss Stories. And, it was all people who had lost, it was three of us who'd lost significant amounts of weight without any interventions, any surgeries, any pills, any major interventions. And so I'm standing there on stage, and I'm the one who'd lost the most. I'm the one they saved for last. And I'm standing there, and I've got my hair done, and all the lights on the camera, and everything is ready to go. And I'm sitting there saying, I should feel like I've arrived. And I remember thinking, why do I feel so empty? I feel so empty. I didn't love me. I looked a certain way. You can see in these photos, I looked a certain way. I was, cycling certain types and kinds of macronutrients to achieve a certain physique appearance. And I was completely empty inside, because I did not love who I was. I had a lot of codependence in my life, but recovery truths are about interdependence, understanding that I'm me and you're you, and we can agree to interact and depend on each other because of being whole, complete people. But we don't necessarily have to have that Jerry Maguire, you complete me kind of a mentality. I learned that choice is power. I used to think choice was something that I didn't have, or something that I couldn't exercise, or it couldn't be that simple to just choose differently. I know now choice is power. I know now in recovery that moderation kills. Dr. Esselstyn says it best, moderation kills. And I am a human being. I'm no longer a human doing. I'm a human being, and I'm so grateful for that. But my story doesn't end there, AJ. Do we have a little time? Okay. So life changes during recovery. This was 2017, 16. I had a lot of false beliefs. I had a rejection. Even though I knew I had to love me, I had a rejection of self. I began to downsize everything in my life. I went through a divorce. I found myself living in a little apartment in Houston that became my recovery think tank, I call it. I began to learn who I was. I began to embrace the possibilities. relearned the phrase, never say never, when I ended up going back from 23 years living away from New Jersey, living away from where I grew up. I went home. And I stayed with family and I reconnected. And it was what I needed at that time, at that phase of my life. But it began a journey where I was living on my own, for the first time on my own, truly finding myself. I was learning to love me. I was learning what true love was. I was learning what unconditional love was. And I'll tell you, the little being that taught me that more than anything else, more than even my spiritual walk at that time, was my little 12-pound dog. I brought him home and he taught me everything I needed to know about unconditional love. And it was so beautiful, how much, we always learn, right? As pet owners, we learn, right? They heal us as much as we hope, we heal and love them. And that is absolutely true for my little guy. He has just taught me about unconditional love. He still does every day. And I really learned how to find myself in a way that truly was from within, where I truly began to love me. I loved how I fought for me. I loved how I stood up for myself. I loved how I allowed myself to grieve and hurt. I loved how I looked at myself and I wasn't afraid to be self-aware and to look in the mirror, so to speak. And, here I was walking around in this smaller body. I didn't gain any weight back, but I had a lot of life changes. And I remember thinking, if there's ever a time when I'm going to gain this weight, and of course I was under intense scrutiny by people who knew me, but I just never turned back to the food. I never turned back to the food because I knew by then the food didn't make it better. The food made it worse. I didn't understand addiction. I didn't understand that it was processed food addiction, but I knew that the food made me feel worse. And so, I chose this image of, Phoenix rising from the ashes because it was my life in that period of time. I look back and it felt like ashes, right? I had made a wreckage of things in my life, from these sort of bottoms, right? And from, thinking that I could arrive at this physical, peak, and I really was still so empty. And so for me, those lessons learned in that period were really an awakening to being that family scapegoat, to having that consumer mindset during that time period that led up to this awakening, right? I was not only consuming food, I was consuming stuff and consuming media and of course, coming up empty everywhere I went. I learned the difference between alone and lonely and solitude. I learned that I am filled with 1,000 forms of fear, that generational curse was sort of passed on to me, given to me. I learned that the processed food gave me the food monkey on my back, and the food monkey on my back was something I lived with for years by that point. And when I understood what addiction was from processed foods, I understood how to get the monkey off my back finally. But I was living with that. I became a raging people pleaser, even worse than I'd been growing up. And I was a reactor. I wasn't an actor. I was a reactor. I based my reality on what other people gave me, right? Or what life gave me. I didn't take action. I reacted. So it's maybe, I think about it as I didn't take initiative. I just sort of, reacted to what was given. So what are the truths? What are the truths? The truths are that you can have immense beauty from ashes. The truths are that reparenting, in my experience, is critical to recovery. It's critical to addiction recovery. I learned the service mindset. I learned that self-care is not selfish. I learned that unconditional love is the only kind of love that I want in my life. And I learned about acceptance. And I did find my way into love again. I came to the second marriage to my husband from a place of wholeness and from a place of curiosity and from a place of self-awareness and acceptance. And so we are on a journey together. Neither of us are in addictions, but we are both in recovery. And it is such a beautiful journey to be in practicing principles of recovery together as a couple. And he is, never struggled with food, never struggled with his weight or any kind of addiction of any kind, but he understood and embraced my journey. He understands and embraces, the struggle. And so when I moved, we moved in together and we have other people in the home with us. He was a champion to help them understand how important it was for me to live in a home that empowered my recovery. So the secret, right? What's the secret to long-term processed food addiction recovery? It's not just one thing. It's certainly not eat less and move more, by the way. That's certainly not it. So here's the deal. It's multiple things. And I know this slide is a little bit busy, so just bear with me. But it's all about embracing and accepting our exquisite and messy life, mind, body, and brain. It's about finding your values. I talked about my little apartment that I lived in Houston in 2016, and this big whiteboard I had on the wall, and I thought, I don't know who I am. I don't even know what I stand for. I need to find out what my values are. And so I started to, with the help of a values list, I started to wordsmith it. I started to put them up there for a week or a few days and see what I liked and what stuck and what felt right and what felt aspirational even. And, what I knew would get me closer to the goals that I wanted to live and the life I wanted to have. And so my values are discipline, service, abundance, gratitude, and authenticity. I practice progress, not perfection. And I practice every day, right? So I practice and I remember that it's progress. I don't strive for perfection anymore. I've learned that there is no maintenance mode. There is no you've arrived mode or you've hit your goal mode. There is no maintenance mode. And that's awesome. I've learned that our power is in our choices. I've learned to swap my false beliefs with the truth. And the truth is not from my perception. The truth is founded in my spiritual beliefs. I've learned that my transformation goes beyond the physical, and that's exactly the way it should be. Thank God. And I've learned to be here now, that the present moment is my greatest gift. And so you can see, the little guy in one of the pictures here who taught me a lot about unconditional love. But I am, he's been my partner on this journey as much as other members of my community have. And I'm just so grateful. So you can find me on YouTube. I am slowly building a YouTube community, and I welcome any comments or there'll be more content. You can see Chef AJ, thank you again for letting me appear on your regular show, because I got to have that on my channel as well. So thank you so much for letting me join you today.
Thank you so much, Jamie. I have a few questions, if you don't mind. This is such an inspiring story on so many levels. But one of the things I wrote down, which I think would be a t-shirt, a mug, a sign for everybody's house, there was not enough food to fill the hole in my soul.
Yes. Correct. And I tried. I tried, believe me.
Because I always have heard people say, if hunger's not the problem, food's not the solution.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's incredible. The part of your story where you actually had gained 200 pounds, that had to be difficult.
It was very difficult, but I was so deeply, sad and grieving at the time. I didn't, the weight was a, sort of side product of everything else I was feeling. So I didn't notice, believe it, as crazy as it sounds, I didn't notice the weight gain as much as I noticed the fact that I just didn't feel the pain anymore.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if processed foods had not been invented?
I know.
Because I think a lot of people don't realize how addictive they are. And that for many people, I would say most people, moderation just isn't going to work.
No, definitely not. No. And I learned that, where I was working with that very well-meaning very well-intended and loving dietitian, but she was part of that ADA paradigm, right? Where they had you moderating processed foods, or the promise of you can go back and you can have that little piece of this or this little bite of that, and you'll be fine, no problem. And I didn't understand that every time I would get that food monkey on my back for days afterwards. I didn't understand what was happening and why it kept happening, because I was just trying to moderate and doing what I was told by a well-intended professional. But this well-intended professional was trained by the American Dietetics Association, which we know is funded by the processed food companies.
I hope if people glean anything from your story, to know that if they can't moderate the use of these hyperpalatable foods, it's not their fault.
Not their fault. It's not their fault. Absolutely. And that was when I first learned about processed food addiction, and I learned that I was an addict. I had so much shame. Oh, I had so much shame. I hated that word. I hated that idea that I was an addict, right? Because I'd grown up around alcoholism. I'd grown up in that world where I did see what alcoholism could do. And I thought, I'm not an addict. I'm not addicted. But then when I began to understand all of the ways the addiction affects us and the foods affect us, it became freedom to understand that I was an addict. I understood that I was powerless over the food, the effects of the food, the effects of my childhood on me. I was powerless over trying to control and moderate, right? I was certainly powerful in 1,000 other ways, but I was powerless over the way that these things were impacting me, because they were impacting me the exact way the food manufacturers designed them to.
Yep. When I heard about food addiction, I was thrilled, because now I knew that the problem wasn't me and there was something I could do about it.
Exactly. It was very empowering. After, I kind of sat in my shame for a little while, but yeah.
I always tell people, it's not their fault, but now that they know this information, it's their responsibility, that if they want to recover, just to change what they're eating.
Absolutely. It's not our fault, but it is our responsibility. Absolutely.
You mentioned growing up with food scarcity, and one of the biggest problems is, not only the unfairness of where they put the McDonald's and things like that, but processed food, it's easily affordable, socially acceptable, readily available. But we know now too that there can be some whole food plant-based choices that can be affordable for people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that could help. And I'm curious how you were able to use the whole food plant-based diet in your recovery, because when we eat these processed foods, there's really not a stop button for most of us, but at a certain point, you're going to stop eating legumes, I would imagine.
Well, yes. And I also say, and I have challenged this, and when I first started, I challenged it. I thought, well, let me just see how many of these whole food items I can eat. And the short answer is, once I was full, I was full. And there's really no way around it. And on one of my last slides, I talked about embracing our body and mind and brain. The work that Dr. Goldhammer did with Dr. Lyle around the pleasure trap was a huge influence on my recovery, because I understood that I am reacting exactly the way that I'm wired to react in highly processed, hyperpalatable food environments. That was like a huge aha moment for me to say, hey, you know what? Like, if I'm going to be choosing these foods, and by the way, I'm always going to choose these foods if they're in my environment, because that's how I'm wired, I'm never going to feel full. I'm never going to feel satiated and truly, nutrified, right? So for me, once I learned that I was nutrient deficient, right? I had calorie surplus, but nutrient deficiency, I realized that it was my responsibility to give myself nutrients. And when I do, that's why I start my day with my greens and I start my day with my vegetables. When I give my body those nutrients every day, it's like magic. I just know when I'm full. I know when I'm hungry. I know my brain will show me pictures of what to eat. And it's never showing me pictures of Twinkies and pizza. It's showing me pictures of a particular green or a particular legume or a particular fruit. And it's so cool. And I'll know sometimes if I'm about to get, a little head cold or something, because all of a sudden I'm like, beans and oranges sound so good right now. I'm like, uh-oh, I must be a little vitamin C deficient. So it's just it's so interesting. Like our bodies are just exquisite. They just tell us everything we need.
Yeah, that's incredible. Did you ever in your journey ever consider gastric bypass surgery?
Yes, I did. Right about 2007, right before I started. It was the summer before I began the transformation, that January. I actually called and got information, and I called and asked for a loan from a family member for it because it was, not covered by insurance at the time. It was a whole thing. And you know what? Thank God. Thank God it wasn't covered. Thank God that I got turned down by that family member. And because I knew that if to me it felt like, and I certainly don't want to diminish anyone's experience with this, but to me it felt like I was taking a shortcut, that I would never learn what I needed to learn about how to actually take care of my health if I just altered my physiology. It felt like a shortcut that wouldn't give me the outcome I wanted. I knew if I was ever gonna succeed long term, and really truly, and again, I thought it was about weight loss. I thought if I'm ever going to keep this weight off, I've got to learn how to do it the right way, quote unquote, the right way, without the shortcut. And I am not disparaging the surgery. There are for some, the surgery saves lives, and that is certainly not my platform. For me, at that time, at my age, I didn't have complications and other health issues that the surgery would be a lifesaver for. I knew I had to just do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's in a way, the whole food plant-based diet is sort of like nature's gastric bypass, because instead of making the stomach smaller, we make the food bigger.
Absolutely. And I love that my body tells me when I've had enough. I love that when I eat in the order that, we're designed to eat, when we eat those nutrient-rich, vegetables and nutrient-rich foods first, eating the larger, the voluminous foods first, and going, down the line as we progress through our meal. It's you can't get it wrong.
I know.
It's effortless.
I couldn't agree more. A lot of times women that have lots of weight to lose are worried, what are they going to do with the excess skin? Do you have advice for that?
Yeah. So, in 2015, I was competing in those physique competitions and I had excess skin. It wasn't a ton, but it was there. I'll tell you, now, not 8 years later, it goes away over time. I will never look like I never had excess weight, but it's little areas on my body. It's not everywhere. And it's badges of honor. It's badges of honor. It's certainly not, and I don't watch these shows, but I've heard people talk about these extreme, reality shows of extreme weight loss and the, like drapes and drapes of skin. I never had, because my weight loss was slow over 4 years' time. And because I was fairly young, I still had the collagen and elastin in my skin that, even as I age, I find that things are just sort of falling into place in some ways. And the excess skin that I have it's transformed over the last 8 years.
I love that you say that's your battle scars.
Yeah.
Nice. I love that. Well, it's important that people know that, like your story, it took 4 years for you to lose weight. People are in such a hurry.
Yeah. Yes. Which is why I love when you talk about yours, your weight loss. And after you found the whole food plant-based world, it took you, I think you said
27 months, and I only lost 50 pounds. I mean, people are looking for a quick fix.
Yeah. And this, what I love, and I experience this all the time, before the pandemic, I had a wardrobe of work clothes. I was out, in the working world all the time, and in clothing that, did not have stretch or give. And then, you transition to working at home, and you're sitting in, maybe business up top, but yoga on the bottom, and you're in a lot of stretchy things. And I remember, it's been now almost 3 years. And since I've been working remotely and doing a lot more sitting, but I've been, fastidious, whole food, plant-based, and just loving it. And I put on a pair of pants that I hadn't worn in 3 years that have, no stretch. And I was like, ooh, what's going to happen? It fit beautifully. it was beautiful. It was just like so cool to know that, there's no COVID-20 over here. You know what I'm saying? In that sense of having to always worry about this looming, what if I gain weight back kind of thing. And to look back on the last 3 years and never feel deprived and never feel like I was giving up anything and never feel like I was different from everyone and boo-hoo, I can't have that food. I felt full. I felt healthy and vibrant. I never had to worry about the really severe effects of COVID. It's just such a gift. And then, by the way, to put on pants that I haven't worn in 3 years and when I was way more physically active, right? Back then, right? Before the pandemic. And just to know that, as I age and as my body changes and my physical, my non-exercise activity goes down, that I can listen to my appetite. I can stay the same size. I can enjoy vibrant health. I don't have the food monkey. I'm learning, what spirituality means to me more and more every day. I have connected and loving relationships. I don't have to worry about the weight gain monster anymore. It's just freedom.
Yeah, that's so great. And that's one of the reasons we do this summit is we want to encourage people to learn that there's ways to lose weight healthfully without procedures, pills, and excessive exercise.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I know people will be curious, if you don't mind sharing, what did you used to eat in a day as opposed to what you eat in a day now? And it doesn't have to be exact, but
yeah. So I was on I had the honor of being on the Exam Room Live podcast, and Chuck Carroll asked me that, and he and I have a similar story. So, when we swapped our food logs from back in the day, they were similar. Lots of fast food. My morning would be fast food breakfast. Fully leaded, quote unquote, fully leaded sodas, and lunch was multiple fast food visits or meals. There would be snacks of baked goods and any kind of high fat, high sugar, high calorie food, and all kinds of fried or greasy things for dinner, with more dessert afterwards. Just honestly, I mean, at my worst, when my addiction was at its worst, it was, I would pretend like I was on the phone ordering for my family when I would go through a drive-through. I was ordering multiple meals for myself.
Yeah, I've heard that about that being done. Absolutely.
Oh, I was an artist when it came to acting like I was ordering for more than just one person. And it's so, I'm sure I wasn't fooling anyone, but
that's something. But now it's greens and beans and fruits, non-starchy vegetables.
Yep. And connection and love and forgiveness and family and spirituality and life. Life is just so much more rich.
And at what point did you get to feel like, this is real, that I'm not going to gain the weight back?
Probably truly in the last year, because the whole food plant-based lifestyle is so freeing that it's almost it felt to me, given my history, it felt to me like it's too good to be true. Like I'm not depriving myself, as long as I sequence my meals, right, and I stick to these foods that I know are high nutrient, high water, high fiber, energy giving. It almost felt like when's the other shoe going to drop, and it just never did. So probably the last year, even talking to Chuck Carroll, and he was like, Jamie, I'm telling you, like you can relax a little bit, even more than you think you can, and so I'm just loving it. I'm loving it.
Yeah, nice. How important was it for you, Jamie, to have a clean environment? And how important do you think it is for most people to suffer with processed food addiction?
Oh, I think it's critical. And, when I came into the environment that I live in now, we had my husband and my father-in-law that actually we share a home with. And he is a lifelong processed food addict, works in the processed food industry. And so for him, it was, his bread and butter in many ways. And so I had to come in and explain to him that, hey, I've lived in a clean environment for the last, 6 years on my own. and it's critical to my health and critical to my recovery. And I explained to him, I said, I am an alcoholic, and coming into a home that's filled with a lot of television, a lot of sporting events filled with processed food commercials and processed food in the home, I said, you're effectively asking an alcoholic to move into a bar and try to stay in recovery. I can't do it. So he got it immediately, and the TVs went out into different rooms where I wasn't, around them all the time. Headphones were purchased, so I couldn't hear the cueing of the commercials and the food images and sounds. And then pantries were cleaned. Cabinets were created for the junk food. And it's so funny because when it's out of sight, it's out of mind, and the junk food started like rotting in that cabinet. It was hilarious. And their health got better. My health, recovery stayed progressing forward. It was just great. That's critical.
Yeah, thank you for it's. Do you have any advice for people that don't have supportive family members like you did?
That analogy of the alcoholic, you would never ask a heroin addict to get clean living in a heroin den. It really is. And these foods are as addictive as heroin. And, the problem is, in my experience, the people that have given me the hard time are people that are as food addicted as I was and don't want to look in the mirror. And that's not my place to show them that. It's not my place to point that out to them. My place is to protect me, protect my recovery, and to trust that the universe is going to have my back in helping me find a solution that works. And if it's not meant to be, that I need to find another situation where I'm able, from a living situation or a situation where I can remove myself, right? If I can't control the environment around me for a myriad of reasons, I need to control what I can, which is me. So I take myself out of the environment and go and eat my meals elsewhere, or keep my food elsewhere. Yeah. So it seems extreme, but to me, it is the difference between recovery and illness.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dr. Lau will be proud of you.
Thank you.
Have you ever had what I affectionately call a snacksident?
Well, yeah. Once, we went out, my husband and I, was about a year and a half ago, we went out to eat, and I ordered something that it said it had this sort of vegetable in it, and I just thought it was just the vegetable, but I didn't even realize that I didn't even think to ask if it had dairy in it, because it just was a vegetable. Well, the vegetable had dairy in it. I didn't even realize. So I was getting like all kinds of stomach issues, and yeah, so it wasn't really a snack accident, but it was an accident where I ordered something that I thought was just a vegetable, and it turned out to be laden with dairy and cheese. So, and it was processed in a way, or presented, I should say, in a way that it wasn't like you couldn't taste it. So, lesson learned.
What advice do you have people that fall off track?
It's you're never done. The race is never over, so to speak. It's a marathon, not a sprint. The best analogy or maybe metaphor that I ever heard about this was, when we sent our first space shuttle to the moon, they have a trajectory, right? A course, a path that they take. Well, atmospheric conditions bounce that space shuttle all over the place. And the astronauts constantly have to course correct with the help of ground control, course correct so that they stay on the course to get to their destination. It's the same way in weight loss. Atmospheric conditions, life throws us curveballs, emotional, situational, relational, and it's up to us to get back on course. It's up to us. Nobody, it sounds a little maybe harsh, but it's so true. No one's coming to save us. Yeah. It's got to be us.
Certainly not the processed food industry.
That's right. It's got to be us. No one's going to do this for us. It's got to be us doing it for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people have tried so many ways to lose weight for so long. And if somebody was about to give up hope that they could ever be successful like you, or what advice would you give them?
Oh, there's always hope. There's always hope. Don't lose hope. I share my story, and I'm heading towards writing a book on this because I want people to know what's possible without major medical, pharmaceutical, or physical interventions. I want them to know that it's possible to do this. And I see how sick our society is getting and how, our obesity rates are climbing through the roof, and the processed food industry has a hold of us everywhere. And I want people to know that freedom from this addiction is possible, that it's not your fault, that you can have the life and the health and the joy that you see out there and think that you can never have, that you can have it.
That was beautifully said. Thank you so much, Jamie.
Thank you.
Isn't she beautiful inside and out? I love these success stories. I'd love to do a whole summit just on the success stories because they just lift me up and know that there's hope for people as much as they've suffered when you hear a story like that. Here are my key takeaways from Jamie's presentation. Her weight loss journey was not just about shedding pounds. It was a transformation of body, mind, and spirit. And a whole food plant-based diet was a key pillar in Jamie's recovery. Food addiction was at the core of Jamie's struggle, rooted in deeper emotional and psychological issues. Childhood experiences, particularly growing up in a volatile household, played a significant role in Jamie's food addiction. The marketing of processed food during Jamie's childhood exacerbated her addiction. Her journey to recovery involved recognizing the dysfunctional patterns learned in childhood. And being Italian contributed to her food addiction through cultural emphasis on food as love and celebration. A lot of cultures have that, don't you think? Through recovery, Jamie learned to embrace her true self, understanding she is enough, worthy, and perfectly imperfect. Her presentation shares it's not just the struggle with addiction, but the hope and reality of recovery. Bullying in childhood deeply impacts self-esteem, leading to future struggles with body image and social interactions. Experiencing financial scarcity and craving independence at a young age can drive a strong work ethic, but also feelings of not being worthy of friendships and love. Adverse childhood experiences often lead to difficulties in concentrating and signs similar to ADHD affecting academic and later work performance. Internalized beliefs from childhood, such as being unlovable or needing to work for worth, are crucial to address in recovery. Recovery teaches the importance of finding worth, love, and approval from within, rather than seeking it externally. Growing up without a model for a healthy marriage can lead to challenges in adult relationships, including settling for less out of a need for validation. The death of a loved one can significantly exacerbate issues with food addiction, leading to increased weight gain and depression. Fertility issues, career stagnation, and financial stress can be the harsh realities of an unchecked addiction. Understanding and acknowledging the impact of life events and internalized beliefs is a critical step towards recovery and self-empowerment. Boundaries keep us safe. Family is who we choose, not just who we're given. Vulnerability is a form of strength. Nothing is permanent, challenges will pass, and resilience is within us all, with no end to our journey of growth. External achievements or possessions don't necessarily fulfill us internally. Seeking help, such as counseling and nutritional advice, is a step towards healing. True transformation is about more than weight loss. It involves mental, emotional, and spiritual change. Community and support networks play a crucial role in recovery. Pursuing an image of perfection can lead to empty achievements. Independence, recognizing each individual's wholeness, is healthier than codependency. Having choices and actively making them is empowering. Moderation in harmful habits can be deadly. Being rather than doing is a more fulfilling state of existence. Recovery and self-discovery lead to genuine self-love and understanding. Pets, my favorite, can teach us profound lessons about unconditional love. Addictions are not solved by the objects of our addiction, but by addressing underlying issues. Processed food addiction was a major challenge for Jamie, leading to significant health and emotional issues. Recovery involved acknowledging the addiction and embracing the journey towards health. Understanding the difference between being alone and feeling loneliness was crucial for her personal growth. And learning about self-care, acceptance, and the power of unconditional love transformed relationships and self-perception. A supportive environment, especially from a partner, is instrumental in maintaining recovery and making positive life changes. The importance of identifying and living according to one's values was a key factor in sustained recovery and personal development. Rejecting the pursuit of perfection and embracing progress is the main goal, helped her to overcome past challenges. The realization that maintenance mode in recovery doesn't exist highlighted the continuous effort required for growth and health. Processed foods are designed to be addictive, and understanding this can alleviate personal shame and empower individuals to seek change. Discovering that whole food, plant-based diets satisfy nutritional needs without leading to overeating opened up a new path to health. The exploration of surgical weight loss options and ultimately choosing a more holistic approach was a turning point in the journey towards wellness. Creating a dietary plan that prioritizes nutrient-rich foods naturally regulates hunger and promotes health without the need for extreme measures. Excess skin from weight loss transforms over time and can be viewed as badges of honors, not just undesired remnants. Slow, sustained weight loss over years, supported by youth and the body's natural ability to adapt, helps in managing excess skin without surgical interventions. Rapid weight loss ambitions often mislead, ignoring the benefits of gradual change in the body's capacity to adjust healthfully. Transitioning to a whole food plant-based diet can sustain weight loss, maintain a healthy weight without deprivation, and promote overall vibrant health. Creating a supportive environment is crucial for overcoming processed food addiction, involving both physical adjustments and the support of others. Becoming aware of and acting against hidden dietary traps like unsuspected dairy and vegetable dishes require continuous attention and learning. Recovery and maintenance of healthy habits is an ongoing process. Setbacks are part of the journey, and constant course corrections are essential. Hope and perseverance are vital, emphasizing that overcoming obesity and processed food addiction without resorting to extreme measures is indeed possible. The personal empowerment and self-responsibility in dietary choices are key to long-term health success. What a wonderful way to end the day. I can't believe a week has gone by. It's been a pleasure having you in the summit. We appreciate all the wonderful emails we've been getting and all the comments that you're sharing on the summit page. And we also appreciate when you're able to support our work so that we can get this mission out to those who need it by upgrading to own the summit package for life. You do get a buddy pass. You can give the whole summit away to a friend or loved one. And in addition to owning it for life with all the wonderful video interviews, you'll also get the audio downloads so that you can listen on the go, and a complete written transcript of every interview, including my key takeaways and a couple of bonuses as well. So tomorrow, day 8, we have 5 more amazing speakers. We'll start the day with Dr. Michael Greger, who will talk about his book, How Not to Diet, and explain what people have been doing wrong and what actually works. Dr. Herman Ponster will talk about what happened when an African tribe busted the weight loss industry's biggest myth, followed by registered dietitian Brenda Davis, who will review the effectiveness and health consequences of the popular keto and paleo diets. Then Dr. Will Bolshewitz, who will talk about how your gut health unlocks a surprising weight loss mechanism. And then we'll end with another success story named Susanna, who now in her 50s is down over 70 pounds. She has 8 children, by the way, and she'll share practical tips to making it happen for you. On behalf of the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, this is Chef AJ signing off. Thank you again for being here, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.